Oh, it looks like we made it.
It does. It does.
Holy crap. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
My goodness. Well, all of you that bet against us at the sports book launching the stream the
Suck it.
first try, you all lose. Good Friday
Yes, you're
evening.
going to have to suffer us.
Yes. And you're going to lose your wrench in the chat. I
Oh,
see you.
no.
I know who you are. Hi, Jamalama. Welcome. Iceman stopped by. I think he went to bed. How are you, Barbara?
I'm lovely. I'm enjoying a very potent potable right now. It was a day in the health office.
Oh, yeah. Happy Friday to you.
Yay!
Emperor Goodwin?
Yes.
How was the kingdom?
It is besmirched with the faux AI. Today has been an amusing day for the use of AI and the laughable results. So MSN had an article about an NBA player that died, so it was his obituary, and the title of the obituary was the man's name, and it says is useless. It then went on to claim that he played for an entirely different team and that he played as an A-head.
Well, maybe AI has a better sense of humor than we expected.
Well, I mean, I certainly got a good chuckle out of it. The other thing that I encountered, I will give you a link. It is a fine picture that I very much am convinced was generated via Stable Diffusion or something like that. It's for a book about Pearl Harbor, a history book, not an alternative history book. But when you see the cover, you will wonder as to whether or not this should be alternative history, or that this AI was trained very much on Animal House.
Oh,
Was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor?
The Germans? Don't worry, he's on a roll.
yeah, I was gonna say, is this the Spielberg adaptation or?
Yeah, it's
Holy crap! Is this, without getting too personal? Is this the kind of thing that you do on a daily basis? Is deal with this AI
well,
nonsense?
I mean, so like one of the videos that I'm still finishing up the script on because it's ungodly long is an analysis of ChatGPT in particular, and starting with kind of how you got here, explaining how it works to people that aren't technical, because that's always kind of been one of the things that I had to do in my job was to go to decision makers that aren't technical but had business use cases, and then explain to them why this will or won't work, what are the drawbacks, what are the benefits. And I've had to explain multiple times to multiple startups and executive teams what Chat GPT really is. And I was getting tired of having to repeat myself, so I'm gonna end up making a video. And so it's on my channel. There's no math because it's polymath without math. And I start with spell check, the basics of spell check.
Hey, sorry to interrupt, but
Jethro has entered the chat. Bro.
A new contestant has entered.
Yeah.
It's your lucky day, Jethro. Sorry to interrupt you, Jay. Let me see what we can do here. Jethro, your email should have an email titled episode 2, and your link is in there. Sorry about that. Also, it appears I can't share JPEGs. It's asking for a slide format or a video only. So,
what the hell?
I know. Fucking brownie with the.
You can't share like the actual like URL or something, because I mean, how do people browse? Go through a web page.
I don't know. It says the options are slides, extra camera, video file, or share screen, and I'm certainly not sharing my screen without knowing what
Yeah,
I'm.
that's probably how they're doing it, is share screen, but they have to monkey with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brown said he puts everything into PDF, and I am not even fucking going near that shit. So
Yeah, that sounds like work.
yeah,
They're
Well, yeah,
exhausting.
so the I explained that you know the way that people think chat GPT works and the results that you get from it are in no way actually how it works. Part of it is that um, Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI, is an inveterate liar, but also that people, with new technology tend to project magic powers on it, and so the idea that you're going to replace writers and scripts with chat gpt, as witnessed by an MSN article that was written by chat gpt that claimed that the man was useless for his obituary. Not such a good idea.
well, what were his stats? I mean,
Yeah, they didn't. Well, he was useless, so I mean, there you go. He's dead. That was his stat. He's going to have a pretty bad stat line.
well, it's the uncanny valley. It seems to have found a second usage because whenever you read one of those things from an AI, your brain can pick it out immediately that it's not normal English or whatever. It's just there's odd little speed bumps in it that don't quite jive. It's like spam. It's like
Yeah,
auto-generated spam.
and it really depends. Like, so how long you let it write, the more that it starts running off the rails. If you do short, a couple of sentences, things like that, it's pretty convincing. And most of the reason it's convincing is that we have a tendency to anthropomorphize things, and especially something that's emitting language. We just automatically presume that there's another mind that's interacting with us, and that I'll catch myself sometimes when I'm running tests and trying to come up with things where it's like, well, you're lying to me. And I was like, what am I talking about? This thing has no conception of true or false. It's simply all statistics, and it doesn't even know what a word is. What it knows is tokens. So like, if the word look could be, depending on if it's at the beginning of a sentence with a capital L,
Right.
LO would be one token. If it's space LO, that's a different token. And then all it does is look at what's the most what has the highest percentage of being probable for the next token if what I have is capital LO. And then it also operates with a certain window so that it has some context, but the context is purely what is the map of probabilities and the vectors we followed to get to here. That will determine what our next token should be.
So as I suspected since I don't know, the 90s, none of this is actually anything resembling intelligence. It's just incredibly complicated code.
Right. The idea. So that's another thing that I complain about quite a bit is the overuse of the term AI. So as most people view AI, not technically, but amongst the normal populace, they think of it as what we would call artificial general intelligence, which is something that actually seems to have a mind and can speak and have an idea of thoughts and what are concepts and all that, right?
Well, not just learn patterns, but also be able to extrapolate original ideas from those patterns, like language learning in a human being.
Right. Or even, well, but I mean, so even creativity may be like a step further, that I don't think is necessary for an AGI. Um, but what you have now is not even close to an AGI. There's no concepts, right? It has no understanding of house being related to something else, except that these tokens, the statistical probability is the next token is going to end up being house and then plant. but it has no idea what a house plan is. What it's doing is it's been trained on a huge corpus of language, and it's chopped it up into these tokens. It then to get minor mathy, it then operates in the case of like Chat GPT 4, 60 billion parameters. So it's 60 billion. Think of a map, but not being 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional. It's 60 billion dimensions, right? And what you have for each of those tokens is a vector in that 60 billion dimensional space. And so it just follows based on probabilities to go and generate things, right? So it can mimic certain things, especially if it's patterns that are very repetitive, and so there's kind of these points of gravity that attract paths, because so many things lead to this particular set of tokens. But there's no understanding, and that's why when they talk about we're gonna put filters to test truthfulness. I mean, okay, well then just use that, right? Because you have to have an AGI to do that thing. Because the large language model like ChatGPT, there's no truth, right? It's simply that this is the statistically correct sequence of tokens based on the tokens that I was given.
Right.
What would follow from them, right?
Yeah.
And then the other thing is, well, we'll be able to get rid of a large number of writers, and we'll just have proofreaders. That's harder.
That's
right?
what I suspected would be the track, if that's what they were doing.
Right. But see, that's harder, because if I have to check every single thing that you put in, right, that I can trust nothing that you say to be true, I might as well write it myself. It takes less time than to go and research every single statement that's in
to edit it properly. Yeah.
Right.
Just barf all over the page. And
right. It's I would like when I had a team of coders, and I would explain, okay, I need this, this, and this. And they would be like, okay, can you tell me how this one was? Like, I could write it myself if I have to stop and handhold you in every step.
Right. It's the same. It's the same in labor. I've had that problem, in fabricating and lighting and everything else. Like, yeah, I could walk you through it, and then I'd be done doing it.
Right. Yeah, I'll let you shoulder surf me. That's fine.
Right. But ask questions. That's fine. But
right. But you can't do that with an LLM. The LLM will just go, look, sequence of tokens. That's what I do anyway. Right. And the other thing is that filtering is always going to be near impossible with LLMs, because the questions you write are essentially executable code, right? They are vectors that lead to a thing. And if you go, well, we're going to try and knock out, we're going to pre-filter and remove F-bombs. Well, trust me, there are other paths in the to get me onto that vector that you then admit something outrageous regardless, right? So, 4chan will have a ball going after, because if you think every poll's a goal, every chat bot is a potential new Hitler. And
right. At the risk of cutting Grandpa off while he's meandering through cyberspace here.
Exactly.
God bless you. Jether, are you here, buddy?
Yeah, I made it. Look at me. I'm on the internet.
I'm on the internet. How are you doing?
I did it. I found the email.
I finished it. I finished the whole internet.
And I'm pretty sure this is the level
Would
of
not recommend.
Our viewers have come to expect already. Coming up.
I had a good beat, but I couldn't really dance to it.
Glad you made it.
Got gross faster than I predicted.
Mm. Yeah, it took me 5 clicks to get the boobs.
I just killed a brown widow spider in my office.
Ooh.
I don't want to hear it. I'm shuddering right now.
Ooh.
Why did you mute it? Wow, I just got my notification that we're live. 14 minutes late from YouTube. Thanks. It's useless. It's absolutely useless.
Yeah, YouTube notifications. I don't know how many. I think it was like cannoli a few days ago. I got the notification because the stream was like 2 or 3 hours, and I got notification showed up for the last 30 minutes.
That's actually a good segue here to our my short bullet point list. Hey, everybody. We thought we would do Monday just as a test run last week, but we asked you, the chat, and we asked the people that have to show up here what would be a good night. And the overwhelming majority said Friday nights. And I don't know what that says about FNT, but I'm okay with this. So
Well, they're
everybody,
already done, so we're not going to be running up head to head with them.
yeah, I don't
Yeah.
think there's no Venn diagram there.
No.
No,
Not
there's
yet.
zero overlap on that one.
Speaking of Venn diagrams, YouTube's been messing with me recently. I told Adam that. So I've noticed that YouTube is showing a lot of small streams or videos that have like less than 100 views. But a couple of days ago, I'm not sure what triggered it. I have my hopes as to what triggered it, but suddenly it recommended to me a Saudi bowling stream, and then a Turkish bowling stream, and then Wayne's Lanes, which was a live stream of a bowling alley where nobody was bowling.
Oh,
It's just
man.
a live cam 24
Yeah,
hours.
it's just
a Monterey Aquarium.
yeah.
If
It
you've
just-
ever wondered what a bowling alley does when no one's there,
it just sits there and looks at you
It's-
and looks at you. But my
It's
hope is
funny.
that what triggered were the many Venn diagrams of all the ridiculous things that I watch on YouTube, and YouTube is just like, we don't know what the hell to recommend to this guy. And then finally I watched a Primus music video for Winona's Big Brown Beaver, and they were like, that's it, he's into bowling. I'm not sure how that connected, but that has to have been what triggered it.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Foreign bowling.
Yeah, so if you watch Primus videos, look out for the bowling streams. They're coming for you.
I do not, but I am an avid bowler and bowling enthusiast, as Jethro could probably testify.
Yes, I still have a bowling ball with my initials on it.
I have a
And,
Hello Kitty bowling ball and
Oh,
saddle
man.
shoe bowling shoes.
Oh, man.
It throws like a brick. It's awesome.
I don't think I've gone bowling in like 10 years. And usually it's like, okay, the first couple of games are just trying to get back into the slide. And oh, by the way, the last time I did was like, I can't slide quite as low as I used to. So I'm either having to bend or fuck it, I'll loft it. Here we go. Boom. Sorry about that. Because I do throw with heat, if nothing else.
I was with a guy when I was really young bowling, and I guess his finger got stuck or whatever, and it went straight up into the Armstrong ceiling tile and knocked out a fluorescent fixture all over 4 lanes.
I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Down. Yeah.
I had one that stuck in my thumb and released, and it went, I would guess, 15-20 feet before it then landed hard on the lane, and then proceeded to go down and give me a shit split.
Well, at least you didn't fall on your ass while you were on a date bowling.
You fell on your front.
I mean, I've done that.
No, I
but
fell on my butt, babe.
yeah, that was one of the things that made me realize that my slide doesn't go quite as low as it used to, because while I went down that low, the getting up was no longer an option, and I just went plop after I had thrown the ball.
For a brief period of my life, I lived in San Antonio, Texas, and I joined a bowling league that was at Lodge, Herman and Sons Lodge, and the bowling alley was above the parking lot, so it was on the second floor with like open air below it.
Ooh,
I'll be
And
right
they
back.
were real wooden lanes, and the ball return was open, and it was just a beautiful place to bowl, but it was also kind of a wacky shack bowl, like,
yeah, I don't think these things have ever been level. And
it's not, that's not what that's for. Like, that was a mistake. The way
Also,
they built that was a mistake.
I don't think I want to park underneath the open air bowling alley. And have some insurance claims.
Yeah, it's an old building. It's a beautiful old building. The third floor is a ballroom, It's kind of like someone was like, like, can I, like, how wacky can I make this disaster? Like, how far can we go? Let me just get on the phone here. Yes, I'd like a delivery of 10,000 cream pies. Please
Exactly.
just park them below the bowling alley.
Yes. I'll go to the costume shop and get my Marx Brothers outfit, and we'll be ready.
To have a two guys moving a giant pane of glass.
Yes. And could somebody be hoisting a piano outside?
Yes, I was hoping. Yes, I was
Speaking of
hoping
heavy
my
lifting.
father's ashes could bowl with us. But everyone, please be very careful. Be very careful.
Yes.
You're out of your element, Tony.
And I don't think anybody's going to want the
very
pies
fragile
after that happens. Yeah, after the urn
It is a
tips
very
over.
fragile urn. It looks just like a bowling ball. Don't get confused. No one drink.
Yeah, he loved bowling. He loved bowling. Oh my God, it's all over the pies now. I'm sorry, Dad.
Yeah.
I feel like I missed a lot when I went.
No, you're fine.
We're just reviewing our week.
Speaking of reviewing, tonight's feature, everybody, is one of my personal favorites, and I went out of my way not to watch it for 6 months, knowing that we'd be doing this live stream.
Oh, wonderful!
This is going to be the Manster from 1959, and it is fantastic. Jethro, have you seen this before?
I have never seen it. I wasn't sure if it was the Manster or the Man Monster or perhaps the Human Monster or the Monster Maker. I wasn't sure, but
none of the
I've
above.
never seen the Manster.
And also not Manimal.
The Human Man.
Yeah, it's also not Randy White, former defensive lineman for the Dallas Cowboys, whose nickname was the Manster.
I found that when I was Googling up, details on this.
It feels creepy, that name. Like, the Manster doesn't seem like a monster. He seems like a guy you don't want to be around,
He's a creep, for sure.
I just get this weird feeling like, I don't know. I'm excited for the Manster.
It's the you're sitting at a bar and you're like, that guy's pretty creepy. I think I'm going to go home early. The hell with closing. That's fine.
That Manster tried to buy me a drink.
Yeah. The Manster was eyeing me, and I don't trust my drinks anymore. The Rohypnol may already be deposited.
He won't take no for an answer.
Yeah.
Barbara, is there anything information or trivia wise you'd like to help roll us into this with?
Honestly,
if not, you can say no. I mean, you can say no to the whole stream.
I looked through this to try and find stuff.
It's hard to explain.
Anything there?
Okay.
It's just this weird, rare thing. Although the Doctor did play a henchman in Mothra at one point, so that was
cool.
Perfect.
We're all big fans of Mothra.
But the pretty lab assistant that he falls for, this was like her own. This is like the only thing she ever did, and she's so great in it too.
A lot of people in this movie, this is probably the only thing they ever did. I recognize one or two Japanese faces from other things. I recognize the mad scientist that's going to show up here, and
he's the one that was in Mothra. Well, he signed as, this is like the only little bit of trivia that I can find. He was actually a signed character actor for Toho Studios.
A Toho contract, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, he does look familiar. Nothing we can say ahead of time is really going to prepare you for the glory of this.
So this was
the theatrics, the makeup, the effects. It's all so
much. So it's very.
It was shot in Japan.
And
so is this still a B-lot move?
I don't know
what movie they were shooting. That perhaps
off the top of my head
also shot this too, or
it's probably one of those situations where they shot a couple of movies on the same sets kind of a thing.
Yeah.
So this was like an American or an English production that came in and said, all right, well, we'll rent this garbage for 2 weeks. And then it was either originally or then became a Toho thing. Then they used it for something else, but it is in English and it was shot in English.
Yeah.
But in Japan.
Are the actors dubbed?
No. It's in English. The whole thing is in English.
Really? So the Japanese actors speak English, or do they speak broken English?
No.
There's a mix. There's some accents, but
there's accents, but it's perfectly clear English.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no subtitles. It was shot in English for sure.
That's disappointing. I always love the lips when they continue to go and the words have stopped, and then you just have
fine. Get your own podcast, Jay.
Yeah, no, for God's sakes.
All right. Unless anybody has anything else, let's jump into this because I love this movie so much.
Okay. I do. Let's get handy with the Manster. The Handster. See, I knew it. This guy's a creep.
I mean, I was ready to dive into the pool.
Oh my goodness.
Man, that escalated quickly.
I attacked her, the typewriter blew up the printer cartridge.
Exactly.
It was a mess.
Satoshi Nakamura, isn't that the name used for the Bitcoin creator?
Oh, the Satoshi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Satoshi Nakamura is the pseudonym.
Now we know how he made his fortune.
Or he was a huge fan of the Manster.
That's interesting. But so far, I mean, that's a pretty good opening for a movie. Whatever budget, you got some bathing beauties, you got some shadow play, and big old splatter of Hershey syrup.
A chronic masturbator whose hair has grown not only on his palms but everywhere else. That makes a different story about what's splattered on those windows.
That's a lot. That is quite a bit. Hey, we got some theremin. Yeah, excuse me.
Sorry, Jeffrey, your level's a little low. What'd you say?
Oh, I was just excited about the theremin, and I swore in excitement. I realize it's not after 9
ahead of time. There's a wealth of theremin in here. Do you still play?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah. One of my links is for our local band here, Awesome Death. Can't plug it now. I'm watching the movie.
Oh, sorry to interrupt your movie.
That is some great thing. So, one of those two guys did all the work.
One of these 10 guys. Fujisara.
Here I am out for my morning stroll at my sulfurous volcano ultra hideout.
Yeah, there's a lot of sulfur going on in Japan. I mean, you get used to it.
Just my normal commute to work.
This man misunderstood the code words for Toro Toro Toro. When they said climb Mount Nataka, they didn't mean it literally.
Yeah. He is really selling that suit, though, I gotta tell you.
And his ass looks great, too.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm guessing those are Hagar slacks.
Yeah. I mean, he does this every day. It shows.
Okay.
You got the stretch fit pants. Yeah, that's
I mean, look at this. It's a freaking commercial right now.
Yeah, I mean they're no Chuck Norris stretch jeans, but it's working for me pretty good.
Those are some impressive eyebrows.
Yeah.
And if you'll notice on the porch, there's the gong.
Of course.
Did he come back?
He's down in the lab now. I locked the door. You'd better take this with you.
Hello, nerds.
I thought he'd come back. He's like an animal now. He comes back to where he was fed the last time. But he never should have gotten out in the first place. He visited a house in the village last night. It's not easy to keep a thing like that from attracting too much attention. I'm afraid there's only one thing to do with Kenji now.
Mermaids in the pond and all.
And I also want to point out, like, this is how this guy gets to his house every day, is by scrambling up loose boulders and sulfuric ash. Like, there's
it really cuts down on the door-to-door salesman.
That's
The
true.
Jehovah's Witnesses are really not much of a problem. Although in California, the
just wait.
Scientologists would still find their way up there.
Yeah,
I like
much like
Just
Everest,
wait for the nosy reporter to show up.
Yeah.
the slope is littered with frozen bodies of,
I enjoy
Well,
being
brush,
greeted with a gun. Like, here's a hot towel. We got a mint, if you want a little spritz of cologne. Here's your gun.
Exactly. Well, he's got to protect those eyebrows somehow.
Yeah.
People are
This
constantly trying to
Olsen
steal them.
has everything.
I like the idea that this is like every day for months at a time. Every day he's like, well, I'm going to shoot it now. I'm really going to shoot it this time.
Yeah, this time.
This
I know
time
every
I
day
am.
I say it, but like
I'm gonna
Lucy with
do
a
it.
football,
I'm going to go there. I'm going to shoot him.
That's what I told Barbara on our 4th date.
Yeah. I think the other thing is there's no foreplay in this movie.
No. It's all
No.
business.
Just right in, bang.
Yeah.
We got a lot of material to cover.
Gonna shoot you now. I mean it.
Going after the theremin thing.
Damn it, they always do.
Kenji! Kenji!
If that mushroom is what I think it is, this explains a lot so
Yeah,
far.
as I say, yeah.
Kenji!
You come out here and get shot?
Be quiet, Emiko. I can't let you out of there. I was careless with Kenji, and look what happened. You don't understand me anymore, do you? I'm sorry, Emiko.
No, I mean, your accent isn't that bad. I'm sure she can understand you.
Yeah.
She's English.
If anything, I'm wondering how she comes across.
Kenji, get back! You've changed even more, haven't you? Back, Kenji. Back! I don't suppose you understand me now any more than she does. You were my brother. You're an experiment that didn't work out. I'm sorry, Kenji.
He just needs the big horn on his forehead, and he's the Star Trek bad guy.
Yes.
Also, he looks like go ahead.
steam and shoot.
That's right. It pays to be
Works every
thorough.
time.
The other thing is, it looks like an extra from Battle of the Gargantuas.
Yeah.
Thank God none of that poison gas stuff reached up to him, though. That was lucky.
His eyebrows are filtering it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Joanne Fabrics craft fur. Yeah.
It's the suit. The suit is steam proof, you see.
Yeah.
He's protected by this
It's wrinkle free as well.
all-terrain, wrinkle-free
Hagar.
suit.
Yeah, you don't see Hagar slacks getting wrinkled. It's just not polyester doesn't wrinkle.
This
This
is why
is
they made this.
Martinizing.
Why
Yeah,
they
the
made
water.
this movie in Japan. You can only get these there.
Exactly.
man from the Matterhorn ride at Disneyland.
Or from Rudolph. Yeah.
Yeah.
So everything in this house and everything in his laboratory, he carried up rocks. Like he carried up boulders and weeds and steam. That's how all of that got here.
Well, did you look at how easily he picked up the giant Monchichi? I mean, he was just like, no problem. Here we go. Yep, see? He's just swinging it around. I do this shit all the time. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's one less. That's one less attendee at the family reunion.
Me next.
Could I interest you in some encyclopedias?
Hey, Vaughn calling.
You have a minute to.
I don't know why I put the toilet up even higher. Such a ding-a-ling.
Is this the producer and director?
Oh.
Shall I bang a gong and get it on?
Yes.
Dang it.
The gong is right there.
I hope no one sees me.
Seems silly to ask if this is Dr. Robert Suzuki's place. It's the only place around here.
I'm afraid you can't see the doctor now.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I've come all the way from Tokyo and halfway up the mountainside in a taxi they saved from the Ark, and then by making like a mountain goat for the last few hundred yards. Where's the good doctor?
Are you the man from World Press?
That's right. Larry Stanford, the brilliant and highly underpaid foreign correspondent. Tell you the truth, from what my boss says, I don't think there's much of a story here, but if there is, I want to get it.
How can you be a foreign correspondent
Perhaps
for
the
the
doctor can
World
give you a
Press?
few minutes. I'll tell him you're here. Please
An
come.
alien?
Excellent point.
I was born on the moon.
That's right.
It's like how the Universal Pictures logo is the Earth.
Yes. I also think that gong is actually how he evaluates whether the experiments are successful or not. They go out, they perform. If it's not good, they gong them out. I'm sorry, you got to throw you in the furnace.
Dr. Chuck Barris, ladies.
Exactly. Yes.
We're not sure it's a furnace. It could just be a barn that's full of those things.
It could be. Yeah, it's just the body heat coming off of him. And I'm just praying that Gene the dancing machine shows up in this at some point.
We may get an appearance of Bagface tonight.
That was also a failed experiment.
Mr. Stanford,
Can I give
I'm
you a
sorry I
haircut?
kept you waiting. I'd forgotten about.
Why does he have the rice hat? Does he go out and work in the rice fields in his spare time?
It's Freud the Baba.
Jesus.
Your appointment. As a matter of fact, your chief, Mr. Matthews, more or less pushed me into it over the phone. I'm not sure my work is ready for publicity yet.
Well, from what the boss said, I gather you're working on the secrets of evolution or something like that. Sounds great, but will it sell newspapers?
I'm a
Just some
theoretical
dead munchy cheese, that's all.
God, I can't believe this fool believes in evolution. What an idiot.
Yes,
What a
nothing
monkey.
there.
My work
Monkey's
is done on
uncle.
paper.
Have you got anything ready for publication yet, Doc?
Not yet. I can only tell you this. Look into the sky at night, and you will see a star maybe 1 billion light years away. The light that you see started from that star, even before this world existed. That's my work, the principles of existence. But sometimes it frightens me.
Good. And maybe we got a story. One more
I
good
have
one
to
before I leave.
I have to check his math real quick. If it's 1 billion light years away, no, the world was here when that light started coming here, because the Earth's about 5 billion years old. So he's off. I'm already. I know he's a mad scientist, but he could at least be somewhat accurate in his understanding of the
Shoddy
cosmos.
workmanship.
Yeah.
So let's
Okay.
let's math this out. So 1 billion years at the speed of light would be far.
Oh, are you leaving?
Yeah, after this assignment. This globe-trotting is getting me down. Besides, I have a wife in New York that I haven't seen for a
Stop
long
trotting.
time. Far
Start
too
walking.
long.
How old are you, Mr. Stanford?
Trot now.
35.
Trot
Forgive
now.
me. I ask personal questions sometimes. It's the scientist in me. I'm interested in the way people develop, the glandular type and so on. May I ask a few more questions?
20.
What was that, Barbara?
Come on. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, if he's 35, then I'm 20.
You're not 20.
What?
This
I
is
know.
Also,
This
I want
is
to
a-
point out Black Lives or Black Votes, who is astonished that the Asian can't do math.
Ben.
this is a great segue. You know, like I ask personal questions. You know, it's the scientist in me. Can I ask you a few more? You know, that's great. You know, great lead in there. Like
I also love that he
who would
used
say
like
no to that? Who would say
the
no?
very old timey explanation for kids that were really big but very soft in the head. I like to study glandular conditions.
And I think that was the impetus for the doctor's work down here.
Yeah,
To master the gland.
that's right. Which gland are we talking about here, Doc?
Well, I had a
I know old
scientist
Harry
in me
Palms.
once,
I know which one he was mastering.
It was less than impressive.
Well, I'm supposed to be the interviewer, but if you want to, go ahead.
You look like a strong man. Have you ever had any major illnesses?
Well, it sounds like the Army all
You
over
ever
again.
been in a
Nothing.
Turkish prison?
Yeah, you look like a strong man. Could you pick up a hairy beast and throw him in a furnace with ease?
The first test is getting to the office.
Exactly. Yeah.
Barbara, if you can get your microphone just a little closer to you, that would be awesome.
I think this doctor is actually Raza Ghul. Did you bring your flour? No. Get the hell out of here.
A little bit, yeah.
Worse than chickenpox.
And in this time you've been separated from your wife, have you been, that is to say,
Oh my God, he's getting the roofies.
Oh,
have you had any other kind of companionship?
That's
Well, I've been
tonight's
a
Oh,
good boy,
a
that's
banger
for sure.
night.
And that fits. So have you been with anyone? You had any companionship? Here, have this drink.
any unexplained rashes, or
Yeah.
discharge.
Any burning sensation when you urinate?
Mean
He's
Doc,
on a
but,
date.
now
He
maybe
kind
we
of
are getting
realizes
just a little
it's
personal.
Just
It's
before
kind of a
internet
one-sided
dating.
date. It's a very much one-sided, yeah.
Speed dating in 1959.
That's right.
Oh, I'm sorry. You want to hear about my work, don't you? All right. Could you use a little refreshment while we're talking?
As long as it's
That
daytime,
does
so
not look refreshing.
A little
It's
social
Jägermeister.
lubricant.
Oh.
Hey, do you want to get blotto real quick before
Yeah.
I show you my experiments?
That's right.
Black lives or black votes.
Would you like to see my glandular condition? You know, I tried that line once. It wasn't as successful as you would have thought it would have been.
Black lives or black votes said it's the Bill Cosby method.
Yes.
And 60% of the time, it works every
Every
time.
time.
guys. Scott,
Yeah, I love
I'll
when
look at this.
people watch me drink like that. You know, they're like, cheers.
Finish
and then
it
they
up.
just hold their.
It tastes like
Cheers,
Rohypnol, but
eh?
it smells like chloroform.
Like Barbara Stanwyck cheating in a casino.
Exactly.
Ooh,
I have a son, damn it.
I'm pleased you enjoy fine wine. Have some more.
Have another.
that's no Malcolm McDowell.
I thought it tasted
Not
different.
yet. Drink
Well, Doc,
drink
what's the
some more
story?
wine.
Well, Mr. Stanford, are you familiar with the latest thinking about cosmic rays and evolution?
Oh, vaguely. The rays come out of space, and every 1,000 years or so, they cause a mutation. Cause some animal
Oh,
to give
look at
birth
him
to
go.
a slightly different species. Is that right?
Check out that big brain on Brian.
That'll do. Now you can understand what I mean when I tell you that I have a theory as to the cause of this change in species, this mutation. I believe
And you
it can be
just
done.
drank it.
Not with radiation, Mr. Stanford, but chemically. I've tried a few experiments with plants and fungus.
You got any samples?
Unfortunately, nothing I can show.
But I've got some great memories.
It's an early Egon. He collects mold spores and fungus.
right. The proto Egon.
Only theoretical records, but I don't think they make sense to you.
Well, it sounds great in scientific circles, Doc, but it's not exactly what I'd call front page stuff. Hey, you know,
So fuck off.
kind of stuff.
Here's the thing.
No, I'm starting to get tired, and I don't quite remember what's going on here.
This
Is it warm in
magazine,
here?
this magazine writer got invited somehow to this mad scientist laboratory on top of a volcano, and he doesn't want him there, but there he is.
Yeah.
Like, what? Huh?
I mean, he came there
I don't
dressed
know.
like that. He was asking for it. For God's
Yeah.
sakes, you can see.
William
Yeah.
H. Macy's actions here are really do you want me to do a lot count? I'll just do a dang lot count.
All right. Also, is it getting warm in here? Yes, it is. Perhaps you should get more comfortable.
Yes. Would you also like a barber smock? I have spares. Very comfortable.
It's the heat from the mountain. I use it sometimes for experiments.
And by experiments, I mean.
Will you excuse me, Mr. Stanford? I'll go down to the lab and bring you up some photos of my fungus
I mean, I have an
They might
entirely
prove
new
interesting
chapter
to
for the
you.
Kama
I
Sutra.
appreciate that.
Oh no.
Yep. There's that rohypnol.
Yeah. You know, Manster, just a word of advice. Don't put any more yawning in your movie, okay? It's not a good idea right now, okay?
It is a
Poor
bit
form.
confusing.
Maybe get some folks running or something, you know, like no more explaining of the movie, no more yawning. Okay?
There will be a good bit of action later.
Bring back the secretary. She'll
Yeah.
have your heart
Yeah,
racing.
Speaking of
Yeah.
action,
Yeah, I was gonna say. Meanwhile, Macy
She's preparing
is
the
having a
dungeon and the
good
ball
dream.
gag. She's putting on the gimp suit.
Bring out the
Yeah.
gift.
Robert, are you sure what you're doing is absolutely right?
Right?
It's a
Don't you see him?
backdrop
Right?
for
Are you
that
kidding me? I know
question.
damn well it's wrong, but
Have you seen my eyebrows or my
Now-
mustache? Of course
Now
it's
you
wrong.
ask this question. Now,
these are the eyebrows of authority,
9
I
months
assure you.
ago, when we were enjoying drinks together,
You may not remember this, but I do vividly.
he's surrounded by giant Star Trek fungus, and he's like, yeah.
Well, he did
it-
experiment.
It shows too. Yeah, he definitely
He's
is surrounded
perfect for
by
it.
that fungus.
Besides, I've changed the enzyme. It's got to work this time. A physical and a psychological change. We'll keep records on every move he makes.
That's not what I mean. Do you have the right to do this to him? After all, the others were different. They volunteered.
But Tara, he's exactly the type I need.
He's a
This is for
gaijin.
science, for human knowledge.
And he's
What
not
happens to
very
one
bright.
man doesn't make any difference. You didn't seem to care for the others, Tara.
I forgot how to care about anybody a long time ago. You ought to
Same.
know that.
Good. Keep it that way.
The abominable snowman that got thrown in the was her boyfriend at one point.
That was her boyfriend.
It was his brother.
It was his brother, and then we're gonna find out
Yeah.
who the monster in the cage is in a little bit.
I guess it's his wife.
Has anyone seen Shriek of the Mutilated, the Bigfoot movie Shriek of the Mutilated? Looks at the guy looked a lot like that too, you know, the big white furry guy.
Oh, so he's like a yeti.
Yeah, Yeti, exactly. They do say Yeti in that movie.
And you can see some like dirty Reeboks underneath the ankles. Who wants shots?
Yeah. Yeah. Wake
No,
up,
it's just an
William.
inoculation. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
For altitude sickness.
Yes.
He kind of creeped himself out there for a second. He was like, damn, I'm evil. Shit, what am I doing?
Evil gonna evil.
I gotta change the playlist on Spotify. It's always playing stingers when I do things.
Now I can William H. Lacey.
Oh, hello, Doc. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. I just couldn't keep my eyes open.
Well, I feel that way myself many times up here.
Especially walking up this fucking mountain just to get here.
Neck, too.
I bore myself.
These are the pictures.
I bore myself.
I thought you might be interested in.
Well, I'll take those
took
back
these
to Tokyo.
Polaroids. Certainly, I'm sure you wouldn't want these to get out.
Is he giving him brochures like, so you're becoming a monster?
Yes.
Your testicles and you.
Yes.
Your
glandular condition and you.
I am Joe's monster.
I have a film strip I'd like to show.
Exactly. It's educational, but you'll appreciate it.
Yeah, if all the girls could go to the gym and all of the boys stay here and study
All
hall.
the guys stay here.
Yeah, you guys, what we're going to tell you is you need to shave and you need to use deodorant because you're going to stink. Thanks. That's your sex ed. Get on out of here. The girls, on the other hand, get all kinds of information.
And free samples.
You don't mind, Doc?
Oh, by all means. How about one for the road?
That's not a bad idea. Might wake me up.
I mean, I would give them a free
I'll be
sample
coming
of
down to
sex
Tokyo very
education.
shortly.
Usually when I
together there.
pass out suddenly, I'm like, what I need's another drink.
Exactly. We need the hair of the dog that bit you.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, it's going to be real difficult getting down this mountain. So yeah, make it a double.
Oh, it's all right. The gravity will take care of most of it.
Yeah, down is easy.
I could use a little vacation from my work.
Sure, that'd be fine.
In the words of the drinker, it'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
You understand when I say vacation, I mean getting drunk. I mean
Transmorgifying you into a meat.
this is my vacation.
Here's the morning report for you.
Thanks.
I'm forced to agree with you, Larry. Not much to this Dr. Suzuki report. I understand he's independently wealthy, one of these wealthy crackpots.
Oh, he's not such a bad guy. He serves lousy whiskey, though. Gave me a hangover on 2 of them.
But he did my makeup and I feel great.
As a matter of fact, he phoned up this morning, said he was coming to Tokyo. Wants to take me out on some fancy dinner or something.
Geisha party?
Who knows?
That guy's starting
I'm
to get
just
the
feeling-
same eyebrows as the doctor.
Yeah, there can be no eyebrows.
In time till I head for New York and Linda. This globetrotting almost broke us up.
By the way, Larry, you're going to be here a few days. I've got a report here on some smuggling going on down in Hong Kong.
I wonder if you could hop a plane and go down there. No dice, Ian. You pulled this one more story routine on me once too often. This time
There's a huge
I'm going home.
market
I'll
for
tell you what
these
you can do with that
houndstooth
report.
coats.
What's that? Make a paper airplane out
I'm
of it
not
and sail
talking
it out the
about
window.
a story, dude.
Matthews?
Oh, yes,
I want
just
you
a
to go
moment. Larry,
score.
it's for you, New York. Can't imagine who it might be.
It's
Okay, I'll
the
take it
whole
over here.
state
How about
of
some
New York.
privacy?
It's a party
Put
line.
that call through here.
Oh, darling, it's wonderful to hear your voice.
That's
What?
all 4 of us agree.
Oh, everything's all right. I just
3 out of 4 reflects.
That's like a poll.
Only one of them gets a picture, though.
So,
The other 3 have to go by memory.
yes.
Wow.
wanted to hear you.
Oh, we've got a 1 in the chat, and that's a thinking man's joke.
Just a few more days, darling. Lots of paperwork and stuff. You know how it is. After that, no more traveling. We can make a real start all over again. Huh? I love you too, darling. But how do you know you love me? I might not be the same person.
I'm sure you're the same, darling. I haven't changed either. I've been thinking about you all the time. I've had a picture of you in my mind.
While I'm
I
sitting
think about you when I go to the bathroom.
It's not the same as the real thing.
Well, it won't be long now,
Oh,
darling.
my.
I'll be thinking of you all the time.
It's
What?
a little body language.
We're going to
there,
some
the
kind of
way
a
she
party
said
tonight.
that.
I think what she's saying is the
the
masturbation isn't really working out. She needs him. That's
Along.
Well, have a good time,
It's
Larry.
Larry.
I mean, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of like electronic safety regulations that haven't been put in play yet. So she says,
I have to say that the woman on the right, this is the face I have when I listen to her play.
You say woman.
Well, she's something.
My name is Frank.
No one's happy. No one's happy about
It's a
this.
glandular condition, for God's sakes.
We're getting to a cure. We're getting there.
Did you know that in ancient Japan, they invented these instruments to upset people?
That's why no one would invade the damn island. And they're playing that damn racket again.
Hell, they invented Yoko Ono. I mean,
Worst banjo playing I've ever heard.
Yeah, you guys need more of this.
It's been a hard day's night, and I've been working the dog.
Larry, as they say in Japan, kampai.
As we say in America,
Go
bottoms up.
away.
Oh, you already were bottoms up when you got Rohypnol.
You know, Doc, I don't know which I like better. Japanese sake or Japanese geisha?
What's the difference? Plenty of both here.
No, seriously, Doc. I've
Or
never had time
Japanese
before to do this sort of
roofies.
thing. You no idea how stuffy these
But now
political
that I
interviews
nap
and press
constantly-
conferences can be.
With so little time left, please.
I like how he's
let me
totally
be-
forgotten his woman. And, I hung up the phone. She's done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Geishas.
Yeah.
Yes.
it's
Have
like
some.
5
Yes.
minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your
I am
host and-
drunk.
Yes, I miss you too, darling. Get
Yes.
home, geisha time.
Oh, yes. We're going to start all over. Bye.
Gotta go.
Let me show you things you have never seen before in Japan. I've been working rather hard myself lately. Larry, I like you.
Would you like to see my 4-assed monkey?
That's right.
Where?
Also, we're going to take a tour to
Where?
Nagasaki. It's going to be very exciting.
I'd like to show you more of Japan.
Doc, you've got yourself a deal.
I knew he was going to be creepy. Didn't I say at the start he was going to be creepy? The
Which
Manster
one?
is creepy. They're all creepy.
Yeah.
The Manster is plural, right? Like we're watching multiple Mansters right now, right?
It could turn out
the
that
many
way.
many Mansters. It's a
The Minsters.
it's
Or the Menzies.
The Menzies.
Oh,
I mean, the women in this seem okay so far, but the men are just kind of.
so
what does that
I can't-
say?
every time you pause on this guy, like all I'm hearing is
And I'm sorry.
I'm not the one here. I'll do a dang lot count.
Kampai.
Bottoms up.
Yeah, you keep saying that.
He played Dumbo in the stage play.
We're all nodding off all of a sudden.
Yes,
Yes. Holy shit.
Hey, Doc,
You can get 10 cents a pop for all of these sake bottles.
tell her it's an old American custom called smooch. And tell her she smooches good.
Oh, I don't
Now,
know.
I haven't finished yet. Tell her she smooches good. And tell her I like to give her some advanced lessons,
I don't have to tell her anything, Larry. I think she understands you very well.
The international language.
Yeah.
Maybe, but let's find out.
Love.
Hey, listen, girls, I think you're all very beautiful. Very beautiful. But I got a special thing.
You've got some cake going on there.
Yeah.
The doctor's enjoying it as much as I am.
I like to watch.
This But I mean, if you were going to be a voyeur, like you could just poke a finger through one of those walls, right? Like,
Yeah,
Hey,
the
now,
private
hey,
privacy is
now.
not a big thing.
like
Watch where
I'm
you
not.
put that finger.
What? Let me make clear, I'm not advocating anything here at all. Okay, I've never
No, I've read about it too.
I've never
All right, Ian, I'm
been
a
to
week overdue
Japan.
in New York, and I've been like this for 3 days. Let's have the sermon and get it over with.
You know me better than that, Larry. Your wife called again.
So she called, so what?
And in a moment,
it's really
the
none of
Beat
my-
generation was born.
It's gonna type a manifesto on a roll of paper towels.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Forget everything you know about journalism. All right. I'm going to eat acid. I'm going to go to this car race in Las Vegas.
Jack Kerouac, amateur. He's an amateur, I tell you. This really is like discount Jekyll and Hyde.
Yes,
absolutely.
And
yeah,
I'm glad he like called on the Beeves neighbor. What?
Eddie Haskell?
If anyone will help me, it's you, sir, with your haircut.
That's
supposed to be home by now.
Listen to me, Ian. I've been working very hard for a good many years, and now I'm supposed to go back and change myself to a desk in the New York office. Okay, if that's the way it's got to be, it's got to be. But before I go, I'm
gonna a hand in that pants, dude. All right. Ease up.
The good news is he still has his handkerchief, so he can clean up. He can clean up afterwards.
Whoa, Dilly! Look, he's making the face. He's making the face like I cannot believe I'm watching my friend do that to himself now.
He's actually like, dude, you need to cut back on the Married with Children. This Al Bundy thing just isn't working for you.
Do some of the things I never had a chance to do before.
Yeah, you
this
sure
guy
are.
Suzuki just came into my life in time.
Oh, he's done it before. Stop it.
Ever rub yourself out on a Zoom call?
Never on the couch next to his pal. He's never done that before. Okay, he's living. Living.
Have you ever been involved in a circle jerk?
He's got some catching up to do with the rest of us.
Yeah, have you ever watched Steve Reeves movie? Oh yeah. Grab stuff with that hand. That's just what you should do. Whip that hand right out and grab something. Right
and
now.
notice his buddy's like, "You're not touching me with that hand, are you?"
Yeah, don't smell that.
Okay, that pipe is dead to me now.
Yeah,
Linda, you already said it, Ian. It's none of your business.
He's lost his tie, but he still has his handkerchief. That's impressive.
I don't think that's a handkerchief. I think it's one of those paper things you put on the toilet seat.
Oh, it could be, yeah.
He's just keeping one with him at all times.
Not one, dude. It dispenses. Meanwhile, in a slightly more reasonable house to get to.
How about a little second before a bath?
Suits me.
Want to see my junk to get in the tub?
Have you seen my basket collection? They're great.
Black Lives or Black Votes called it the Manster.
The what?
Masturbator.
Masturbator.
I'm ashamed I did not think of that myself. That's
the prequel to the Retrobator.
Why, it's a whole manscape.
No, we're not sponsored.
Drink it in.
Not yet. Do you guys want more baskets?
Exactly. Could I interest you in a basket? No, I have plenty, as you can see in my whole collection. I bring with me all the time.
Yeah.
Happy Easter.
So, Marietto. The bath's ready now. Larry, you're about to experience one of my country's greatest treasures. Hot mineral water from deep in the earth. It has wonderful effects and sometimes strange effects.
Well, I've had hot baths before, but never in such fancy surroundings. You know, Doc, it's amazing what I never got to see and do in this country all the time I've been here. I didn't realize what fun I was missing. Still, I'll have to leave sometime.
It looks like a real blast.
I have another surprise for you.
Oh, what's that?
Do you remember my assistant? Tara, you met her at the lab. She happens to be here at the hotel. I think you'll find her especially interesting.
Why especially?
Her talent. She is, first of all, an exceptionally beautiful woman. She's been to nearly any country you can name. She's intelligent, affectionate, and, how shall I say it?
She's a master of the Kegel exercise.
Yeah, her tiny hands will make her cock look huge.
But I'm willing to have a little adventure now and then.
Tell me it's a hand job without telling me it's a hand job.
Tell me, when do I meet this lovely mythical creature again?
Why not now?
Boing, ding, 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 swing.
Boing.
I'm sure you two remember each other.
Well, hello again.
Seen my baskets.
I haven't remembered anything since I showed up at your fucking laboratory.
Yeah.
Well, see, I guess we must have your bath here. You go ahead, we'll wait.
Why wait? I can see you're not familiar with Japanese customs, Mr. Stanford.
You mean everybody together, same bath?
Not
Well,
Japanese.
Larry,
No.
just remember something. I promised to make a phone call to Tokyo. Very important. I wonder if you two will excuse me.
I have to order more baskets.
Pleasure. Well,
Follow me.
I love the women's movement, especially when I'm walking behind it.
Yeah, they're gonna have to drain this onsen like they drain the pool in Caddyshack and just scrub it with bleach and fucking...
I'm just gonna say it. Eli Roth saw this. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say.
well, now I've seen everything, or I'm about to.
There are 2 baths, Mr. Stanford.
Ooh.
One for you and one for me.
I see. And what's this, the Wall of Jericho?
We operate on the honor system here.
You mean this is the Japanese equivalent of a bundling bar?
Well, it keeps
No,
us
it's a buddy
apart,
booth.
but not too far apart.
Oh man.
I'm going to take off my robe so you can see my robe.
Mineral baths and good for me.
Not my inside robe. No.
He's right.
Oh,
Go back.
I
Go
wish
back.
I was bathing outside.
I
I
love
know, it looked like there was a hell of a breeze out there, too.
I like that he pretended
For
there was glass in there.
Yeah.
For the life of me, I cannot imagine what she sees in him. She
Well,
is sploosh
she's working.
level material, and he is just weird.
No. She's working. She's
Yeah, this
doing
is
her job.
strictly business.
It's
Nobody-
the hair.
Nobody
It's the
sees
hair.
anything in William H. Lazy.
Exactly.
How do you like it, Mr. Stanford?
My name is Larry. I think it's great. Having a wonderful time. Wish you were here.
Well, I'm not very far. Tell me more about yourself.
Well, not very much to tell. I've worked pretty hard all my life, and now I'm just starting to enjoy myself.
And plate glass is exactly what you want over a giant pool of hot water.
I think so.
This guy has been pleasuring himself half this movie.
The water was clear when he got in.
No, he has.
I knew.
I mean, there's a
Glad
reason that
somebody's
water
getting-
is milky now.
It's called the Manster.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with it.
I'm glad somebody's getting pleasure out of this
And
movie.
Jamalano
How
says
about
the
you, Wayne?
Manster in me is stirring.
Takes a woman like you.
From speak English beautifully.
The man.
I speak many languages. Is the water hot enough for you?
Yeah, plenty hot.
The real Japanese bath should be as hot as you can take it. That way you get the benefit of the minerals in the water.
Well, I seem to be getting some sort of benefit right now.
He likes
Oh my God, it's a hand. He's got a cramp from masturbating too much.
I'm becoming irritated. I want to see the manager.
Is anything the matter, Larry?
Yeah,
No, I just-
I've had enough. I'm getting out.
For 4 stars, I expected, well, anyway.
Wait, did his name just change?
From what?
Didn't he say his name was Barry?
No, it's been Larry. I think.
Oh, is it Larry? Okay. I could have
Is
sworn he
that-
said Barry.
Is that entire suit just one piece? He just whips it right on.
It's also a
Zip
Hagar
on.
casual. It's perfectly fine.
Hey,
In fact,
God,
the steam helps remove the wrinkles.
This movie is one big suit commercial.
I think Larry just made some soup, so we could do some soup commercials.
Definitely chowder. We could only afford half of the disco ball.
Yeah, what's the good of putting the punch bowls all the way up there?
You know, somebody sitting there going, if you combine both of those together and shine a light on it, this could be huge.
He's like dancing and preventing her from leaving at the same time.
It's a man's job.
She does a wonderful impersonation of a theremin.
Except it's coming out of her butt.
Yeah. This is the worst square dance I've ever seen.
Well, now, this is one hell of a date right here, man. They're really doing up the town.
I think it's actually the same place. You just go to the other side and you have to put on a kimono. And then
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, when I lived in Japan, this is exactly what it was like every night.
Can you mix a martini?
What is that?
That's a musical martini.
Hello, Larry.
Well, this is quite a surprise.
Thanks,
I think
Bob.
I'd better go.
Told you.
I
Thanks,
think
Bob.
you better stay.
Thanks a lot.
We've all got some things to talk about.
Anybody mind if I fix myself a drink?
No, I think you've had enough.
You know, Ian, there's a name for a guy who'll pull a trick like this.
Ian had nothing to do with it.
I didn't know other people were into this.
dragged
I
him
am
here.
also
I flew
an
into death.
I'm also an aggro swinger. I didn't know there were other aggro swingers out there. I'm getting a little heated right now, but yeah, let's keep going.
Brazzers will later go on to build a whole website about
Hey,
this.
Larry, I couldn't stand it any longer. Ian wouldn't tell me a thing, but it wasn't hard to guess that you'd found company.
Sorry, Larry.
Yeah, sure.
Now get
All right, let's not draw
dressed.
this one out. Let's make it front page, top banner line now. So you found out, so what?
Darling, I came here so's I could see you. So's you could see me.
Okay,
I want
we have
things to go on this way.
another wandering accent here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's suddenly from Kansas.
Wait, Larry,
No,
you gotta make a choice.
That's definitely New York. So's what? So's you can
Oh, you're
see
right.
me.
You're right.
Right now, the girlfriend or me?
Both of these actors are actually English.
Yeah. That's clearly everything
She-
else has been very English like, and then all of a sudden she goes Bronx.
Yeah,
Well, she
very
has-
proper.
Yeah, she has that whole mid-Atlantic thing going, but she's actually English, and so is Larry/Barry.
It's
Let's just call him Larry Barry.
it's a next level performance, okay? She's portraying a con artist.
Yeah,
Playing
she-
4D accents.
she's got a son that she needs to he's got doctor bills. She's got to
Yeah.
come out here and deal with it. Yeah.
Oh no, that's
Yeah.
Hell's Half Acre. We're gonna do that movie too.
Yeah,
okay.
she's going next level with this guy. She's letting it drop in front of him.
Mhm.
She's like, forget it.
Tara, I don't think we're wanted here. Let's go someplace and finish the evening.
And by finish,
Good night, Mr. Stanford.
Larry, I'll wait here till midnight, then I'm leaving. The choice is yours.
I made my choice.
look
No
at
more
18
smoochy
hours.
with you.
Like he was never going to choose.
Ian, what am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Fight.
Well,
That's all you
Ian
can
had
do.
I want-
ideas.
The fight, Ian.
I,
But he's
I,
changed.
I hated to do this, but it was for your own good. And do you need some comfort? I know that the masturbation hasn't been working out for you. Thought I would
Let's
help
order
out
a
a bit.
pizza with a hole in the bottom of the box.
Exactly.
He's so different.
There's still hope.
Look, I'll wait here till
Who's
midnight.
hope?
I can talk to
That
him alone.
slut?
If he's not back, I'll go to the hotel.
And then?
And then
I'll get out my
I've lost the
mirrors.
Yeah, get
what
out my
else can I
vibrator.
do?
You want me to stay here for a while?
No. No, please
No,
go.
of course not.
I've got to work
jackass.
this out for myself.
Good luck, Linda.
Thanks, Ian.
I'll find some sesame oil or something.
Oh, it's
slippery.
funny in a way when you think about it.
Meanwhile, on Gilligan's Island.
Well, now that is one of the easiest paths to a residence I have had all week.
Exactly.
Check
Hey, I
this
gotta
out.
dip
These
out
doors
for
are
just a
easy
second.
too. Oh my God, what
Hey,
a
how
breeze
about
life
that?
is over here.
I gotta dip out for a second. I'll be right back.
You know, Tara, I figured you'd live in a place like this. It fits you. It's beautiful.
Larry,
Oh, I thought you meant it's
why did
Japanese.
you come with me tonight? Why did you make that choice?
And full of cockroaches. Just as I
I'll tell you the truth, Tara. It's you I want. I feel comfortable with you. Well, something strange has been happening to me lately. I can't explain it. You're the only one that seems to understand.
He's having a
Don't ever
midlife
leave
crisis.
Yeah.
No, Larry.
Is there any place
not
around
this
here to
way.
sell sports cars?
Yeah.
What do you mean, not this way?
When I belong to a man, no one else does. If it can't be that way, then I don't want him.
You're thinking about Linda?
Yes. She's not going to give up so easily, Larry. I
Wait,
know how a woman
That
thinks.
doesn't make any sense. When I belong to a man, no one else does. What? No one else can belong to men if you belong to a man?
Yeah. She's
painting
you
that
look
with
at-
a broad stroke.
if you look at her face right now, she's kind of thinking it over too. Like, where am I going with this?
Exactly. Who the hell wrote this dialogue? This is shit.
And if you look at her
What?
face right now, she could be Ruth Buthy's mother.
She does.
Like,
If I'm not
it-
mistaken, she's waiting for you at your apartment right now.
She said she'd leave if I didn't come back.
in
That
that
won't settle.
in that moment, she was like, "I'm going all the way," and why?
Have you
I
seen this
mean,
guy?
have
For
you
God's
seen this
sakes, I'm looking at him.
It's the Japanese work
Right.
ethic. This is all business.
Exactly. It's like, man, I hope the lights get really dark in here if I turn them off.
I just,
Let's hope so.
I hate to admit I was wrong. That's it. You know.
Yeah.
You must go until it's finished. It would be best that way.
You wait for me here?
I'll wait for you to come back.
Sure.
If you come back.
Yeah.
Keep it warm.
I hope
for me,
you
honey.
don't come back. FYI.
I'm gonna guess.
Okay, yo.
So these are definitely women where he's like, no, the hell with you. I'm going with her. No, you need to go tell her it's finished. I thought I did with the hell with you. I'm going with her, but apparently I have to be more explicit.
Yeah, let me go shore it up just to make
yeah.
sure we're not going to be interrupted at your house.
Exactly.
It's a trap. She's hoping for a little Yeti
Yeah.
time. He's got a little Yeti on his shoulder right now.
Yeah.
And by all accounts, looking at him right now, this is William H. Macy in the cooler. That's him. Before he gets it.
Man.
God, my masturbating hand.
This knuckle hair's got to go.
Yeah. Wish I had Manscaped.
Speaking of our sponsors tonight, when
For
there's
your
a rumble,
palms, especially hairy, well, Manscaped can help.
yes, when there's a rumble in your manly jungle,
Manscaped, part of the Hims umbrella. Brought to you by 3M.
the future belongs to Manscaped.
Wake up. I want to drink more sake. Wake up. Come on. Come on. Let's go. We're having fun. Aggro swinger.
I don't see any reason she has to wake up for that.
Yeah, he didn't have to when the doctor gave him the roofies. My God, the priest was right. It's not from masturbation. It's a glandular condition, I assure you.
Go home.
Harry, what's the matter? What is it? Can I?
Did she say Harry or Larry? What is going on?
I think it was Harry. I think the name changes in every scene.
Well, when you get the Lon Chaney Jr. syndrome, it turns to Harry.
Yeah, I guess he is Harry.
It's not just me, right? There's been a little slurring of dialogue here and there, perhaps.
Yeah, but he's been the one
in
that's drinking.
dream or in the movie?
Yes.
Go, Linda. Go home.
Harry, what's the matter? What is it?
She said Harry.
Yes.
It was
Well, it's
Larry.
because he is.
Oh my God.
Can I help you?
Nothing's the matter. I don't need any help. I just want you to leave.
I know I shouldn't have stayed here, but I couldn't give up that easily.
Give up what? What we never had? You've been here all this time, you know. I've asked you to join me overseas more than once.
Larry, what sort of a life is that? Living in hotels, places not even on the map, picking up and moving every time there's a new war or revolution?
You married me. You knew I was a foreign correspondent.
Yes, I know, but I figured one day you could settle down.
Settle down. That's a good way to put it. Settle down like mud in a pool. Bridge on Wednesdays, cocktail Thursdays, PTA Fridays.
But you know
I can't
never
give you
meant
this
that.
kind of stuff, Linda. Go home and find someone else.
Larry, what's happened to you?
That's
I
quite
don't
the
know,
metaphor.
Linda. I just want you
And
to let me
then it was
alone, that's
Larry.
all. Just leave me alone. Go away.
I won't let you alone, Larry. I'm fighting for something that belongs to you and me. I don't know how it happened.
Man,
Rosebud.
is it just me, or is that maybe the hairy hand of clarity? Like he's suddenly seeing his life just so.
Is that what Claritin's for? Because I've been seeing the commercials forever and I have no idea what it's for.
I'm still trying to get over his metaphor of mud in a pool.
Well, he made mud in the onsen earlier.
He made something. It's
But it won't
clam
last.
chowder.
This woman, she's got you all mixed up so you can't think straight. I don't know how it started. Maybe a weak moment.
Weak?
Maybe.
You think I'm weak? You think I covered all those wars and revolutions because I was weak? Or maybe it's because I never put you in your place before, never slapped you down when you needed it.
Harry, what's gotten into you?
Nothing's gotten in.
Suddenly, he's become Sean Connery.
She just said Harry again instead of Larry. I
Yes.
swear to God, it just happened. Hang on.
Won't last. This woman, she's got you all mixed up so you can't think straight.
She changed
I don't know how
her
it
name.
started. Maybe a weak moment.
Weak?
Maybe.
You think I'm weak? You think I covered all those wars and revolutions because I was weak? Or maybe it's because I never put you in your place before, never slapped you down when you needed it.
Harry, what's gotten into you?
She absolutely said Harry.
Wow. Okay.
Nothing's gotten into me. I just became my real self for once, that's all. Nobody's gonna tie me down anymore. Nobody's gonna tell me what to do.
What do I do with these hands? Oh, that's...
That's a hell of a ringworm. Oh God, the Jehovah's Witnesses again.
They come out at night now?
The freaks come out at night.
So how many times?
I thought the band shows were bad.
The receptionist shows up. Come on now.
Exactly. Come on, we need some service here. Also,
If
they
there's no gong. This is useless.
their singing is at least as bad as that gal's banjo was.
These are the Buddhist monks that broke what's his name out of the prison in the Barbara Stanwyck show.
Oh,
Cappy
could-
or the doctor. That's right.
Oh yeah.
Well, I'm
you
hoping
know,
they-
Mumbling.
if they keep
The
singing, I hope
mumbling
they
mumps.
decide to do a protest and pour gasoline on themselves and light themselves on fire.
I wish this whole movie would. Yeah.
These monks' heads brought to you by Manscaped.
God damn it, Ralph! You're singing off key again. I don't know how many times we have to tell you.
VO5.
Alberto.
Not a bad set. I think this is a location.
It's from Temple of Doom, right?
Temple of Doom.
Oh my God, they're in blackface.
Yay!
That's the worst impression of a didgeridoo I've ever heard.
I heard you singing. I don't know why I came in. I was just passing by.
Can I buy you a drink?
I guess you
Do
don't
you have
know what
anything to
I'm
drink
talking
around
about.
here?
Maybe that's just as well. Makes it easier to talk. I've got to talk to someone. I've got to get it out of me.
Exposition. I've got to
Got to get it out of me.
the scientist in me. Grandma, what glass eyes?
Yeah, I couldn't stand that chanting
I
anymore
thought
either.
you weren't coming back. You were a long time.
I told you. After Linda left, I went out for a walk.
Where did you go?
I don't know. Fix me another drink, will you?
Somewhere quiet with lube.
It was like a dream, sort of nightmare. Only I don't know where the dream stopped and the real thing began. I came to a temple, I remember that. And
It
then
was non-alcoholic. It sucked.
I was walking, just walking.
Not in Japan, it wasn't.
Does your hand hurt?
Killing me.
Those prayer beads. Where did you get them?
I don't know, picked them up someplace. I can't remember.
This movie's about to go full
I have a feeling I
hangover.
don't want to remember. I want to forget.
That's
Or
something
dude,
I
where's
can
my
do.
car?
Dude,
Help
where's
you
my
forget.
star?
She's like, where did these leopard print panties come from?
Oh, vending machine. This is-
You know, I like everything about this place, but the music. Well, maybe I'm getting a little senile.
You're as young as you ever were, Ian, and as kind.
That is
It's
impossible.
sweet of you to bring me here.
He's as young
I
as
was
he's ever
getting
going
a
to
bit
be.
lonely. It's an understatement.
She seems pretty chipper considering.
Yeah.
It's getting ready to scream.
Well, like chipper for her, it looks kind of exactly like heartbroken, you know, like
Yeah, there's kind of a one-dimensional facial thing going on there.
She needs more mirrors in front of her to
Yeah.
really express her personality.
Linda, I asked you
mostly
because
she
I want-
just looks tired of being in this movie.
Alive.
She
Talking
looks.
about Larry.
She manages to be
Devil's
both
got
tired and surprised.
Right. And disgusted somehow.
I'm so
Yeah,
sick of this
yeah.
finger up my ass. It's terrible.
Get a little scientist in you.
I don't know. Maybe it's what you just said. The devil's gotten into him.
He used to be a good reporter, Linda. Old reliable. Now when I want him, I can hardly find him. And when I do, I can't seem to break through to him. You say hello, and he
Have you
starts
offered him a
arguing.
drink?
I've never seen anyone change so quickly.
Yeah.
Maybe the issue
He
is you
doesn't
never
seem the
saw him
same
as
person.
anything other
What are
than
you
what
gonna
you
do?
could get out of him.
You can't stay here in Tokyo forever and watch Larry go to pieces like
You didn't
this.
care about
I
Larry,
don't know
Barry,
exactly what I'm
Harry.
gonna do, Ian. But I'm sure of one thing. I still love
Harry,
Larry,
Larry the
and I'm
Manster.
not gonna run away.
And
Yes,
Guess
show
I
you
just
his
have to
berries.
stick around for a while and hope.
Used to be a good reporter. Oh.
That guy used to be a good reporter too.
Why I knew if I kept looking, I'd find you.
As if there is such
In the
All right, you found me.
used
Now
to be a
what?
good
Got a
reporter
pretty big story to
bar.
cover this morning. What's the matter with your hand?
brought to you by Citizen Kane.
I burned it.
When are you coming back to work, Larry?
Seems to me I got some vacation due.
Yes, you have, but you're still being carried in my books. I think I have a right to know what your plans are.
Plans? Who has any plans?
Yeah, it does not look
Ian,
like
do me
he
a
has
favor. If you're not
plans.
drinking, leave me alone, will you?
I was about to.
Not a
I've got an office to take care of, you know. But I have
plan to
suggestions.
drink
How
this
about
drink, and
tonight?
then I'll drink some other
You and I
drink.
used to go on some pretty good binges together.
Not tonight.
Look, Larry. Confession's good for the soul and all that. Are you sure there isn't something you'd like to tell me?
You're pressing your luck, Ian.
All right, Larry, all right. Whenever what's eating you stops eating, you've got a job waiting. But remember this, it can't wait forever.
I think I know what this movie's actually
Where'd you
about
get
now, and Chad has definitely helped me come to this conclusion. This entire movie is about his repressed homosexuality and that he's trying to come to terms with it, but just can't.
That's right, Ian. I go both ways.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the risk of spoilers, this will end up with a man inside of Harry/Larry Barry.
Get what?
I should hope so.
I mean,
Well, I don't know.
everybody
Pick 'em
loves a
up
happy
somewhere.
ending.
Yeah.
They're Buddhist
It's
prayer
somebody's
beads.
worth, I promise.
You don't say.
Well, I just thought it odd you had them. They're common around here, but I've never seen you with anything like that before.
There must be a lot of things you've never seen, Ian.
Yes. The Buddhist prayer beads.
As a matter of fact, I talked to quite a few Buddhists recently. I found out one very good thing about them.
They will break
They're-
you out of jail at a moment's notice.
Exactly. If you're in a tight spot, they'll come and get you.
What's
As
that?
long as Barbara
mind their
Stanwyck
own-
sends them.
Whatever accent you may be using at the moment.
Business.
All right, Larry.
I like to follow up booze with more booze. It's like
Yes.
dessert.
So do I.
You need a chaser.
A chaser for the chaser.
Oh my God, here comes Theremin Woman.
You know he's up to no good in an ascot.
Now, this only confirms his homosexuality.
That's it. He's literally killing his heterosexuality.
Yes,
right now.
yes.
And if there's one thing I've learned from living in Tokyo is that women will be walking alone in the middle of the night in Chinese dresses.
Oh, all the time.
That's-
Mandarin colors. Very
And nobody notices the big American guy.
You know, I know it's a side note, but I just suddenly wondered, like, when they sell those trench coats in like pervert brown, are they like, it's waterproof on the inside too?
Of course. And can I interest you in a white van?
They don't call it London fog for that
Oh,
reason.
that's London fog. Okay, that makes a lot of
Fog
sense.
and a lot of quotes. Yeah.
Exactly.
Look at that, Tara. There's a definite cycle. That proves another
Up,
theory of mine.
then down.
It looks like my YouTube analytics.
He's actually mapping out the path to get to his house. You got to go up here, then down back, and then come back to the steep part here.
And then,
Way
yes,
up
here's
at
the tough part
Here it is.
with the smoke machine.
Yes.
No facilities.
The change doesn't come all at once. Larry
And
Stanford
far
right
up
now is
here
going
is
through
the
the metamorphosis. This is his old self here at the bottom of each curve. And this is his new self. Actually a different species of man at the
That's actually when we posted Charlie Chan's Murder Cruise, and we were getting like 300 views an hour.
Nice.
Notice how the waves are rising. Before long, he'll be entirely on the top. Entirely a new being.
Robert, I don't like it.
That's your privilege. Not everyone's interested in mutation.
That
That's
low
not
valley
what
there,
I
I
mean.
think that was our last
I
stream.
don't like what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I know you had to keep him in Tokyo, and at first I didn't care. Any emotion I ever had was killed in me a long time ago. But maybe I've just a little left, and I don't like watching it happen to him.
Are you falling in love with him, Tara?
I don't think I'm able to fall in love. You don't have any illusions about us, do you? You know where you found me. And you know what happens to me if I have to go back there. That's the only reason I stayed with you, Robert. Can I make it any clearer than that?
Speaking of zoos.
So, I'm gonna turn
Look at
you
her,
into
Tara.
one of these.
Take another look at
now.
Emiko.
Let's see, do you have any emotion about that?
Yeah, that's
No.
When she was, what shall we say? When she was an ordinary woman. Not a bad-looking woman. Remember?
What are you saying? I mean, she's not
Yeah.
bad, you know.
got a little
You
bit
understand what
of
I'm
1:30 a.m. at O'Reilly's feeling.
You think I'm
Yeah,
honest, don't you, Tara?
you know, 3
You like
a.m.
to
they
pretend to be a
announce
woman
closing
without a
time.
soul.
That's starting to look pretty
But
good.
these things really bother you, don't they? I think you forget that Emiko was my first human experiment. That she begged me to try the enzyme out on her. And when I wouldn't, she took it herself. And you forget that my brother Kenji volunteered after I gave him full warning.
I know all that. Is that supposed to excuse you?
I don't have to make excuses to anyone, Tara. I'm just trying to remind you of something. Your very good friend Larry Stanford is going to change completely. Nothing can stop that now. I might be able to separate his new self, but I'm not going to take that chance. Do you know what that means, Tara? It means when he changes, he'll be an alien thing. A species that's never walked this earth before. Do you think they'll let a thing like that live? Do you think anybody will? Think it over, Tara. Ask yourself if you can afford to fall in love with a monster like...
Well, not as long as you keep killing them in your basement.
Yeah.
Like Emiko, the woman who used to be my wife.
So Ken Russell saw this too. I'm just gonna put that out there. Ken Russell saw this.
Come in.
This makes me look more distinguished.
Hello, Larry.
For Napoleon.
I'm glad we found you in.
Any reason why you wouldn't?
Put out the sputtering fuse, will you? Are you going to ask us in?
Right, come in. You know where the drinks
What
are.
are these metaphors? Put out the sputtering fuse. What the hell does that mean, Ian?
This is my friend, Dr. Jensen, Larry.
Well, you
You
have
can
to
tell
lick
he's a
your
doctor
fingers
because he has a
first.
goatee.
Yeah.
You got to lick your fingers before you pinch it.
He's
Doctor-
a psychologist. I mean, that's why he's got the goatee.
Doctor, this is my friend who's always hastily shoving his hand in his
Pants,
Anything.
shirt, just wherever he could stick it.
I happened to be
Yes,
with him tonight and asked...
I'm used to that. I can handle that.
Fat Tony Curtis is here. Thank God.
and he's brought Mitch Miller. Sing along with Mitch.
It's Bitch Miller.
Come along.
So his son
You
of
don't
Sam?
mind?
Why should I?
I
Hi,
hate
Doc.
to ask
How do
this,
you do?
but is this your biggest bourbon bottle?
Larry, I think
Fill it up. I'm a big boy.
Is there another?
you can guess why I want to talk to you. I think you know
I
your
want to know
behavior
where
lately
the
has not been
snacks
exactly like your old self.
Now listen to me.
Now,
Ian,
wait
and
a
give it-
minute. Don't blow your cork. I've got a couple of questions I mean to
that one I
ask,
know.
whether they're my business or not.
All right, go ahead and ask him.
First question. Do you remember when I saw you in a
How
bar
are you,
after that
or have
old
you ever
Buddhist
been a
priest
member of the
was
Communist
murdered?
Party?
You had a string of Buddhist prayer beads with you.
Sorry,
and you never
Where
did say
is
why.
the good brandy?
I suppose this is far-fetched, but I couldn't help feeling there was a connection. Now tell me the truth, Larry. Did you accidentally see the murder or something like that? Did it set you off, put you in that rotten mood?
Yeah, I'll tell you the truth, Ian. I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Second question. Do you realize that your behavior lately has had every aspect of a man flipping his lid?
What are you trying to say, Ian?
Larry,
Are you aware of the penal codes in this state?
That's right.
Dr. Jensen is a psychiatrist, the best in Tokyo. That's why I brought him. I'd like you to let him talk to you. World Press will pick up the bill.
So you're a witch doctor, eh?
Well, some people do call us that. I can see right now that your case would be most interesting. Here's my card. What about an appointment tomorrow morning, say 10 o'clock?
Get out of here, both of you. Doc, you go and rattle your bones somewhere else. I look after my own problems. No, we do, sir. And get out of here.
He doesn't rattle bones, he shrinks heads, for God's sake.
Let me alone, that's all. Just let me alone.
Like Vincent Price.
Let me alone!
Necronomicon.
Oh my God.
The pathos, the bravura.
Acting.
This man. This is a man.
So Sam Raimi saw this as well then.
Sam Raimi saw this, yeah.
Yeah,
he's a hack.
Put that right out there. Sam Raimi saw it.
Cultural appropriation.
By culture, you mean petri dish.
Yes.
The only culture this movie has.
Hey.
Maybe he can help me with my card shuffling problem.
Open 24 hours.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He never sleeps.
Banging at the door. A sound a psychiatrist loves.
He knows what to expect.
Hello. Let me just wait for this Swiss cheese and I'll get there.
No, I think he actually he moonlights as a priest. It's a confessional.
Yes, I'm hiding a theremin in my trench coat.
It was like a ding dong door ditch. Like, yeah, I'm banging, but no, it wasn't me.
It's a ding dong door. Woo!
Oh, the brain poster.
Oh, police?
So great.
Police, someone's playing a theremin in my neighborhood, and they're playing it loud. I'm trying to get some sleep here.
Yeah, my frontal cortex.
Oh my God, the violins have come in.
This is Dr. Jensen. Akasaka 5, show me 132. Please send police here immediately. This is urgent.
Oh.
There's a crazy man in my office. Yes, I am a psychiatrist.
Now there's two of them.
Yes.
Oh, more syringes. That'll fix it.
Joke's on you. He's into that shit.
Are you not?
Did you guys notice that, like, naked Ethel Merman is just hanging out in the back of his office?
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's like a mannequin, like a bathing suit or something.
Yeah, yeah.
How did I miss
that?
that?
Yeah, there he is.
I don't know.
I need a couple minutes alone. Can you guys mute first?
Exactly.
Oh my God!
It is. She had an accident. Look at her.
Tiger Bomb.
I have a mannequin of the lady from
Ian mentioned the sparking fuse, and look at that. It was a big payoff right there.
So pretty please, with sugar on top. Clean the fucking car.
Exactly.
Now we want you to react like you're seeing a man growing a second head out of his body.
So Total Recall totally stole this too. Jesus, this is
Paul Verhoeven saw this.
Also a man with two heads.
Yeah, Dan O'Bannon saw this.
Oh yeah, with Rosie Greer.
Rosie Greer. Why didn't he open the door? The wall just holes all over it, so I could shoot through there. This is why you don't repress your homosexuality. Eventually, it will come out. You just don't want it to come out like that.
Yeah.
It happens when you get a scientist inside you.
All right, fellas, go on back to the office and write this up. I'll see you in about a half an hour.
Jamalama does pull a Mr. Brown. Look at that.
Look at that.
How do we get out of this amoeba? I'm trapped.
I swear those are panels from the Star Trek set. I swear.
And this one, Superintendent.
They'll just start using colored gels, and it'll be 60s psychedelic going on.
Yeah, I mean they moved on to hexagons in the second series.
That's
season.
That's the movie they were shooting while they were shooting this. It's some 60s psychedelic something or other.
Yeah.
I knew
The Trip with Peter Fonda.
Yeah.
Dr. Jensen very well.
Mr. Matthews, I'm going to ask a favor. I wish you wouldn't print this story just yet.
Not print it now. Wait a minute. Dr. Jensen was internationally known. This is news.
Mr. Matthews, there's a killer loose in Tokyo, the worst known in 30 years, and I've got to stop him. Now, so far, we've reported every murder he's committed. This time, I want to throw him off guard. Perhaps he'll wonder why it wasn't reported. Perhaps he'll come back.
When you say don't print this story, you're asking quite a bit. I have responsibility to my readers, you know.
You also have one to your friend, Dr. Jensen. Believe me, Mr. Matthews, I'm determined to catch this murderer. I have to answer to my own superiors, and if I don't catch him, I'll be obliged to resign.
Well,
but it's just because it's my job. It's not a moral thing.
I'll hold off for the time being.
Why is there a Sicilian cop in Japan?
It looks like a prototype gaff from Blade Runner, like Edward James Olmos.
Yeah, he just needs more smallpox.
He's gonna hang around the wings and just watch everything happen.
But you can't keep a thing like this quiet for long.
Tomorrow, there'll be a press conference in my office at 5 o'clock. I'll try to have something more definite for you by then.
All right. And perhaps by that time, I'll have something for you.
Whoa. That was ominous. Boing, 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 boing.
Larry?
Harry.
Larry, are you here?
Larry.
Daryl.
Harry. Barry. Whoever the hell
Mama
you are.
Joe. Grandpa.
Good night, John Boy.
Hi, John Boy.
My perpetually less than thrilled fiance, are you here? Oh wait, no, that's somebody else. I'm confused.
Has anybody haven't been able to light this pipe the whole fucking movie?
She's never there as a last resort. What a bitch.
Yeah.
Jethro, are these little poing poing sounds? Is that theremin?
No, that is not.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't know exactly what that is, but I'm pretty sure there's been musical saw.
Oh, that does sound like a saw.
I'm pretty sure there's been musical saw in the soundtrack as well. That could just be a spring, though, you know. God damn it, Buddhists are everywhere!
Your insidious bracelets.
If that's a Buddhist coming in here right now, I'm gonna kill him. I'm just gonna Johnny Walker him right on the head.
Yep, looks like a Buddhist to me.
I knew it!
No,
You must be the cleaning woman. Go inside.
Yeah.
My God, how drunk was he when he decided to bring her home?
You must be the cleaning lady. Here, let's have one. Come on.
Cleaning woman!
You brought a bucket. You don't know how helpful that is right now.
Here at B-Roll, we make our own callbacks.
So.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Try this on.
Put this away.
Gentlemen, the killings have been at these places.
Cheap American whiskey.
Usually we get a pattern from something like this, but not
Like a
this
star
time.
pattern.
He seems to strike blindly, without the
It's
reason.
like 5 stars.
That's a very impressive map, Superintendent.
It's a
But just
general.
exactly what are you doing about these
huge.
murders?
Well, we've doubled the police on duty, and every officer carries extra arms.
And we've
deployed
bought
our
more
men so that
stars.
reinforcements are always nearby.
I'd like to know, sir, when do you expect to catch the killer?
I'm sorry, I don't know. If we could find a pattern, I might be able to estimate.
That guy's
But this
been in
killer-
that stuff. The detective?
No,
the guy on the right or the English-speaking guy?
The guy on the left.
This guy. Okay.
The inspector or whatever. The guy, the detective.
The guy that I called it.
The one that looks like he looks Sicilian, but somehow he's a cop.
Without reason.
That's a very impressive map, Superintendent. But just exactly what are you doing about these murders?
Well,
Not a
we've
damn
doubled the
thing.
police on duty, and every officer carries extra arms. And we've deployed our men so
You
that
know what?
reinforcements
It's
are...
not an impressive map, okay? It's just a map, and those are just stars.
This
Well,
ain't
also-
Star Wars.
I think he's throwing shade.
And why is this guy talking big like, oh, they're carrying extra arms? A homeboy's carrying an entire extra head.
Yeah, like
Extra arms just aren't that impressive.
yeah, you got it. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Shoot him twice?
Yeah.
You have to see him first. The arms were not an issue here.
No. It's the guy with two heads. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Is that a young Abe Vigoda on the right?
It kind of looks like it.
always nearby.
I'd like to know, sir, when do you expect to catch the killer?
I'm sorry, I don't know. If we could find a pattern, I might be able to estimate. But this killer... Well,
he's
Cameron Mitchell. He's got that look.
he doesn't even
kinda.
seem to be
yeah.
human.
Well, actually, he kind of looks like Discount Joe Friday.
Yeah.
My name is Friday. I carry a badge.
Yeah, he's got the vibe.
More questions.
Wow, I like these little red book guys on the far right. Like what?
Yeah.
What?
The Maoists
Yeah.
are like, oh, we're taking this.
What is happening there?
Gentlemen.
Is that
Well,
what we've got for
it's
us?
the red stars. It says these are communists all around here. Oh, very interesting.
More communists. Barbara Stanwyck was right.
That's all I have right now.
Well, thanks, Superintendent.
She
The next
warned
time
us.
you call us in, I hope you've got more of the story.
Yeah. Asshole. He didn't
they're
like
all-
my
they're-
stars.
Well, Mr.
I
Matthews,
got
I
these
suppose
stars.
you're not satisfied
Jesus
either.
Christ.
Superintendent, I've come to a decision. Not an
I
easy
don't
one,
like you.
but I'm thinking of your men out there.
Black Lives
all
are
the
Black
others
votes.
who
Is
may
this the
shortly
first
find themselves-
LGBT film? No, this is very anti, I think. They've cast the repressed homosexual as the bad guy.
Yeah, is that?
It's like Reefer Madness for gay.
Yes.
There's a serious lack of pronouns in this, so I don't know.
Tamalama suspects there's.
These are more amateur nouns.
You know,
Americans in an exotic locale.
It's not impossible that there is some kind of weird subtext going on about a man inside of a man or whatever. I don't know if I could give the writers that much credit, but
Oh, I'm not going
definitely
to.
would not
I
give
mean,
No.
much
right
credit.
at the start of the movie, there was like this like titillating like ladies in a sauna, and then immediately they were killed. That was this film telling you right away, you know.
bitches leave.
Exactly.
Yes? I'm afraid I have something very important to tell you.
Buddhist.
I had to
Give it a
kill
shot.
Bob Morton because he made a mistake. Now it's time to erase that mistake. I'm cashing you out, Bob. Please be careful bringing up RoboCop references
I don't know
around
if you're trying
me.
to use that
You get
lightsaber.
caught-
It's not going to
you get
do anybody
stuck
any
in a loop.
damage. Yeah, this NPC is shit.
I just
If he
like that
starts clipping through the wall, I'm going to really be pissed.
I just like that statement, like out of context. Please be careful bringing up RoboCop.
See, I know they're amazing, but ascots can't fix everything, you know?
You try telling Mr. Roper that.
I keep telling you, go right, go right.
We need to put our heads together and figure out a plan.
Was that an Escape from New York reference? What was that, Jethro? Go right.
Oh, I just say, I keep telling you, go right, go right. You know, the tiny head man. He wants to go right.
You never
wants
listen to me.
Right. The tiny head man wants to turn right.
It sounded like the bridge scene from Escape from New York.
Right, God damn.
Well, it could be. Oh, man.
Jamalama in the comments says, "Give it up for the orchestra." I'm going to give it up for the whole score on this movie.
Yeah,
because I absolutely think this is above and beyond for a B movie.
It's
fantastic.
It's like continuous stinger and big drama. I mean, like I'm gonna go and pour myself a drink. Da 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 da.
That's what I hear in my head most of the time.
Yeah.
It really is great, though, and I'm just wondering, like,
I bet it's all stock.
What parts are stock? What is
theremin
it?
Is not
the
thereman.
theremin.
What is it? Like,
not,
where is that
from?
What is that for? Again, like, it's shot in Japan. We don't know if this is a B-lot film or not. I have not like.
Well,
I mean, the cherry on top of this would be the Willem scream.
Or the cherry blossom.
Perfect. Yeah. They're all perfect.
All the Anglo names and the credits notwithstanding, I feel like this was shot in Japan and finished in America, probably.
Right. Yeah.
And,
Probably, yeah.
But the music and the lighting have all just been delightful all the way.
Yes. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, you want it pretty dark because that makeup is shit. So
yeah.
Well, you're limited when you're shooting on the volume. I mean, you can't have a lot of running. You can't have a lot of wide shots.
Yeah.
Can I just say that Clive Barker saw this?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Don't bury me. I'm not dead yet.
Yeah.
He's going down to where the other Nightbreed are right now.
Exactly.
Woo,
dude, don't disparage Nightbreed, man. That's
no, I'm not. Just having fun. Just having a little fun. It's a great movie.
I mean, that's close. That's close to a Willem scream.
Did we get a proper Wilhelm?
I don't think we are going to get one. This may be too early.
There's no Wilhelm in this one.
Sorry, Barbara, say that again.
There is no proper Wilhelm in this one.
Damn.
It may be too early.
I thought it was earlier than that.
I don't know the year.
59, right?
This was I think it was made in 1958, and then it was released everywhere in 1959 except the United States, and then it was released here in like 1962, I think.
Can we look up what year the Wilhelm scream originated?
I sure can.
Not that it's in this movie, but I just want to know.
How could they sit on this
masterpiece? Masturbating.
I can sit on a scientist. I could sit on anything.
Exactly.
Well, you see, it took us 2 years to decide, Manster or Handster. It was a tough one. We went back and forth. Manster, Handster. Tough.
Beautiful 3-4
negotiation. Wow.
Ooh, that's gnarly.
Wow.
That's like
great.
Drums of Fu Manchu level. That's good.
So, Manster, the Wilhelm scream originated in 1951.
I thought
we don't hear it in this screen at all.
Yes, it does look bad.
Thank you, Barbara.
But still, you can never tell about evidence. It can be
I thought he was talking about the movie.
If I had an app on my phone that was the Wilhelm scream, then I would use it right now. But I don't. I have that. I don't have the Wilhelm scream.
I had the Imperial March as my work ringtone, and then I switched it to the Wilhelm scream.
Soka. Please kill someone else.
Soka?
This time one of my policemen.
He killed Ahsoka. Thank God.
Hello.
We're saved.
We're all saved.
That was Soka.
Are you sure?
She lives on the second floor.
No doubt.
I think I've seen her before.
Yeah, sadly. Yeah.
My name is Soka.
When I was a
Got away
kid,
again.
that
Just
song
can't believe
I modified. So it was "My name's Bazooka. I am on GI Joe."
Yeah.
That was my my alternate lyrics to that.
Yeah, and that's why you're going to hell. Everything
Yes.
after that
I'm
has
good
just
with
been
it.
gravy. But
I'm good with it. I
at
mean-
12 years old, you were like, I made fun of the domestic violence song.
Oh, yeah, that's the least of
That
my
did it.
sins. Oh, I trust you. Trust me.
Well, earlier, Black Lives for Black Vote said, "Harry, are you gay?" And my immediate thought was, "Harry, are you gay, boy?"
Larry, Harry,
Harry, Barry.
Daryl, and Daryl.
Was Larry. Well, whether we're sure of it or not, Mr. Matthews, the time has come to take some precautions.
Wait, his name is Mr. Matthews? It is the beaver.
It is. It is. That's why he's been so concerned.
Yes, if we can find him.
He's more than a
He's bound to return to
boss.
his apartment soon.
Well, he must be undercover because he calls himself Ian, not Ward.
I'm going to handle this personally, and I'd like you to come along.
Yes. He's on official business.
And bring your theremin.
He's a ward of the state.
And
Yes.
hallway. Do you dare?
Oh God, Linda.
2A5. This is a very confusing apartment.
God's sakes,
I
Linda.
hope they was it
Get hold of
A25? Was
You're
it
a
5?
racist, Jethro.
Did I wear the right brooch?
Yes. Have some self-respect, woman.
Oh, she's desperate. She's trying doors at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Hello, anybody?
Yeah.
Anybody up for some sex? Little sex?
I mean, not
Believe
with
me,
Yeah.
I know the look on my face wouldn't suggest it, but I am excited.
Yes. This
Yeah,
is a
not-
look of thirst, deep thirst.
Not to be overly obvious, but I don't think this woman knows when to quit.
Yeah, there's a certain persistence born of desperation.
I can fix him.
She's looked in the mirror. She knows her time is limited.
He just needs someone who understands his second head. Or third head. I don't know. She's really good on the inside.
That was very reminiscent of The Fly.
Now that she reacted to.
There he goes! Yamada, sweet koi. Okada study K.
Haven't even worked for you. What the hell are you talking about?
He's
They had
more
no
stir
fucks to
than
give
man
while he was
now.
turning and looking to them.
Twisted and
Parkour.
Yes.
Parkour.
Man, I don't even see the arrows, the white arrows on the walls or anything. It's impressive.
Not like our last show, you can't see
And this is on like 12 sockies too.
Thank God. He still has his chin strap on.
I had a similar experience in the park at night.
I was the one in the bushes, though.
Yeah.
That was you?
It was one of me. I brought my mirrors.
Yeah, I think Jamalama's right. Larry is gone, only Harry remains.
Fuck that table.
Exactly. I never liked that table anyway.
And fuck this book.
I hate chips.
Where's the booze?
Everything in Japan is so easy to break.
I mean, Godzilla never had any real problems with it, so you know. Also, they should have locked the doors. If they would have locked the doors, it all would have been fine. Even though he walks through the damn wall.
Yeah. No need for a lock on a paper door.
It's like Les Nessman's office. They just put some tape down. This is my house. You can't come in.
Stay back of the white line.
Was that Tara's apartment?
Sorry, Barbara.
Or
Say that again.
Was that Tara's apartment or whatever?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think
they all look alike to me.
Not anymore.
Seeking safety and hand jobs.
What happened?
He got away.
I think I know where he's going. To Tara's. Follow me.
Right.
Oh, good.
Also, not a Japanese name.
Nap.
Is he just slapping them like the Three Stooges?
Yes.
Get over there.
Sometimes you got to be firm with these guys.
Hello.
Well, it's fortunate she wasn't here.
How the
I
hell
wonder where
do
she
you know?
went to.
Yeah.
He's going to try and get her.
Still looking for that.
Maybe he already got her.
Yeah.
And the trope of the concerned wife being allowed to follow along on a police investigation of violence and man-eating.
He's like, you stay with me. You may have to talk him down, but he hates me. Oh, shit.
I know I'm a
I caused all
detective, but
this.
I'm also an impossible optimist.
No, I'm afraid I'm just trusting to luck now.
Superintendent,
Yes.
when you find him, will you
Shoot him.
remember that something's happened to him? Something he can't control. I know, Larry.
Are you asking me not to shoot to kill?
Yes, I am.
All right, I'll shoot him in the dick.
Exactly. No, not that.
So at no point
Can't you see the desperation of my face?
at no point in this movie has she demonstrated that she does know Larry. From the very first phone call that we're introduced to her in, she's wrong. So
She's just nothing but a correspondence wife. She's lived in New York and he's been away the entire time.
Well, she can't even remember his damn name.
Larry,
Please.
Harry.
Please remember, Harry Larry used to be something or something.
Whatever the hell your name is, you know your name. I don't need to tell it to you.
Listen, I'm grimacing as much as I can right now.
Okay.
Listen, Linda.
For Harry
Oh,
Larry.
listen.
Oh, awesome.
For
I'm
Harry
sorry,
Larry,
Mrs.
the
Stanford.
Handmanster.
I can't promise anything
The
right now.
the handsome manster.
Hey!
Hey!
Oh, what kind of mess?
He's
He's been sighted at the shipyards. Come on.
All of them?
Yes. Look, there's only one shipyards in Japan.
They're not a naval country.
No. They're just getting into this thing.
I wouldn't worry about Boston. It's not a college town.
No. Jesus, what?
There it is. The ship of Japan.
There he goes!
I knew we'd find him.
Try not to shoot! Take him alive!
He's looking for the Empire State Building.
Better wait here.
was booty that killed the Manster.
And they are working the hell out of those drums.
Am I right? Practical effects all the way. I mean,
yeah.
CGI.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree, and yet I'm sitting. How many times did they have to stop because that damn thing kept falling off his shoulder?
Well, either that or it was like because he has to run with his head crooked. I was like, man, he needs a good chiropractor after every take on this thing.
Yeah.
All I'm thinking is they found the bravest cameraman ever because I am terrified.
I'm sorry, Barbara. I can't hear you. What was that?
Black Lives or Black Vote said, "There's good in him," said 1950s Padme.
It's just because you're so beautiful.
Charge!
This might be canned soundtrack. Just throwing that out there. I'm pretty sure
when you have the cavalry charge just show up randomly in the middle of the music.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the name of this original composition is not Chase of the Manster.
No.
It's undercranked Indians coming.
It's Attack of the Kettle Drums is what it is. Boom, 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 boom.
And now where has he gone? He's like,
you couldn't find the Empire State Building. This is the best thing to it.
As we all know, there's no tall towers in Tokyo.
so if I say I'm an oil man, I think you'll agree. Me and my son, JP, we're an oil man.
I drink your Amazake shake.
That guy was really flexible for a policeman.
Yeah.
You would know.
Where on the doctor's chart do you think he's currently at? On the peak or the valley? Did he have to get an entirely new sheet of paper for this one?
Well, I think his views are going up, but the retention rate is actually
it's really
dropping.
I mean, he's the way he's mistreating his viewers like this is terrible. It's
a lot of people are clicking and just not staying.
Yeah, and he's kicking half of them out of the chat anyway, so it's really bad.
Yeah, I mean he's pulling really low with tweens right now. So
and law enforcement.
Yeah, the demographics all over.
Same difference.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's right. I said same difference. Tweens and cops are the same.
If you didn't have to climb a volcano to join the live stream, I mean, Jesus.
Your audience
would go through the roof. And not to break up the trauma, but this is all very well lit. This is all very well staged. This looks pretty good. I mean,
yeah, it's a good set, you know.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing their best.
Oh no, my cat is yelling that the food dish is empty. I'll be right back.
Oh,
that would be Ferb. Oh, there's the doctor.
Well, between between this and heat treatment,
I
there's a
forgot
chance.
I was in this movie.
I'm not sure, but there's bound to be some sort of change.
If he comes back.
He'll be here. Kenji came back, remember? At the risk of being over-poetic.
Kenji came back. Remember, I threw him into an oven.
Yeah. Let me put it this way. He was conceived in the mountain. He'll return to the mountain.
You shouldn't have done it, Robert. You shouldn't have
Then I'll
started
just
the whole thing.
Toss him right in that mountain.
I suppose I'm just...
I know he was conceived in the mountain. I'm the one that planted the seed.
Still, look what I've given to science. It's all in this notebook. The whole case history, except for one detail. The formula for the enzyme. I don't want this experiment to repeat it. Ever.
I don't know what your plans are, but don't destroy him.
Maybe you should stop doing experiments.
Not the way you destroyed Kenji. Promise me that.
Yeah, you said this was going to be
You
the
did
big
fall in
payoff.
love
This
with
was,
Gladys
this
Stanford,
is
didn't
definitely
you?
going to work this time.
Okay.
Tara, some of us aren't meant to know love. Not as ordinary people do. I haven't had very good luck myself in that respect.
If
But
this
you've got to
movie
try-
ends in a double suicide, I'm just gonna go ahead and call it. David Cronenberg saw this. You know?
Yeah,
Jesus.
that's entirely possible. What now? What
But Larry,
I missed. What was it? He said that he hasn't had very good luck with relationships, perhaps.
He,
Drugging reporters.
Exactly.
Well, his wife is mutated, so
maintaining customers in the barber profession.
She was a fine looking woman when they were married, but you know, age gets to all of us eventually.
I'm terrible at barbering.
Exactly.
That's why I've turned to whatever the fuck this is.
That's why Japan had to institute an actual medical program because the barbers just couldn't be trusted with this kind of science.
I'm gonna try this joke one more time. It's Freud the barber. No, nothing.
got to try to bring him back.
I tried with Kenji,
Weinstein.
and I kept trying with Emiko, even when I knew it was hopeless.
kept reaching.
I'm afraid that was a mistake.
Maybe Barry. Oh,
But
with this new injection and heat, that's
it gets Don Knotts in the room, so I'm okay with it.
And we got him in the room last episode.
Yeah, we
too.
did.
And that's all that really is important,
Exactly.
isn't it?
No, I mean you mentioned Mr. Furley earlier. I mean,
it's all about
that's
themes.
right. That's a double down.
yeah, that's a double dog.
may work.
I double downed on it.
He might separate completely, split into two human beings.
Two heads,
I'm
you can need
tied
two
in
downs.
knots.
But Tara, what will
I'm
they
not
be?
responding to that.
I'm leaving you, Robert.
You can't leave me, Tara. We've gone through this before.
His name is
You
Robert.
actually have on camera. Like
Do you want to go back to-
we've got through this before.
Where I found you?
Yes, I'll go back to that if necessary.
Don't talk like a child. Haven't I treated you well? Bought you anything you wanted? What else do you want? The illusion of respectability? All right, if that's what you want, I'll marry you. That can be arranged now.
Or
Yeah,
I can inject you with fucking fungus bullshit.
Yeah, you might want to talk to his other wife to see if that's such a good idea.
I'm feeling really weird now because this is like mirroring my proposal.
All right,
You
I'm
know?
making my wife, I guess.
You may need
Yeah,
this, Robert.
like this is exactly how it went.
I've seen your laboratory, Justin.
I had a hairy hand and everything.
Anchovies.
What's the big
Oh, she brought him a summer sausage. Goodbye. Oh, subtle.
Too. I
It's
think the gun.
always
to hell
in
with
the
this.
desk drawer.
Yeah, tradition can
Always.
go to hell. I'll just shoot myself. I'm not cutting my guts open. That's the hell with that.
All right. So when we first started showing movies on this channel, Barbara and I would be the only people in the live chat. We would do a premiere or whatever, and we got this running joke going about the gun in the desk drawer, and here it is happening. It doesn't matter what kind of fucking movie it was, Charlie Chan or whatever. There's always a gun in the desk drawer.
There's always a loaded gun in a desk drawer.
Well, that was when you bought furniture. They had the gun already installed in there. It was a different time. Does this come with the gun? Of course it does. I mean, it's a disc, isn't it? For God's sakes.
Yeah,
it just came in the mail like Tide samples.
Yeah, if it's Lane stuff or Chromecraft or whatever, if there's a gun in the desk drawer. And also, the other drinking rule that we had was if you see anyone pick up a edged weapon by the blade, or just hold it by the blade.
Oh yeah,
drink.
Oh yeah. Oh, slick. Yeah, I don't have a.
Police department.
Hello, operator.
Inspector Aida, please.
Aida, please.
God damn, I thought this was tough with just one hit. It's really bad on this second one around.
Try this time. You used to be my wife. And before that,
I still am your wife.
you were my sweetheart. Remember?
Divorce is illegal in Japan at this time. I'm still your wife.
We went to the university together. We had wonderful plans, didn't we? We were going to be great scientists. Like Pierre and Marie Curie. But it didn't work out that way, did it, Emiko?
Well, I mean, it kind of did. She looks like she's dying of radiation poisoning.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, she's not going anywhere. Like,
well, maybe she is, given what he has in his hand.
Offended the gods. Honey?
This
I
is
didn't
my
used to
new
believe
wife
in
now.
gods.
Exactly.
I'm an American.
If only we had divorce in Japan.
Yes.
Oh my God. Was there a reason he shot her?
He's just, he's overworked.
Oh my God, he's shot.
But did you give him my message? I see. I see.
Do it. Do the deed.
You could
do
just shoot yourself with a loaded gun, but
just want to point out that he has not updated the valleys and depths chart. It's
it's the same one.
It's exactly where it was before.
Yeah. Also, I'm not sure that knife. While the stab will be effective, the cutting is going to be a problem given his barber smock.
It is
not sure you thought this through.
There's no historical data for any of this.
Robert,
waterproof on the inside.
Yes.
Oh hey, Larry, Harry, both of you.
Yeah.
How dare you enter my bong chamber?
Give me some of this.
Yeah. The world's biggest
Time to load up
vaporizer.
the gas.
Suddenly, Larry cares about his.
Come on.
Hey, you guys, come on over here. I got some Rice Krispie treats.
You know me.
Here, boy.
Yeah. We used to be friends. Oh, you're looking so good.
Give me a hand. Give me a hand.
Here he goes with the steam, but oh man. You can't just steam away every problem. Trust me.
These buttons.
Listen, your grandmother has this cabinet that would be perfect for this movie I'm making. If I could just borrow your grandma's cabinet for this movie, it's going to be a classic movie. It's called the human hand.
Yeah, the man with the tongs. Oh no, it's Gojira.
Man, what kind of cop you got to be to get the Jeep?
2 days from the time.
Okay, he's got the girl. Now he can climb the Empire State Building.
Yes.
Just took that banister right out. Here's what I think of safety.
Well, I also somebody in the back. Somebody's like, "Hey, Bob, your kid. They brought their science fair project again. It's in the shot. Can you do something about that?"
Quick apologies to the audience. The end of the file here, the audio gets a little crunchy. I tried to fix it as best I could, but it's just the source material, so it might get a little peaky and crunched out.
Oh my God, I'm going to notice. Think of all these cops new to the situation. Like, what are we doing?
Sir, are you sure you know where you're going?
Yeah, we were climbing up a mountain with our guns drawn.
I thought it was going to be writing parking tickets.
I've got my chin strap on, though. I'm ready.
You know, I know I'm a police officer and chain of command and everything, but I just met this guy. What am I doing? You know? I don't know. It's, you know, but
just follow orders. What do you think I am, German?
Too soon, Jim.
Yeah. Just alienated 1/10 of our audience. Third.
Yeah, Jamalama's right. Is Linda still here?
A third or a 10th, it's still 0, Jethro.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a divide by 0 error on this one.
Still 0.
Yeah, divide by 0. That's a problem.
She's actually like on the mountain right now. Like she's like, I know it's going through a hard time right now, but please. There it comes. I'm bad, Ash, and you're good, Ash. You're
good
good
two
at
shoes.
little 2 shoes.
Frank Oz, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the one who got
in the split, I got all the handsome. They've released the inner Monchi-Chi.
This is what happens when you deny your innate homosexuality, and then eventually it has to come out, and there you go.
I mean,
you
this
might
is
have to
it.
wrestle it
Yeah.
in the mud. Yeah.
Yeah.
The entire time that monster head was on his shoulder, like that signified his engagement to a woman, you know, like
Well,
this is the big climax here where he's like, I'm not going to get married.
He was also hiding another entire man inside him.
Yeah, I mean, it's his secret life. It's his true self came out.
Yeah, I just like Rob Reiner saw this movie.
But that music is definitely from something that da 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 da, and it's
the fight of the Manster.
Well, I mean, obviously, but it's
it has a definite like 1950s serial,
like a sci-fi thing or something. There's a
serial
because
music.
I know there's a movie that has that exact music, and I'm trying to remember what the hell it is.
How dare you insult the Manster?
The volcano solves all into the volcano. Push him in the volcano. No, you guys both go. You both go. Love or sleep into the volcano. Fucking do it. God damn it.
Larry and Linda versus the volcano.
You guys should have all just marched right into that damn thing.
I guess there's nothing else we can do now except wait.
Jump into the volcano.
I'll wait as long as I have to.
It may be quite a while.
Yes, Linda, we've gathered that. Yes.
I have no choice.
I'm going to marry that weird hairy monster. I'm going to marry it, and we're going to
It's going to
settle
pose quite a
down.
legal problem. Who really did all these things?
It wasn't Larry.
Larry's a good boy.
It was Harry.
Must have been something,
Daryl.
someone else.
Harry.
Why did it have to happen? Why?
It was the
I don't
Manster.
know. He was an
A Manster that lives inside all of us.
average sort of guy, the image of us all. How can I say this? There was good in Larry and there was evil. The evil part broke through, took hold. Call it an accident or call
Now
it a warning.
that's awfully judgmental about homosexuality. That's beyond the pale. I'm not.
Yeah, this is a
fate. Call it karma.
Call it karma.
This is just a summary for anyone who fell asleep during the movie. You know, like
how could
No, but he does. I mean, he starts out where it's like, you know, we all have a little homosexual in us, but it's got too far, and then the evil because he embraced his homosexuality. So that's the real problem there. Thanks, Ian.
If you're in the army, it's not gay.
There are things beyond us, things perhaps we're not meant to understand. If what's happened has made this all clear, well then, perhaps it makes sense after all.
Actually, this wrap up reminds me strikingly of Ed Wood movies.
Yeah.
Where there's like a weird abstract morality lesson at the end.
yeah.
It's okay to wear your wife's underwear.
You didn't know this
Have
all
faith in
meant
the good
something,
that's
but
still
it
married.
suddenly does mean something.
Yeah, it's not just entertainment.
Bob, your kid's volcano is still in the damn background. Fix that shit.
Kind of hoping Miss Stanwyck was going to show up in the background and be like, you know, also kind of get in on the.
Well, there weren't enough communists or opportunities for racism. She's not so much on the anti-homosexuality thing
there was
there.
nobody that she could sell off into a chain gang on this one.
Quick
Tara
shout out,
apparently came from that, you know.
To Craig Burke in the chat, who I believe is a first-time victim. Thanks for
Hello,
joining
Craig.
us.
Good luck.
I apologize in advance, Craig.
Please stick
terribly sorry.
around because we have a tendency to go longer and drunker until closing time. So thank you for joining us, Craig. Everybody else discuss.
I'm disgusted.
Yeah.
Same.
Thoroughly disgusted.
I have
Maybe the real monster were the friends we made along the way.
Turns out the real skeletons were inside us all along.
Because we were in the closet with the skeletons.
Ever since I was a child, I've always wanted a second head next to my regular head. And this movie has not changed that at all.
I don't know what that means, but it makes me like you a little less.
Yeah.
But it really is Evil Dead that he splits into two, then they fight.
Yeah. I mean, you know, like I know like we called out a lot of people, but I'm pretty sure some of those are real, you know, like people have seen the Manster, and you know, like the Manster seems actually pretty like progressive and scary for its time. You know,
a little bit.
No, it
yeah,
wasn't.
like
No, this was cheese.
With the eyeball.
This was cheese.
Like we haven't seen that before.
Exactly.
And the blood splatter. I don't know.
I like the opening. I actually think that was fairly classy.
It does. It goes downhill from there. It promises so much. I mean, we have bikini clad vixens and in the water, and then we have the chronic masturbator whose hair is covered everything, and then he spooges on the window. And then we just get Robert the barber, who is also a scientist. And if he's Robert, that's like me when I call customer support. Hello, I'm being Bob. No, you're not. No.
Hello, my name is Daisy.
Yes.
Well, like back in 1959, often the local scientist was a barber. That's
and a witch doctor.
Yeah, and a masseuse.
A moil,
and an escort.
Yeah.
Adult escort. It's a small town.
It's a small volcano.
It's not a lot of people. Not a lot of people around this volcano. Some would say because they're not, crazy.
Nobody else had the stamina to build a house the hell up there. I get halfway and be like, fuck that shit. I'm going down to the suburbs or something. This is
drag up every freaking piece of lab equipment up the side of the mountain.
Well, I mean, the way Robert was grabbing people and just flinging them around, he probably just threw a boiler on his shoulder and just walked right up.
Yeah. That's that's the next thing. It's like it's not Pilates anymore. It's living on a volcano.
Yeah.
No Pilates.
Oh, you like the hot yoga, do you? Oh, I got the place for you. I like Craig Burks as a patron of the barber. I'd like to look at my broken leg, a haircut, and a hand job.
Possibly a small troll or a gnome living in your
if you have any misshapen humanoids, I'd be very interested.
A bloodletting will fix that.
Yes.
Absolutely. Bloodletting will fix all.
How do we have more viewers now that we're done?
I'm a professional. I know the hand job comes after the bloodletting. Okay.
Yes.
I know what I'm doing. Adam, I didn't mean to steamroll you. What was going on? What were you saying?
Nothing important, I'm sure.
Oh.
I was just saying.
I think it must be closing time for some bars, so they're stumbling in here now.
Excellent.
Well, we had a lower a viewer count through our feature than we do now, and I'm just
they wondering they may be aware of the Manster, and they were like, "No, I'll skip that."
So offensive that people just waited till the movie was over.
Terrifying. And I don't blame them.
Look, you shouldn't be afraid of your inner homosexuality. That you need to come to grips with that. I mean, as we've seen, that when you deny it, then you split in two.
I'm afraid of yours.
Oh, well, just because I was in the bushes that one time, there's no reason to be worried. I didn't tell anybody, and the pictures had very low circulation.
Heterosexuality had not been doing that guy any favors.
No,
that is for sure. No.
Well, I mean, did you see Linda? I think I might go gay too. I'm just saying. That's Ian. You're looking pretty good right now.
Tara was of the sploosh.
Oh, indeed.
The bath scene would have been different if he'd been courted by a man.
Yeah.
There'd been no separation there. They've been like, so.
Well, they were in a bathhouse, so this may have been in San Francisco.
I mean, do you mean courted in like a prison shower way? Like, whoops.
No, more a San Francisco bathhouse kind of way, steamy.
Same shit.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, Adam. Maybe if someday someone courts me, I'll tell you about it.
You missed your chance, Jethro.
I always do. Always do.
All right, everybody. your reasonably objective score on the Manster out of 10. Barbara, you go.
6.
6
Maybe
out of 10.
7.
Jay?
Yeah, I think, I mean, for drive-in movie standards, I would definitely, I mean, there's a good story. Some of the characters are interesting. Some of them, Linda, I'm looking at you, less so. I think
Linda,
if
Hinda.
Yeah, whatever your name is.
In context, I mean, come on, the lighting was good. The use of the sound library and the theremin was
Yeah, I mean, they were absolutely like hitting the notes and trying to drum up the tension with the music, and it wasn't, just hi, it's a bunch of kids playing their recorders. The theremin was a bit overused, but not to the point of like some of the real cheese B movie, mad scientist, sci-fi stuff that was coming out in the 50s.
Would you say that the story was the weak point for you?
No, I mean, there are certainly points of the story where I'm like, wait, what? It's a fairly simple plot. You have a mad scientist who no, really, I promise this time it's really going to work, and it doesn't. And then but he does manage to have Larry, Harry Berry, confront his repressed homosexuality. And
Craig, look! Oh,
look at that!
We got a new friend. Look at that!
Oh man!
Craig.
Is it 3 a.m. where you are, Craig? Is it closing time? Are we starting to look pretty good to you? Is that what the deal is?
Iceman already stopped by in the pre-chat, so
yeah. Well, he actually didn't want to watch this because being a doctor and a mad scientist, he felt that this may besmirch his fine name.
I'm a doctor and a mad scientist. I'm not a film critic.
Exactly.
It is closing. Yeah.
I mean, I think I would give this, like a 6 or a 7 for drive-in movie standards.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right, Jethro, your review, your score.
So, I mean, I like this movie. This movie is fun.
Your theremin proclivities.
No. I mean, no. I like this movie outside of the theremin. Like, this, like, it's before Enter the Dragon. Look at this guy. He's got a pit with like his fucking mistakes in it. That's great. It's creepy too. And like a lot of people die.
I do have one thing to ask. Black lives or black votes. Are you giving yourself a 1 because you figured out you're secretly gay? So you would go ahead and give yourself a 1?
I can't tell which way that's going. Is it a?
We're here to help.
Yeah.
No thanks for outing me, or is that a?
Oh, I think that once he realized he was gay, he looked in the mirror and he goes, "No, I'd give him 1."
I would suggest a 3-way mirror on your vanity.
Yeah.
Just take a.
I believe Linda has one available now. She's going to be in Japan visiting Larry Berry in prison for a while.
Yeah, and I don't. Yeah, they don't let your mirrors in prison. Is what I've heard. Is what I've heard.
Nobody wants to see that.
Nobody.
So, I like that. It's kind of a revelation to see something like this from 1959. Like, the first time you see Eyes Without a Face, and you're like, "Oh my God, is this real?"
Yeah.
Wow.
Sure.
Like, wow. So it's really like like it's not bad. I like like perverse sci-fi and of the time. Like, have you ever seen the sequel to The Fly, Return of the Fly?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
The bad guy in that movie is like low key one of the worst bad guys of all time.
Yeah.
Because he's like, he finds out what the transporter can do, and he's just this like low level thug, like a Shylock or something. He's like, oh, you can fuck with people with this? That is exactly what I'm going to do. Instead of killing them. Like, it's wildly cruel.
I would also like
cruel.
to mutilate people. Yes.
Yeah, like, what? Like, the whole point of the first movie is that fate is so terrible, like it's a tragedy, and that
right,
fate
it's the hubris of the doctor that
Yes,
invites Nemesis,
yes,
right? And so
yes.
and then he has to suffer it. Yeah, the sequel is basically, breaking your legs. That's not really working for me anymore. I think I'm going to turn you into crazy morphed up things.
Into a hamster monster.
Yeah.
Dropping a bowling ball in your hand isn't enough anymore.
No.
I'm numb.
Like, this movie is kind of like that. Like, it's just like clumsily, like, like just like, wow. Or, I don't mean to just keep referencing other movies, but have you ever seen The Sadist?
How dare you?
Like,
I don't think I've seen that.
Yes.
The Sadist, like, people talk about how Casablanca was like the accidental brilliant movie.
Wait, the Saint the show, or is there a movie?
No. There's a film called The Sadist, and it was like, and it was like made by like this like father and son filmmaking team that are also
father and son. Are you freaking kidding me?
No, it's a father and son filmmaking team, and they also made Egaw. They made Egaw.
Oh no, that I've seen.
Yes, you've seen Egaw, and like later in their career together, kind of like when they're, I don't know, maybe they're just kind of facing the fact that this kid is not going to take off as a heartthrob, like that's not going to happen. So they make The Sadist, and The Sadist is kind of just like the movie they just wanted to make, and it like predates Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and I don't
know. I saw it like it through like closed fingers, like over my hands.
It's
like,
amazing.
So I was so grossed out by it, and I really thought it was like a brother team that teamed up to make it. I had no idea what the father was. That makes it like 10 times weirder.
It sounds like Maniac.
Like it is the Maniac of its time. It is like cutting edge, like right there.
Does anyone eat a cat's eyeball?
No, but
lame.
But I mean, for its time, but like, to get back to the Manster, like I do feel like some of these shocks that you just saw, had to have been quite jarring in their day. I still feel like, it's hard to contextualize it, but there's still some power there. So you're probably gonna think like, he's just Jeff's crazy, whatever. I'm gonna give it 8 out of 10. 8. I'm gonna give it an 8. We're going 8.
I give it an 8.
Woo!
Yay! We're the same.
On the B level of Mad Scientist, I'm probably gonna keep it at like a 6 or a 7, because I don't know. I have a gold standard of Mad Scientist, and
what is your gold standard then?
My gold standard is Bride of Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I do have to say that and Gemma, you have to give him a little slack. He's a barber. So yeah, he was a little weak on some of the follow through on the experiments. I think one thing that I noticed is the lab is a bit underwhelming in this for proper mad scientist.
A little bit, but you got to carry it up a mountain. So
yeah, but it's not like electricity weighs a lot. You just you get your Jacob's ladders and you find Tesla coil here and there. All right, all we got were some shit neon tubes, and then steam and
panels,
a Das Blinken lights plant panel, and then like World War II surplus radio that was supposed to be a computer one time because it did the beep boops, and then that was it.
Why did we not explore this foliage?
The plants and stuff in the
it's just sitting in the background, and like they don't even like no one is even surprised by it. You know, like
It was
if I
left over from
walked
a
into your
tango.
house,
Yeah, you have
well,
a 3-foot toadstool just sitting there, and they're like, you want to tell me about this? No.
yeah,
no,
well, I
don't have
will
time.
say capacity for shock has been a little
Yeah.
suspended by the fact that I just walked up a fucking volcano.
Yeah, I'm a little tired. And by the way, would you like some whiskey with some roofies? Yes. At that point, you have no shits to give.
I love this movie. It's not the pinnacle, but wow, is it interesting?
Yeah, the thing is that there's not. Well, I think the final chase is a bit of a letdown, but like leading up to that, it's pretty nonstop. There's not like the long, let's sit and waste time like so many 50s sci-fi things did, where it's scientist in room where he talks to people for 45 minutes, and then we go out and see the giant ants once.
I'll agree that the action scenes are underwhelming, although well lit and well shot. They don't amount to much. Like it's kind of it feels like filler, even though they obviously spent a lot of time and money on it.
Yeah, and the kills aren't terribly gruesome.
It's much better on stage.
I think the musical was fantastic. But I mean the pacing of it is there's not big long exposition dump. There's not kind of the okay, let's all sit and have a meal where nothing is happening other than we're just kind of burning time like Disney Plus.
There's not a lot of exposition dumps in this.
No, there's not a lot of exposition jumps, and then when they are
early on, there are.
But they're properly diegetic. I mean, it makes sense within because it's hi, I'm here to interview Scientist Man.
Yeah, tell me about you, Scientist Man.
Yeah,
it fits. So it's not like it doesn't feel dumpy,
right?
Well, I'm actually thinking of like the conversation where he gets the gun right at the very start. Like he just kind of walks in and is like, "Ladies and gentlemen, my backstory, and now please hand me a gun."
Yeah,
but that's not really too much of a criticism. Like it's.
Yeah, I mean, at least it's done. He's talking to Tara for parts of it, but also he's having his own conflict because he's about to dispose of his brother.
Hands him the gun.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how is everybody feeling? Do we want to do another short?
I'm ready to roll.
I'm feeling good.
Get it.
I'm good.
I'm having fun.
Great.
So, I didn't know we were going to have shorts. That's.
Well, great. I don't have shorts.
I didn't wear pants. Yeah, so if we could have shorts,
I'm still peeing in a milk jug.
I dare wear shorts.
Yes, if you dare wear shorts, nair for short shorts.
Yes. Truer words were never spoken.
Wow.
From Planet Mongo, Jake has suggested a short that I had never seen. Once again, it ain't no old Negro space program.
I mean, it's hard to beat. It's hard to beat NASA.
That is one of the funniest things I've ever seen.
That is such a classic.
But tonight I can bring up the Universal Monsters
United Monster Talent Agency.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is in a day where we have CGI everything and the volume and all that, right? The way they used to make old movies is they used real monsters, and this is a behind the scenes look at how that was handled from the filmmaking side.
Oh, yeah, awesome. That sounds great.
I did screen this. I was a little concerned about the video quality about it, but I think it's worth watching regardless of the file. It is an exceptional concept by Greg Nicotero and his team at that time. And the concept is totally solid. I don't think it's laugh a minute, but it is filled with amazing cameos.
Oh,
So
there are so many Easter eggs.
yeah, so
Nice.
it's very much a game of spot so and so.
Yeah.
And overall very, very funny concept and well done.
I'll say Iceman has joined us again.
Iceman slept 2 hours and he's back again, like a true
Well,
doctor.
He took a nap.
Yeah, he was here in the pre-chat.
He didn't want to see, you know, mad scientist portrayed negatively, so he just wasn't. He's not down for that.
I don't blame him.
Well,
I slept through most of it.
It's about time someone spoke up. You know?
I think so.
Yeah.
All right. Well, without any further,
Even though
bullshit.
let me just say, even though I love to slander him, I do. But
You
know,
Well,
slander
they're asking for walking around in those lab coats with those Jacob ladders. So what do they think they're going to happen?
I mean,
Oh,
you know,
doctors
like
in general.
Oh
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
guilty as charged. But you know, like I'm glad someone's speaking up for him. It would never be me.
Yeah, it's not me.
Yeah, but I'm glad.
But people like them. Like you. Like Larry, Harry, Daryl, and Daryl.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Larry, Harry, Linda, and Hinda.
Let's
May
just
they
do
live
this.
happily, lappily ever after.
Well, Iceman, if you throw me some bucks, I can do it ASMR if you like.
Hello.
So good, I'm glad.
I'm here! Hurry!
Sorry about the aspect ratio being stressed out.
All right, everybody, the next setup is on the deck of the Rita. Let's go!
Hollywood, California, showbiz capital of the world. Whether it's cowboys and Indians, gangsters, or glamour gals, it's the job of the big studios to give
Jay, did you do the voiceover for this?
I did not.
the public what it wants. But what to do when the public
what to
wants
do?
monsters? Well, you call the United Monster Talent Agency. For years, their clients have thrilled audiences with spine-tingling menace and the origin of these box office women is the talk of Tinseltown.
The Purina Gorilla Chow
It is
is
within
great.
these walls.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice.
Walls you will find Dracula, the Mummy, and Frankenstein's monster. UMTA has talent scouts scouring the globe to lure in the biggest and brightest talent this side of the Black Lagoon.
United Monster Talent Agency. United Monster Talent Agency. The Count only takes calls after dark. Thank you. The calling guy has a star. He's not working this week. Thank you. United Monster Talent Agency. United Monster Talent Agency. Oh, the alligator people are no longer represented by the agency. He ate your whole arm. Well, check the sewer.
Here's an agent and a producer closing a deal for Dracula.
I'm just laughing. Yeah.
That's right, folks. Two bloodsuckers agreeing on the price of one. Thanks to UMTA, that is. Until recently, UMTA has been a tightly kept secret. But as monsters continue to rake in profits, the Black Cat is out
The Invisible Man signing a contract.
of the bag.
Attention, UMTA workers. Frequent transfer and process.
Hey, fellas, I don't think that Gill man is interested in a slimy bucket of fish for dinner. Cary Grant has the Polo Lounge, and Lana Turner has Schwab's. But it's here in the secure levels of UMTA where our stars can be found getting their beauty rest. Here we see Frankenstein's monster, recharging his batteries for his next big role. The mood here is electrifying. Can't let the dust settle on this Hollywood star. He's just been booked for 2 more pictures. This is one star no leading lady wants a love scene with. Or do they? You may not always see our monsters coming, but you can find just about anything here. Even your mother. Lunchtime can always get a bit tricky with this thing from another world.
Oh, nice.
And
You don't
while
see too many. You don't see too many references to things
To
from
the original
another world.
thing, yeah.
Yeah,
The
they got
original
the
thing-
hand and everything. Yeah, good job.
The
good
original
job.
thing is criminally underrated. It is such a good movie.
Vampires, ghosts, and werewolves are still the stuff of nightmares. UMTA is moving boldly into the future, thanks to the miracles of atomic age, super science.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas.
UMTA's skilled technicians have recently opened a new
Paul
wing to
Williams.
usher in the modern age of fright films, dabbling with everything from giant radioactive mutations to flesh-eating zombies. Hey, pal, better make sure that meat is rare. As
This is
Classic
especially
zombie.
funny because they had just started doing The Walking Dead when they made this.
Oh,
Well,
nice.
That goes back
That's
to
awesome.
Dawn of the Dead or Day of the Dead. At
Yeah.
least.
That's
The
a
yellow-
Dawn.
but that's why
like
they're
the Dawn
that's why
shot,
they're
yeah.
it's hilarious for them to make sure that they're including zombies.
filmmakers take a shining to these new creations, the UMTA
shining.
Monsters of Tomorrow Lab is ready to meet their nefarious needs. Who knows?
And the other thing,
If there's an emergency, scat, man.
yes, no, that's the that's now they're disposing of the proper thing from 1982.
Yeah. But I love in the original thing the way that they dispatch him is like putting down some cyclone fencing on the floor and electrocuting him.
Yeah, just electrocute him.
It's so good.
Also, he's a vegetable.
They will
Also a giant carrot.
dream up. With Hollywood's top directors swinging by the agency for inspiration, UMTA sees no limit to the profit potential of its creaking crypt of matinee monsters and double feature demons. The agency is hoping that inspiration will pay off.
That's Robert Rodriguez
Yeah.
Oh, really?
in the background. Yeah, this whole
But-
thing is full of fucking ridiculous cameos.
He looks
Yeah.
so much like Mel the Cook on Alice.
He is hoping that inspiration
Did
will
a really
pay
good
off
job.
in the form of starring
No,
roles
he doesn't
for their
look like Dick
clients,
Tayback.
and in turn, big box office. Let's take a glimpse behind the scenes at one of UMTA's biggest stars at work.
Larry, you're in a bit of a pickle here. You got to use this telephone, and you're going to call over.
And we all recognize
Yeah.
the
Eli
Luke
Roth.
Costello.
You
And you got a
definitely
nice cowboy
watched
chart?
the
Yep.
movie we
All right,
just
good.
watched.
We should
shoot this soon.
Oh, yeah. Good idea. There you
It's
go.
the
All right,
title.
let's roll it.
Give me a bell, Sammy. Wolfman transformation. Take one.
And action.
Do you have 2 crates addressed to the McDougal House of Horrors? Now listen to me. Tonight the moon will be full here. I haven't much time. Under no circumstances are you to deliver those crates until I arrive. Understand?
Bad dog.
And cut. Great. All right, fellas, on to the haberdashery.
So remember, for things that go bump in the night, things that make your skin crawl, you can bet the United Monster Talent Agency will be there.
Okay, so watch the credits.
It's so great.
Marabon.
I gotta kid you, Johnny. He just finished med school, but he wants to be an actor. Say it, get in here. Get
this face. Look at this face. Oh, what a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure to meet you, sir. I see franchise with this kid. We can make a whole bunch of movies just around him.
Sequels are out the another whole nest of them.
It's gonna be big.
I don't see it. There's a lot of guys like you getting off the bus every day.
Oh, you think so? I think I have a pretty unique.
Oh, come on. Look, nobody's blonde, for f***'s sake. I see franchise.
The movie's called Franchise?
No, it's a picture with monkeys and humans, and it's a franchise. I'm telling you, I see merchandise.
Do you work with animals?
I work with humans every day.
Really?
Yeah.
Sounds fantastic.
11, Juliet, take one.
Wolfman marks his territory.
This is what we dub in a huge
Well, I got a very angry call from a very upset wolfman. There were no grapefruit candles in his trailer.
Very nice.
I love that.
Not bad.
Very nice.
That's so much better when they use real monsters and not this crap now.
Before all those work laws went into effect. And
I think the SPCA had something to do with it.
Have your monsters spayed or neutered.
Exactly.
The MSPCA.
Good.
Yeah,
stuff.
I love they like the Wolfman, transformation. They go with the classic,
Yeah.
in camera style and
the I don't even know what you call it. It's not stop motion, but it's transitional.
Yeah, it's just in camera. They just stop and then
in camera. There's a lot of love in that. And Greg Nicotero's work has always been just phenomenal. Yeah, there's nothing you can nitpick about him, from everything from Once Upon a Time in Mexico to Walking Dead and whatever.
Well, at least when they were paying him for
K and B period. I mean, like
Right.
anything that came, like just
Yeah.
man, so good.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're passion shows and everything they do.
Yeah, they're one of the effects groups that was right there, like kind of right at the end of practical, like just right.
Yeah, that's a thing I wonder about is that at some point do we start moving back to practical because of just the ballooning budgets of all CG and the kind of the uncanny valley that you run into, or the when you're limited by both the physical makeup and the effects you can do, but also having to deal with a physical camera and not just here, take the CG and spin it everywhere like we're on a roller coaster and I don't know what the hell is up or down.
That's the argument that has irritated me since the proliferation of CGI, is that, it's cheaper. Wrong.
No.
1,000 times wrong. It is more flexible, but it is absolutely not cheaper in almost any situation, any environment.
Right.
And
What
it's
what
not
it is
nearly as interesting to watch.
No,
You
it's
also-
it's
yeah.
easier. It's easier for someone who isn't, actually doing the craft right with storyboards and knowing exactly how everything else right is. I don't know, we'll fix it in post or whatever, and just do the thing and okay, and it's become a crutch for lazy / incompetent directors and writers.
And I don't know, like, if I'm, I mean, I don't know much about like the CGI creation process, but it seems like there's no room for happy acts. If you have physical property on set that you're shooting, then you're interacting with it and you can see what it does.
Look no
and
further than
and then maybe
than-
things can happen. You know,
the explosions in any practical effects film, from Star Wars to Independence Day to anything else, and when you see those little tiny bits of things like a tire flying off and hitting the camera lens, or any of those amazing natural little elements that occur, it doesn't happen in CG because no one is like,
I mean, it can't, right?
the luxury to create that sort of thing on
Well, I mean, you can, but you have to, again, you'd have to know ahead of time that that's what you want. But also the problem that CG has in a lot of movies, especially, the Disney crap, where it's just here, stand in front of green screen and here you go. And George certainly contributed to this mess as well. Reality is far more complex than you think it is. And the little things, because, we evolved to recognize patterns in three-dimensional space and to see certain things. And it just,
as a matter of survival, we've evolved.
Right. Because if you didn't do that, you got eaten, and that was not a positive.
Yeah.
So we inherently pick out things where even, I say you don't have to be a veterinarian and know you stepped in dog shit. People can sense the wrongness about it in a way they can't tell you what it was. They won't point to it. It'll just be, oh, it took me out. Right. It's no longer.
It's
I
the
no
red
longer
letter
think it's,
media trope. It's your brain did.
right.
Maybe you didn't see it, but your brain did.
Right. And it's
true.
that part of the brain that is like down in the brainstem with it, that kept you alive when you didn't have frontal lobes. That they're still there. Right. And so the thing about when you're doing, and there's a certain randomness to, like, when you're building models and you're like, okay, I need it to look complex. I'm going to greeble this. I'm going to give it some texture and all that to try and reproduce that kind of natural chaos and randomness to, physical surfaces that have actually been built up in 3D. It's really hard to do that accurately in CG. And so the best CG is the stuff that kind of lays in the back, or depends. Jurassic Park is really good for, you're going to see the CG dinosaurs. You're going to see them either in motion with a lot of blur, so we can't pick that up, or in a distant shot where a lot of things are just blurry because they would be out of focus, just a little out of focus for you,
or a herd of something.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, again, because of the herd, that it's drawing, it draws your attention. You look at that, right? So they can focus on, let me make the dinosaurs realistic. And Phil Tippett had a lot to do with that because of his years doing stop motion, his understanding of movement, and how things should behave, organically. But if you look, nobody remembers what was behind, the brachiosaurs when it's up and then drops down, right? You're too busy locked onto that thing, because you're either giving them a single piece that's really lovingly put together and done well, or you're giving them, oh, look, we're running with the herd of the duckbills, and it's motion blur, right? They're running by, everything is coming fast. You don't have time to focus on it, right? But when you look at something like, do Star Wars in CG, and then you look at the original Star Wars, and you go, well, why does this look, why does the CG look shittier? Well, it's because it's smoother,
hollow?
Right? It's smoother. It doesn't seem like it has depth. And little modeling, if you actually turn, okay, I'm going to compute all physics. Man, you better have a lot of supercomputers just to render from frame to frame, right? So all physics engines make shortcuts, and we pick those up because we evolved in this 3D world. We know how things work.
But you can't really program the random. You can't really program that tire blowing off of a car and hitting the lens unless you consciously make an effort to sit down and do it.
Yeah, or you just compute the living hell out of the physics and chance shows up, right? But the cost of doing that, it's like the difference, CG is in many ways closer to the old 2D animation, where things are intentional. You take shortcuts, right? You don't have, nobody's using a physics engine when they're making Snow White.
Right.
They just have a sense of movement and all that, right?
But
in order to be able to deliver CG in a timely fashion, you have to take those shortcuts.
Real reference material, and not necessarily
right. They weren't pure rotoscoping, but you had keyframes that you looked at and said, okay, this is how they move. And then we know as animators, we have to exaggerate it to give it the feel of motion. It's look at classic Disney 2D animation, and it's big like stage. Right. The expression, all of the physical movements are bigger. The facial expressions are exaggerated, right? And it's because they know they have to do that to overcome the fact that we know this isn't real people. But so the little things that would trigger us by reading faces and emotions, that's not there in 2D cell animation. But if you exaggerate it, then we pick up on it and we see it, and we can identify it a lot easier. CG operates in kind of similar ways, but the problem is that you have, between the time crunch, between the complexity of the shots you're doing, and oh, by the way, we also know there's no way in hell a physical camera did this.
Right.
Yeah. We've seen movies for so long that the camera itself has become part of the language of film, right?
Well, that goes back to French New Wave stuff. Yeah. The presence of the camera.
I remember when I was doing 3D stuff with Lightwave back in the 90s, that we had lens flares that we could render, when we were doing the 3D rendering stuff. Man, that was great. But lens flares are artificial. They only exist because of the camera. But lens flares have become a language of cinema because of the camera, right? The camera
which makes
is integral to a lot of the languages used.
A lot of the success in terms of depiction from a show like Firefly is one of the first shows that you ever saw POV camera shake that was actually motivated, not just for effect, but like you were looking back from a shaking ship onto another ship in pursuit. Or whatever.
Yeah, you actually the first time you really get a good taste of that is Babylon 5, which was rendered with Lightwave.
Okay, all right. I'm not well versed in Babylon 5, but to me, Firefly was like a revelation. Seeing that kind of
what you have. So B5 is 90s. J. Michael Straczynski, and it was all done. The exterior shots and all that were all done with Lightwave, being rendered 3D, and they definitely take advantage of lens flare, of shaky on certain shots that it makes sense for, that it's kind of diegetic to, not just Snyder versus just shake and do all kinds of piss filters and all that, right? That it's there. The CG, if you look at it now, you're like, man, you can tell that they were limited in their rendering power for the polygons and all that, right? But a lot of the ships, they still look legit, and the way that they use the 3D, the way that they controlled the camera for those CG shots is very much where you see kind of the pinnacle of it in Firefly.
Yeah, Iceman pretty much nailed it, and I think anyone with a basic knowledge, a basic lexicon of film, would agree that the best use of CG is enhancement, whether it's set extensions or
increasing crowd sizes.
Right. The Lord of the Rings, like wide shots of the battle scenes, they still hold up.
Yeah.
Where you have thousands and 10,000s of troops massing, it looks fine. But when you look at Snyder's fucking excrement, like it falls apart so fast. It's just awful. Your brain knows the difference, and that's the bottom line.
Yeah,
it knows whether it's looking at something physical that really existed or not.
Yeah. I mean, we just innately know it, and the other thing is that we know because we've seen enough movies. We know enough of the language of cinema, even if we can't express it, right? That we just know it's like, yeah, no camera does that. You can't do that, right? And so it looks cool, whatever. Yeah, if you turn your brain
explosions,
off, good luck. Yeah, look, did you see the boom, boom, and then I spun and whatever. That's why The Hobbit is a fucking train wreck.
Yeah. There's a number of reasons why that's a train wreck.
Yeah, but I mean, just from a visual standpoint, it's a train wreck.
It's painful to watch.
Yeah,
I haven't seen it. I did see all the Lord of the Rings, but by the time the Hobbits came out, I was like, I think I'm done with this aesthetic.
You dodged a bullet.
Yeah, I saw the first Hobbit, and sadly, I got stuck in a 3D theater for it, and I was like, I'm out. No, bye. I don't want to see the rest of this crap, because the going, the river thing was like, I mean, this is just ridiculous.
You could have ducked out and watched the latest Ben Stiller comedy from midway through.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. We all agree CG is basically being used as landfill.
Yeah, I mean, it's enabling incompetent people.
Yeah, it's become a mop for the laziness of everyone ahead of them in the line.
Yeah, we'll fix it in post. We rewrote it. Okay, well, let's just re-render this stuff or whatever. Look, you decide you're going to edit Ben-Hur. You are not reshooting the racing scene.
Right.
Yeah, Iceman is 100% here too. Like wire erasure. I'm not sure what the word is. Erasing wires for actual physical stunts, even though they're on wires. Set extensions, things like that.
Right, the shock waves for the bullets for bullet time.
You go back to the movie that introduced CGI to the world, which was Terminator 2. There is a lot of prosthetic work in Terminator 2. And like a big part of that is because they were like, they didn't know if they could like consistently sell it. And they were right.
Yeah, so they built
there's at least 3 movies that predate T2 that have noteworthy CG.
Yeah, it's not the first.
Yeah,
Tron,
not the first, but that was
Last
Starfighter. That was what really was brought it into the forefront of the film watching consciousness. Was like,
I think young Sherlock Holmes was one that got people's attention, that was pretty widely saw as well, with the stained glass knight. That's the first CG character that's in movie. Like Last Starfighter, the ships and stuff like that. That's all done. And then Tron, bits and pieces of it. That's, and boy, can you tell that the age of the rendering on that. And they were using some of the most expensive supercomputers at the time. They were using Cray XMPs, I think, to render those.
I kind of feel like Tron has aged well. Like, not, I think like the story has always been ridiculous, and it's always been kind of not an especially good movie.
It's a bit flat.
Visually, I feel like it has aged very well.
It's very unique. And the thing about the story, because I always, for younglings that I encountered, and they'll be like, "Oh, I saw Tron, this is stupid," and whatever. It's like, but you have to understand the time in which this was made, right? This is 82, when the home computer is just starting to get real traction. When
the first Amiga came out,
the Amiga came out in 85. Tron's 82, right? So you're looking at the VIC-20, the very initial release of the Commodore 64, right?
I had a VIC-20.
Yep, so did I. First computer that I had.
You could make those. You could make those balls roll in red. You could make those balls roll in blue.
Yep, and you use the PET ski to do cheap animation, because God knows that if you went to actual graphics mode, it was so chunky that you might as well just draw giant squares on your screen.
And I don't want to blow your mind, but you could also make those balls roll.
Oh yeah,
in green.
Can you lock?
You had the option of green as well. All those balls, so many balls.
So many balls.
So many balls.
But
way
the
before
fear,
Mr. T started
computers.
eating them.
Yeah, the fear of computers and the unknown of it, right? And so much like what you see now with modern AI, people their experience of computers were sci-fi stuff where it was computer tell me so and so and Star Trek, and so they tended to anthropomorphize them, right? And it was oh, this thing it doesn't like me. Well, it doesn't like anything. It doesn't have right?
Well,
but
that's the immediate reaction,
right?
to
And so the hilarious thing is Tron is an actual command, trace on, when you're running a program. If it crashes, then you can get a dump trace of what crashed, right? A lot of the names in there are actual Unix programs that were used, right? And the MCP, the master control, right? The logic of it is actually it's anthropomorphizing actual computer systems and the way things work, right? I need an IO port so I can talk to the user, right? The idea that
based on real protocol,
right? But it's also built on the kind of the mysticism that everyday people viewed computers with at the time, right? We look at it now and it's like, what the hell are you talking about, right?
It's friendly to people that are not computer literate, and
right, and it matches their kind of internal view of what computers, what's going on inside, right? Because they don't understand the circuitry and Boolean
and that's
algebra
not necessary for the story that's being
right,
told.
right. And so it fits so well with their preconceived notions of what computers are, and then tells this interesting story about things going on within it. That and I love the idea that the users are like gods, right? That do you believe in the users?
Right.
And the MCP, there's a reflection of time sharing at the time, right? That the Tron kind of really speaks to the home computer versus the big industrial timeshare type stuff, right? And so it's the story is definitely of its time and doesn't necessarily work all that well now. But you have the same thing with like Ex Machina, that people are like, oh, and it'll do this and that, and then they see, oh, and I've seen Chat GPT, oh, it's just like, no, it's not. Stop it. These are not the same things.
Right. Yeah.
But the idea of like Ex Machina, I mean, that goes back to, I can't remember if it's a Twilight Zone or an Outer Limits, with the guy who builds the robot that's conscious. It's got Leonard Nimoy in the episode. He's like a reporter, and they're trying him, and the daughter is arguing that the robot is actually a human, and kind of an early Turing test kind of way, and they decide, nah, he's not, and so we're going to go send him to be disassembled. And as he's walking out to the police van, there's a car coming for a little girl, and he jumps and knocks the little girl away and gets hit by the car, and that destroys him. And then they go, the Leonard Nimoy, who's been dismissive of this the whole time, is like, maybe we got this wrong. Maybe he actually was, a person, because he certainly showed nobility. And if that's not human, we're not sure what is.
Let me interject for a second. Having loved Tron the moment it came out, and I was like 12 years old or whatever. And then sort of it fading into my consciousness over the years and not going back to watch it a lot more. How do we feel about the sequel? Because I don't
like the sequel at all.
Fan.
No, I don't like it at all.
I felt like the sequel showed why the original Tron has aged well in regards to its special effects.
Right.
Okay.
And also like,
right, the simplicity of the early Tron versus
the
really uncanny valley of the de-aged Flynn. Oh my God.
Yeah. No,
it was, what is this rubber face thing that I'm looking at?
No, I mean I did go see the sequel, or just out of curiosity, I saw it in the theater, and it's terrible.
It
Just
the visuals and the
terrible.
music are great, but there's something really missing from the formula. Like there's something. Okay, CGI,
I could not get into that movie at all.
DH Jeff Bridges looks like a fucking nightmare.
Yeah. It's nightmare fuel. It's rubber faced. What the hell is this?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like,
and I think the other thing is that it lacks the innocent earnestness of the first one.
Yeah.
It lacks the sense of adventure, like the Lewis and Clark sort of. We're going in unknown territory. Right. It feels safe.
Yeah, there just wasn't anything memorable at all about the conflict, or just like nothing. And like I remember the theater I went to go see it at, and it was like at this point in time I was like going to this particular theater on this particular day for a cheap movie. So I remember seeing the second Ghost Rider, like right around the same time these films came out together.
There's a second Ghost Rider?
Yeah, like
the not Nicolas Cage one.
No, Nicolas Cage did a sequel.
Was he in both of them?
This is all new to me.
Yeah, no, there's a better Ghost Rider out there.
Wow.
Let's go see that. Yeah.
I barely remember the first one, so please enlighten us.
All I remember is it was better. But it was better than Tron. I remember going to see Tron there, and I'm being
that's best looking girl in the leper colony kind of standards.
Yeah, like I was like, I really liked Ghost Rider 2 better than this Tron movie.
If I have to choose, okay.
Yeah,
you might as well have told me there's a Con Air 2. Like I have no idea. Like,
so like in the original Ghost Rider movie, Nicolas Cage had this like reflex where he was like, I don't want to smoke and drink in a movie that's for kids. Like I don't feel good doing that.
Suddenly. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Whatever.
Like what he's a very impulsive man is what I've gathered.
And with his finances at least.
Somewhat. So like, if you've never seen it, it's a very embarrassing replacement for these two vices. But then, like they made a sequel and they fixed that part. He was just like, all right, whatever. I will do the drinking and the smoking of a cigar, And it is a better movie, and it's a better movie than Tron, and it's a better movie than the first Ghost Rider.
Well, it'll be fine because Disney will just slap a warning tobacco use in this movie.
Yeah.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
I can't remember what I was watching on, and it was Netflix, I'm sure. But yeah, they were doing the oh my God, clutch your pearls and run to the fainting couches. There's smoking, and most of the movie was about heavy drug use. They didn't mention that. And
opium is fine.
Yeah. I mean, heroin, that's fine. Just stay away from those.
Speaking of heroin,
hold on.
Hold
on 1 second. I do have something I got to show you guys for a second. Let me go grab this real quick.
Oh my God. He's got an eye on his shoulder.
What? So this is Gremlin's lunchbox, and the reason why I want to show this off is that on one of the panels of the Gremlin's lunchbox, there's a smoking gremlin.
Yeah.
Next to a Coca-Cola drinking gremlin. These two things exist for children.
Yes.
On the exact same. Just
they needed to be movie accurate.
Yeah. Yeah, and that is movie accurate.
Do they have
drink
do they have the
Coke,
flapper?
They smoke cigarettes. This has.
Do they have one with a gun shooting the other guy because they're playing cards?
The guy with the gun did not make it onto the lunchbox.
Damn it!
That is a movie theater, tableau there, but there's no that level of violence.
No, Iceman, it's pants. It was pants. That's what you were hearing.
Pants.
What?
Sorry, Jethro. We're gonna make a lot of references to another channel that you probably haven't watched.
Oh,
because
okay.
That's where we all met.
Okay.
In general, it's called Mr. Brown's Alliance, and it is a autistic frame by frame tear down of whatever the worst thing is of the week, like
okay,
Ahsoka
cool.
or whatever. But most of the panel and a lot of the audience and the people in the chat are actual experienced industry people or filmmakers or very, very credible sources. So it's a very unique group of people, and we have an insane litany of in jokes. So
yeah,
nice.
I know we made a lot of them last episode, but
Jamalama made a pretty good point about Dune with Frank Herbert taking the computers out of the equation with the Butlerian jihad. Very specifically about AI. And there's I always remember the go. I was like, that was that's a neat way to handle it, but I kind of glossed over it because I read it when I was a kid. As I get older, I'm like, that Butlerian jihad is sounding more plausible, especially if you have the kind of false starts that you're going to have with these amusing toys that they're trying to pawn off.
I haven't reread a lot, and I usually don't recommend people reread things. But if you haven't reread Dune, the first Dune,
that's the only one you should reread. That's it. I mean,
no. I won't say that's not because I kind of like Dune Messiah. It's like this breakneck fan fiction.
Yeah, it's
like the
drive-in movie theater version of Dune.
It's the all climax.
Yeah.
And then I think Children of Dune is great. I really like it a lot. And then as far as I'm concerned, then you can stop. Yeah. Just read those three.
Did somebody say Butlerian? I'm not.
Yeah, it's Butlerian. The Butlerian jihad in Dune. So essentially, people had created computers and started to build AIs and all that, and then there was like a counter-revolutionary uprising against this. Not dissimilar to Luddites, right? But they had some cause because the AI is a bit problematic, and so they destroy them. And there's essentially a rule: you can't make computers and stuff that can actually be able to attain AI. So that's why a lot of the stuff that goes on in Dune is more mystical.
Because when I hear Butlerian, I think of William Powell and My Man Godfrey.
It'd be when you read it, you're like, the butlers got pissed and the fuck this shit. We're out. Yeah,
we've had enough.
Yes,
Butler right.
Yeah, but Mansterian. Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
Exactly.
How do we feel about another short?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Last week, I really desperately wanted to show the Godzilla -1 trailer, and clearly that's not going to be allowed.
They're going crazy with it now.
It's great.
It is amazing, and I think we're all pretty hyped.
Yeah.
It looks like the best thing since Shin Godzilla, and maybe better.
John, is it Larry or Harry or Barry?
Harry butt in.
Larry in.
Yeah.
Let Larry in.
Yeah.
Let the right Larry in.
Yeah. Not the Harry Larry.
It might be the right one for you.
He'll show you his berries.
Okay.
Is it Is it Hut Barry or Butt Larry?
Barry the Hut.
You should not.
As
Hut
usual,
Larry.
I'm lost.
Hut Larry, he kind of makes it look like it's going to be fun. He's like, get in this straw building with me. I have drinks that are in coconut shells.
Jama really does capture though the repressed homosexuality of the movie. Though you have Butt, you have Larry. He needs to get in.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so
probably
leaving Larry's hairy butt aside for just a moment.
How can you?
Exactly. You take away all of the fun.
Jesus,
just 3 more minutes. Just 3 more minutes. I'm almost done.
Right. Oh no, I get it.
Herding cats here with it's gonna take an extra second to load this into StreamYard because I haven't preloaded it. But what I found was, in lieu of the Godzilla -1 trailer, I found a video about the Godzilla archives at Toho Studios.
Oh, awesome!
So we'll get to look at some goodies here. It's about 5 minutes long, and
I'm ready.
You can watch in awe, or we can pause and comment. And
do they use real Godzillas?
Yeah,
we're gonna
find the United Monster Talent Agency might want to have a word if they're not.
No, I'm ready. Save the earth.
All right, here we go.
Save the earth.
There's not a cooler dinosaur around than Godzilla.
The first
False.
Godzilla movie burst onto the scene.
Wait, whoa. Who said that?
Godzilla?
No, that's
is a dinosaur.
I'm not sure Godzilla's a dinosaur.
Oh, I thought you were taking issue of nothing cooler.
Yeah,
No,
that's me.
I apologize. That is not what I meant. Dinosaur.
Yeah.
Dinosaur. That's what you're gonna open with? All right, let's move on.
It's a local news broadcast that got access to this archive. So just
I get it.
Just calm your hemorrhoids, all right?
Save the earth.
The franchise has been thrilling fans in dozens of films ever since.
It's imagination unleashed. Once I saw Godzilla, I was totally spoiled for the rest of my life. And nothing else can compare. Not Star Wars, certainly not Marvel today. Nothing. I just prefer Godzilla.
Brett Homanek became so enamored with Godzilla, he moved to Japan from California.
And he had his face plastic surgery into Rodan, apparently.
It's totally because I love Godzilla. I would not be here for any other reason.
Yeah, clearly not, because you weren't getting laid in California and you're definitely not getting laid in Japan with that face.
I can attest to that. He is not getting laid.
There's someone out there for everyone's face.
He's out there.
Yeah, he's got this. It's not that bad of a face.
And I have a website.
But it comes with the rest of him too. That's problematic as well.
No, great hobby.
No,
A+ hobby.
Oh, again, that's fine. But look at first of all, this is a man who's never had vagina. The only vagina he's ever seen is when he exited his mother's.
Well, you can get that from vending machines in Japan.
Well, I mean, you can smell it anyway. Yeah.
If I could draw your attention to the sidebar on the upper right, that is the original oxygen destroyer from Godzilla.
Sweet.
Oh, wonderful.
And he's getting his photo taken with it.
See, now here you are questioning his path.
Yeah, I want him to use that line in any bar. And
yet the actual oxygen deployer.
As someone who is a longtime kaiju fan, a longtime Godzilla fan, if somebody said, "Hey, I got to take my picture with the
oxygen destroyer,"
I would have been like, "Really? Wow."
I would give up a lot of sex for that.
You're not opening the pearly gates unless he allows you to get your picture taken with the oxygen destroyer.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm
Kind of a
saying
virginity.
Right, but that's the thing.
Yeah,
He doesn't
lots
have
of
that power.
No, but look how chummy he is with the guy who does. You know, like there's more.
No, there
to
may be
this.
another reason that he's never had vagina. Yeah, he.
There's more to this
yeah.
story.
Yeah,
They share some common interests.
I've
it could be a
collected all these
preference.
interviews together.
Japan is full of Godzilla movie alums. Masaki Damon appeared in 1974's Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla. He remembers reacting to a monster that he had to imagine.
Very Larry.
こうなったりね。監督さんがパチンって向こうで手叩いたらそれと同時に爆発したんだとかさ、そういう雰囲気です。
Oh, so it's just like modern movies.
In this film, Godzilla saves the world from Mechagodzilla.
私が出た映画は
Spoilers.
友達です。
God.
He's a friend.
Right.
Okay. He's a friend.
強い味方。
But Godzilla wasn't always a friend.
Well, Godzilla was.
Yeah, no shit, dude. I mean, I don't know when the last time you guys saw the original Godzilla is, but that movie is a horror movie.
Yeah, it is
like,
an absolute horror movie. And
like-
Gamera is originally a friend to all children, but
Yeah.
Godzilla not so much.
Like the dude in the radio tower, you know, who's like, "This is my final broadcast."
It certainly is.
Like he knows it. Like he knows he's dying. It's
Well,
amazing. It's such a
curse.
good movie. It's such a good movie, man. It's such a good
That's
movie.
that is the subtext and the implied curse of the original Godzilla is that even if you survive your initial exposure to this nuclear disaster, you will die.
Yeah, it's in no way a metaphor for something that might have happened, say,
You
9
can't
years
escape
prior.
the radiation poisoning, just like
Yeah.
the guys on the original fishing boat.
Yeah, I felt like that's what the last couple seconds of Shin Godzilla was all about. Like they were like, we're really gonna explore this aspect of Godzilla, you know.
Yeah,
It's just-
and I used to be like kind of a snob about the more comical later versions of Godzilla, and I've learned to enjoy them for what they are.
Save the Earth.
Yeah, Godzilla. The original stands alone as it is as an absolute metaphysical horror, but over time they evolved into different things for an evolving audience, and I think that's absolutely fine.
When did them get made?
Them is
50s, but I'm trying to.
It's
Somebody want to dial it up?
Man, yeah, good that is a good question. They
Because I'm just wondering the radiation induced monster.
I was just reading about the sequels of Godzilla.
1954.
54.
Same year.
There you go.
And
I was just reading about the sequels of Godzilla. So Inashiro Honda, you know, like Godzilla was popular. He made a sequel right away. And then he proceeded to do several more kaiju films, like away from Godzilla altogether.
When was
it was actually the resurgence of King Kong. Like King Kong was re-released, like for like a national sweep in America
in the 50s.
And yes, and that revitalized like interest in kaiju, and they were like, you know who we got to do is bring back Godzilla. So like Godzilla versus King Kong is like really the first,
like Apollo Creed.
Yeah, like it's just
bring him back.
Is it because he's black? Is it because he's black? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because TUR isn't here.
Okay. We should, after this, we should have a discussion about King Kong.
We certainly could. That could be a whole episode.
I have not, you know, it has been a very long time since I saw either of the King Kong sequels.
Well, we talked about doing the original King Kong, and
Yeah,
obviously
yeah.
we can't stream the movie per se.
Oh,
But
really?
no, it's not
It's
public
still
domain.
protected.
Yeah.
Very much so. Yeah.
Oh,
But we can do it with slides if you know. We'll see. I would love to because
Yeah.
all of us clearly
Are the
enamored.
sequels protected?
The some of them.
The Dino De Laurentiis and
No,
Yeah,
no,
the
no.
the 77 Kong is definitely
No.
covered.
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean the two
76.
the two sequels to the original, the Mighty Joe Young and what was the direct sequel? King Kong. What was the King Kong Jr. Son of Kong.
Son of Kong.
Son of Kong. I don't
That
know if
was-
Son of Kong and Mighty Joe Young are
Yeah, Mighty
also-
Joe Young is not. It's certainly of the vein, but it's actually. I mean, the size is entirely different, and the way he's made is entirely different.
Oh, I thought it took place in the same universe.
Son of Kong is 1933, but
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still.
We
I don't
can
know if
look
it's
into it.
good. Yeah.
But I imagine since it hasn't shown up on my YouTube recommendations that obviously it's copyrighted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did I
Well, the
wanna say?
Manster was a real treat, I gotta say, and I
And that's what all you kids should take home tonight is
yeah.
the Manster.
Next week I'm gonna be at Fantastic Fest. It's that time of year.
What is that?
It's a film festival here in Austin that is all genre from around the world. So it's kind of like if you've heard of TIFF or Fantasia, shit like that. You know, like it's like in that vein.
Is it a marathon?
No, it's a film festival.
Right, but a lot of film festivals will just run like 24/7, and you come in and watch it.
This one is like slots. You pick a movie for a slot,
So you get
and
P-breaks.
yeah. So like oh yeah. You get like somewhere between 45 to 90 minutes in between films.
Does that mean you're not going to be here for B-roll next week?
I will not be here a week from today. I'm sorry. I really enjoyed doing this. I hope you pick a shitty movie a week from today. For someone
Don't worry,
else.
we
for
will.
someone else to endure something that's like really like, oh, there's nothing to work with here.
Night of the Lepus.
Oh, Night of the
Oh no, the Lepus is fantastic.
I saw that. I saw that at a drive-in.
That is not what I mean when I say shitty. I mean like a movie I don't want to watch. You know.
I mean, let's be clear. It is a shitty movie. It is also hilarious to watch.
Yeah. I love
that's
that.
good stuff.
I love that it's cut.
Have you ever watched the?
We're still
have you ever watched the
watching this-
movie trailer for
We're
Night of the
still watching
Lepus?
this short, aren't we?
It's getting longer. But have any of you actually seen the trailer for Night of the Lepus?
Yes, dude.
I've seen the movie.
Yeah, well,
have
no, I mean the trailer is hilarious because
Night
the guy,
of the Lepus.
yes, and so my son and I were watching it several years ago because I told him, you know, he was like, oh, I saw a bad movie. I was like, you haven't? No, you haven't.
Oh, no, you haven't.
And so I'm telling him about Night of the Lepus, and he's like, this didn't exist. And I was like, no, really. So YouTube, I found the trailer, and we're watching it.
You thought
And-
Watership Down was fucking weird.
Oh yeah, Watership Down. Got nothing on this. But the announcer,
That's a great tagline.
the announcer
Sit down, ain't got nothing.
ain't
on
got
this.
nothing on this. Yeah. But the announcer is like the way that he speaks is really screwed up. So one of the things that he talks about, he's talking about what he's saying, what he should be saying is mutants. what he says is mute ants.
Mute
and
ants.
My son looks at me and I was like, the ants are quiet. There's something wrong. They're not even talking anymore. What the hell is going on with these mute ants?
Pretty smart ants.
These mute ants. Some smart ants.
Up and at 'em.
What?
Yeah. Night of the Lepus. The mutant. What?
And that's it. Like, they had to call it Night of the Lepus. I don't know why they made this movie. You don't want to market it as like killer bunny rabbits.
Yeah, it's like
Why did
I
you
always
make
wondered.
it? Why
I always
did you
wondered
make-
which
why
came
were
first.
you like, it's got to be killer bunny rabbits?
I think
they're
Monty Python saw Night of the Lepus and was like, "Yeah, the Vorpal bunny. That sounds like a good idea."
It's
Okay,
very
let's do
Monty
this.
Python. The miniature stuff is amazing. The rabbits like feasting on cough syrup and
Yeah,
bacon
yeah,
or
with the
whatever
red
they're
on the fur.
eating.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's great.
Apparently, it was based on the book Year of the Angry Rabbit.
Yeah.
this is like a kid's book, and then somebody goes, "No, that'd be a great horror movie."
I believe this. I believe this.
A rejected Teletubby script.
I called United Monster Talent Agency. They got some giant rabbits. It'll be great.
Yeah, a friend of mine and I once did a deep dive because we had to know if Bird Eye Gordon's Food of the Gods killed rats or not. Because if you've ever seen Food of the Gods, it really looks like rats are just like straight up killed. Lots of rats. And like there's no reason why I don't mean there's no reason why you wouldn't do it, but like at the time there were no laws, nothing to stop you.
Yeah, you're not getting the ASPCA recommendation.
Rats, yeah, and as far as like lives that our society puts as valuable, rats are pretty low on the totem pole.
Well, they've got a hell of a body count.
No offense to rat
Yeah, we're back to
enthusiasts,
Maniac.
I'm down with rats. I'm down with rats.
Yeah, you can eat a cat's eyeball. I think that's
fine. But so according to like what we found, like the final word is that there was like an air gun paint treatment that was extremely effective looking. And that's what you're seeing. So you're not actually seeing rats getting killed in Food of the Gods. What you're seeing is like very convincing high like projectile paint on these rats.
And it's lead free. So
yes.
Those rats were fine.
Less harmful than the Beastmaster.
I don't know how we ended up here, but I'm going to play the Godzilla video.
Are we still watching Godzilla?
No.
Created in 1954. So Godzilla at its core is a warning against nuclear power and nuclear warfare. However, Godzilla evolved over time to become something of a hero and something of a friend to children as well.
No one's a friend to children.
The entire evolution.
Certainly not me.
No one likes children. And when people do like children, they are creepy.
It's a mall Santa or
dude. No.
This guy.
You don't want to be a grown person who likes children. That's fucked up.
This white guy in Japan.
Hidden inside an unmarked warehouse.
I'm kidding to all the parents. Please keep watching.
Toho Studios is careful to keep the location a secret. We became the first TV cameras ever granted access to see decades of Godzilla treasure.
それが実際の本物がここには保管されています。ゴジラと戦うための兵器とか。
We saw how Godzilla has changed since that first movie.
ゴジラは毎作品顔が違うのが特徴です。
Most of the monsters here are actually suits that actors would have to wear. So the actor looks through these holes to see the action.
ほとんど実は見えてない。
It's important that he barely see.
Not even. I mean, let's not pretend that they could actually see anything that they were doing.
Yeah.
years of Godzilla all in one place.
僕が一番大好きな怪獣。
And for those lucky enough to work here, a hands-on experience with real movie monsters.
子供の時のゴジラ映画は、僕にとっては全部でしたね。All of my life. That was, yeah.
The warehouse will remain secret and off limits to visitors. But Godzilla fans can still get pictures outside Toho Studios. That's where many of the movies were made. And in this area of Tokyo, head down Godzilla Road, and you'll see the legendary monster looming above the city. Hotel Gracery lets you get up close and personal with the movie legend. There's a cafe inside where Godzilla is on the dessert menu. And there's a hotel room for the ultimate Godzilla experience. Imagine sleeping here. After more than 60 years and 30 movies, Godzilla is a survivor.
Long after people gave up on the character and decided, oh, no one wants to see Godzilla anymore. Well,
wait, whoever said I don't want to see Godzilla anymore?
That has never happened.
That's a sentence that has never been uttered.
Communists said that.
That guy
Barbara
right
Stanwyck,
there.
maybe.
He wants that to be true.
Yeah, he wants to think he's special.
Buddy.
He's the only one who really held the flame for Godzilla.
Right?
I am the gatekeeper of Gozer.
You already told us you moved to Japan. You've cashed that check. You can't be like, and also I'm the torchbearer of Godzilla. You're not.
It took a gaijin to bring back kaiju.
You're lucky to have this 5-minute movie.
You're lucky to have this white.
You're lucky.
All over again.
You're lucky you found some guy that escaped from his nursing home to interview
In the
you.
country that gave us this legend, the king of the monsters is still king.
Yay.
I'm surprised.
That's
I'm surprised
awesome.
they're handling.
I'm very excited about that movie.
I'm really surprised they're handling some of those costumes because the foam rubber and stuff has to be degrading like crazy.
Yeah, it's all foam latex. Yeah, and
that stuff just disintegrates, given time.
Yeah, if you've seen.
Well, you don't know. Maybe they have some new technology to revamp it.
Well, it must involve a time machine if they went back and fixed stuff from the 50s and 60s.
Yeah,
well, maybe
if you've seen,
they could have a time. I don't know what they do over there.
You've seen Harryhausen's original puppets, they just look like chewed up vanilla wafers.
Yeah.
They're a mess.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Cronenberg had a mugwump, but yeah, they've fallen apart as well.
Well, the original King Kong, man, the armatures are still good, but everything else just
yeah.
And then the room died.
But there's it's always the footage.
So King Kong.
Let's go back to King Kong.
What are your opinions of the Peter Jackson King Kong?
No, thank
I
you.
fucking hate Jack Black with a passion, and I wish he would die and be erased from film forever.
Well, I don't hate Jack Black. He was in, Mars Attacks.
And he got dead, and that was a fairly satisfying moment.
Yeah.
Other than Jack Black, I don't mind Jackson's King Kong, and it's obviously made with a lot of love, but I feel like it misses the mark.
Yeah, I think the problem that I had is that Jackson just makes a giant gorilla. That's not what Kong is. Right.
I agree, Jay. I mean, I really generally like what Jackson does in most of his movies, but this just, I really didn't care. It's just
overrated.
Yeah. I just couldn't be bothered with it.
Yeah, I think the thing that always, because I grew up watch, because it'd be, Friday and Saturday nights, the afternoons, they would just have the monster movies for, 3 or 4 hours, which is when I saw, Battle of the Gargantuas and, stuff like that. But Kong was, he was ape-like, but he's not a gorilla. He's different than that. And that kind of alienness to him is kind of what gives him the character that he has. And also Kong should always look like a swivel-eyed lunatic when he's getting ready to mess something up. His eyes need to be rolling around and bug-eyed, like, Kong got a little crazy,
Yeah.
I think that's one of the things I've always the anything past Son of Kong, it's like, what the hell? I mean, the what was it, 78, the Dino De Laurentiis one, 77, where it's just guy in suit, is like, that works for Godzilla, not so much for Kong.
It's not the Dino De Laurentiis, or however you say it, is it's just such a pale imitation.
Yeah.
And God love Jessica Lange, but she is no Fay Ray.
No. Well, and the other thing is, it became an environmentalist movie. Shut up. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, it's just not a,
It is the worst of the 70s, all wrapped up in one.
Yeah, and I feel like it epitomizes that era of his filmmaking.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
It's just so much style over substance. I mean,
the
original Kong is such a treasure to me.
Yeah.
The whole there's a weird scene where he's holding Fay Ray in his hands, and then he changes hands or something like that, and then he smells his fingers, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, well,
yeah, I mean, it was
the
just
freaky deaky going on there.
Yeah, it shows him to be such it shows him to be such a more, I don't want to say thoughtful, but thoughtful creature.
He is, because he strokes her hair,
right?
And it's the, well, part of it. Well, there's a certain amount of, if you want to get a bit racist about it, they've been giving me these black women. It hasn't been working.
No,
out.
don't
I
get
gotta
racist.
have this. The Fay Ray is different, right? And so the novelty, right, at first is kind of what gets him. But then, it's I think it starts like, this is, neat pet or a toy or something like that, and then Kong is, again, he's not just big gorilla. There's more intelligence in Kong than a normal ape, and so he starts to have that connection that if nothing else, even if it's just like a pet, but it's mine. And when he hears her scream, he's fucking up whatever the hell's making her scream.
Right. And by the end, you feel for him.
Oh yeah, Kong is absolutely sympathetic. And even he makes sure that she's safe from the airplanes.
Always. And every time
I did. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Every time that he even defeats a dinosaur or a monster or whatever, like, you see his eyes move as if he's contemplative about what he's just done.
Yeah, like when he breaks the jaw of the tyrannosaur and then picks it up, and he's
playing
like
with it.
He's like,
kind of
is
wants
it
him
dead?
to not be dead,
whatever. And then once he realizes it, then he lets everybody know, I'm the baddest motherfucker here.
Well, and he's not just a two-dimensional, badass or whatever. Like, there is another thought behind his brawl victory.
And I think in his he's a god to the inhabitants of the of Skull Island, and they appease him and all stuff. So there's a relationship that he has with those humans, in a way, that it's not, he doesn't just go rampaging and tearing everything up, right? And he knows, okay, it's time I go get my sacrifice of the week, or whatever the hell the timetable is. But but most of his life in Skull Island, he's kind of apex predator, but he ain't that apex, right? You know, there are plenty of things that can give him a serious run for his money, and so
Right.
it's a very violent life until he gets Fay Ray, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's why he's so revered as a god to the inhabitants of Skull Island.
Right.
And
He's the
nothing else
greatest of the thing. You know, the he seems to be the baddest man, but it isn't like it's always easy. You know, he has some real, you know, some of the fights that he's in, you're like, Kong. I mean, I know the movie's King Kong, so I'm pretty sure he's going to make it towards the end. But you know, he's not just, you know, brushing things aside like it's easy, right? He has a struggle just to remain on top. But when he gets Fay Ray, it's like there's more than just the brutish life, right? It stops being just nature red of tooth and claw.
And he's also not a Harry Sue.
Right.
No, not at all.
Nothing is guaranteed. Kong is fighting his way through.
Yeah, it's his whole life is struggle, right?
Yeah.
It's the reason he's king. But yeah, I absolutely I saw the Jackson, and I was like, what the hell? I mean,
I was underwhelmed as fuck.
Yeah, just I'm just gonna have a giant literal gorilla. No, I mean, okay, that's Mighty Joe Young. I saw that. You know, that works for Mighty Joe Young, but not Kong.
Kong
I might just be like a pre-Rings Jackson fan only. Like,
you like the cannibal movies?
Jethro, you've definitely got the credibility. There's no question about your depth of knowledge about Jackson and his early career.
Yeah, you know, I liked the Rings movies when they first came out. I just don't really feel compelled at all to revisit them. You know,
really?
Like, yeah, I feel like I would rewatch The Frighteners before.
Oh, the Frighteners is great. I love that movie.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right? You know,
Arlie Ermy going off.
Yeah. Oh, what was the name of the schoolgirl movie with Scarlett Johansson's first role ever?
Ghost World?
No, what is it? No, what was it? No, who am I thinking of? I don't know.
What's the plot?
It was this Peter Jackson movie where these two girls plot to kill their parents. They live in a fantasy world. But what is that movie called?
Hang
I
on,
know what you mean.
hang on. I know what you're talking about. It's not Scarlett Johansson. It's
What's
Kate
the famous?
Winslet.
But she's famous though.
Yeah, it's Kate Winslet.
Kate Winslet. That's who it is.
It's
Kate
like
Winslet.
Ginger Snap.
She's also famous.
Ginger Snap. Is that it?
Heavenly Creature.
Heavenly Creatures. Yeah. And it's like the third time an Australian film has been based on this real life case.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it was a good movie. I like that a lot.
It was a really good movie. I haven't seen it in probably forever. I don't think I've seen it since it probably came out, but yeah, it is a good movie.
Yeah, but I didn't like King Kong.
No, it was
bad. I did not like Peter Jackson's King Kong.
No.
I mean, he tried to stick to the beats of the original movie, and
it feels
like it's like trying to remake Casablanca. Just don't.
Right. Yeah. Don't, son. Just don't.
Yeah.
There's just no interaction with that stuff. Like, it's just not there, you know, like it just.
Well, and what are you trying to accomplish? Honestly,
Yeah.
What are you really trying to do? You can't bring anything more to this classic archetype, you know.
You make me want to just feel for King Kong, except a little bit more than the last time. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, good luck.
Jack Black ain't gonna do that.
Yeah, like it's just, yeah, it's like, what is the point? You know, what is the point? That you think about like good remakes and like what makes it a good remake is that you have never questioned it. You know, like Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Right.
And you have to have
I've never been like, well, now why in the hell did he do that?
I mean, I did do the why in the hell did they do that with the 2000s version? That's die in a fire, but
I don't know what he was thinking. You know,
Let's
he's
not-
made
let's
a
not
lot of
talk
good
about the
movies.
Thing
That just
remake.
wasn't one of them.
yeah, The Thing is another one that
Oh,
okay, you're
God.
coming at it from a different angle.
Yeah,
which is a sound proposition, but
Yeah,
then
no-
to dismiss all of the practical effects that you spent the fucking money on already to
Yeah.
go for CG instead.
Yeah.
And you're losing the thread there, man.
Yeah, well, and the
You're
other thing
missing
is,
the
I mean,
point.
I hate prequels, because I
Yeah.
know how
Oh,
the
you're
hell
talking
this ends,
about
right?
that movie.
Yeah,
Oh,
the 2000s.
No, not
I thought we were
Carpenter.
talking. I thought we were
No,
talking about The
Carpenter's.
Thing is a remake.
No.
Carpenter's
No,
Thing
no,
is a
no.
remake.
Carpenter's Thing is absolutely
flushable
brilliant. And again, it brings something to the table. The 2000s, like, oh, we're going to tell the story about
Sorry to
the.
interrupt. Can anybody hear me? Because my head died.
No,
You're-
we hear
you're
you.
roboting
You're
a
a little
bit, but-
low, but we hear you.
Yeah, okay. I can't hear anybody. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off for the night, you guys. Take care.
Bye,
Well,
Barbara.
God bless
Bye.
you, Barbara. Thank you.
But yeah, the telling the story about the the Norwegians. I know how it
Yeah.
ends. Somebody's going to be slitting
Right.
his own throat and wrists with a straight razor, and we'll be laying there
Yeah.
frozen.
There'll be
you
a
know.
sweaty dog running.
Yeah,
And then what do you know? That's going to be your big shock of the movie too. You know, like I never watched the whole movie. I remember when they're in the helicopter and like it was a big thing reveal, and it was like total cartoon, just like
yeah.
cartoon. You know, crap.
I'm
I
not gonna watch it.
immediately I was like, I'm not watching this movie anymore. I do not need to see a cartoon about John Carpenter's Thing. Like it just looked ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't need dollar store The Thing.
Right.
I don't object to a prequel out of hand. But
Right,
if you can't
right.
bring anything
Yeah.
original to it, and you're riding the coattails and you're trading off of past
Yeah.
greatness, then go fuck yourself.
I mean, I think the closest to like a modern prequel ish that I don't mind is like Rogue One.
Agreed.
You know, I go in, I know how this ends.
Well, I enjoyed it. Yeah.
My kids apparently didn't pay enough attention to start because they weren't quite as obsessed as I was as a
Sounds
kid
like
with
bad
Star Wars.
parenting.
Exactly. I mean, they got to play with my Star Wars toys, so I allowed that. But that was fine because it was
Look,
like,
if he hung out with the kids, that's acquiescence enough. You know,
Exactly.
like
I allowed them
you
to
can't-
live.
You can't be giving anyone a hard time for minimum effort parenting.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean,
Because like
I donated
they're-
the sperm. I don't know what more they're asking from me. Jesus Christ,
they're
this seems
terrible.
unreasonable.
They're
Yeah.
terrible.
But the
no
Rogue
no
One.
one ever wants to. All right, go ahead.
Well, Rogue One works because it's not any of the major characters. From Mon Mothma, saying that many Bothans died. Bringing us this information, right? You're like, okay, so they're gonna die. But I was not. Everybody spooges about the Vader scene on that. That's my least favorite part of the movie.
Yeah,
Do
to
we
me,
really
it's
have to bring Vader in against stop this?
To me, it's the droid's death.
I mean, I love K2SO.
K2SO is the best Star Wars droid in canon.
Yeah,
the best.
Yeah, and again, it was a moving thing because you see it, it was engaging. The Darth Vader was just gratuitous. Okay, oh look, it's Vader. You remember lightsabers? I remember. Yes, I don't care about lights. Fuck off. I'm trying to watch these people.
So glad to hear you say that, because although I enjoyed the scene, it is absolutely 1,000% unnecessary, because you've already imagined in your head, after watching the original Star Wars, that's what happened. So like watching him do the Akira thing and flip people up to the ceiling and all that stuff, it looks cool, but I didn't need it.
Right, and Vader is best not when he's hacking and slashing or whatever. It's just his menacing presence, right?
Yes,
it's
it's
threat.
the understated threat of his power,
right?
Like in the boardroom meetings and stuff, where he is at his best, where
Right.
everyone sort of is trying to speak up and assert themselves, and Vader says, and they're like, oh,
Yeah,
that's Vader.
Yeah, that's and you know, I think they go, oh, but you love the lightsaber fight in Jedi Empire. You love that, right? And it was like, yeah, in that particular setting, but that's again, it's one of the few times, you know,
Because it was earned.
right. And not just, oh look, I wave my laser sword around. Look at me. Shut up. Fuck off.
Jake, quick sidebar. Can you email me the link to the $600 Dodge Aries thing again? I can't find it. Just so we have a closer.
Oh yes,
because I feel like I want to.
Man, when's the last time you watched that Jones barbecue and foot massage? You know,
I can't get enough of Jones barbecue, to be honest.
So the only thing that I would warn about the Dodge Aries is the Chemical Brothers playing in the background. I don't know if
I lost the link and I haven't run it through the confabulator copywriter.
Okay.
But, let's risk it. Let's get shut down. Let's get crazy.
Let's get crazy.
There's 2 people watching. I think we can just roll with this.
So it's just us.
And we're not there yet. Iceman's back. Yeah, I don't know about the 2 of you, but I'm having a fine time. Barbara's gone to bed because she's worked a full 9 to 5 of a hellacious actual job. And I haven't watched it, but
okay.
If it's still on YouTube, then it's probably okay.
Yeah, but they may be just demonetized and whatever.
I lost the link. I'll bring it in. Anyways, back to Rogue One. I have really mixed feelings about it. I love a lot of the performances. I love K2SO. I love Donnie Yen. There's a lot of good stuff. I'm sorry, what's his name? The bald, darker skinned guy playing the dollar store blue velvet thing, huffing copium.
Forrest Whitaker.
Yeah, the Forrest Whitaker fatigue is real. Jesus Christ, dude, get over it. And I don't like the Star Destroyers in the atmosphere at all. But as a prequel, I give it a 5 out of 10. There's good stuff in it.
It's not just following the same. Oh look, here's Luke when he took a shit, and what I don't care.
It's not a copy. Yeah, it's not a copy.
And it's not just it's really non-canon characters. The events that they're in are mentioned briefly in Star Wars, and that's it. And it's like, okay, if you want to fill out, if you want to flesh that out, okay, I'm down with that. Fine. What I don't need to see is, and this is Vader when he was going through his emo phase. Just leave me alone. Just don't talk to me anymore.
Okay, I'm working on downloading the Dodge Aries thing. So
yeah, this was 2000, I think. When the guy did it.
Vamp.
Da-da-da-da. Oh.
Give me a
So-
bouncy C.
The bouncy. The last short we're going to have is it's a it's an amusing commercial. It was done by a film student who was literally trying to sell his crap Dodge Aries, and so he decided to do it like a proper automobile commercial.
Yeah.
But
This sounds familiar.
Is taking the piss out of the Dodge Aries.
It's no
Yeah.
beavers.
Badgers.
Or Amsterdams.
Whatever.
Badgers.
I have said, and I will defend the fact that Rogue One is the only prequel that I can acknowledge. There's too many characters. There's a lot of
I think the
sideways-
studio interference in that where the original vision was much more like a war movie.
Yes.
I think that would have been good. It would have been a different tone, than just default Star Wars. It shows what's going on with the everyday people, not just look, I'm major character, right? And if you're having a rebellion against a galactic empire that is a serious military force, there is going to be some military shit going on.
Yeah, and I like the fact that not Pedro Pascal, whatever his name is, or is it Pedro Pascal? Shoots a comrade in order to, advance progress in the cause early on in the film.
Right.
K2SO is the greatest droid in any Star Wars program.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
not
I
just
don't
because-
I don't remember the movie all that well, but I do remember I really like that droid and
it's the most
Totally
humanistic
rad.
portrayal of a droid. When you consider the fact that we went from that to droid lives matter, it just.
My sexuality needs to be liberated. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
And put the restraining bolt back on you.
Yeah, just considering what came after that in Disney Star Wars, K2SO is legend. That was a great performance. The moment where he's like, "Did you know that you weren't shooting at me?"
Yeah,
she wipes out the retrained,
unmodified.
Yeah, amazing. And I love Donnie Yen doing I Am One with the Force is with me. To the Blind Swordsman tribute to Kurosawa. I love all of it.
Yeah, and the it shows the difference, the Jedi, while they're most powerful with the Force,
Diego Luna.
Yeah, they don't view it with the kind of mystical religious aspect that some of those guys do, right? I mean, they're like monks who absolutely believe in the Force, even if maybe they're not Force capable.
I love the fact that there's an alternate school or belief system aside from the Jedi that respect the Force and try to envelop themselves in the Force that may not be on the absolute right track. Maybe they're not exactly right about the Force. Maybe he's not got the whole picture or whatever, but he's still embracing it, embodying it, and using it as a source of strength.
Yeah, he has true faith, right? That he doesn't have affirmation.
Yeah, he may not have a membership card, but
right, but he still believes, and that if you're having a rebellion against a power, to the level of the empire, the motivations for people are going to be different, and absolutely religious is religion's going to be one of the motivating things for certain groups of rebels, right?
It stands to reason that there would be multiple factions, groups, outliers, or whatever that would have their own view of the Force,
or
may or may not be correct.
Right, or the Empire, right? That everybody has kind of their own motivations. We all agree we don't like those guys, so we're going to fuck them up.
Yeah, that was that and K2SO were the things about it that fascinated me.
Yeah, there was a complexity and a maturity to the way that they did that. The story and the motivations of the characters. That everybody's kind of operating with different motives and all this stuff, but they're all working towards this single goal. Because that's how it would be, right?
Yeah, a salty group of mismatched people. Who directed Rogue One?
It was two guys.
Oh, the guy's got a new movie out. Coming
That's
soon.
a long name.
Called The Carrier. The creator.
Oh, the creator I'm excited about.
Yeah, it's the same
That's
guy.
the same director.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and their original view was that they wanted it. They basically said they wanted like the Saving Private Ryan of the Star Wars universe.
Oh, I like that. That's a good elevator pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sadly, Disney goes.
There's a lot of things wrong with Rogue One, and there's a lot of,
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is studio interference.
Yeah, the ending is okay, but it made you feel a little bit Gareth Edwards, fan says in the chat. Gareth Edwards. It made you feel a little bit of hope again. It kind of made you feel like, yeah, we can go on with this, taking the good things. It may not be perfect, but
and it was. I mean,
carry the
Force,
banner.
The Force Awakens could go fuck itself in a variety of ways.
I wouldn't wipe my ass with it, but yeah.
Yeah, Rogue One. I was like, oh, I mean, if we're gonna do, I'll skip the main ones and I'll just go with the Star Wars story movies, because if it's gonna be like this, then I'm good. It was not. It was a one-off. Apparently, because I haven't watched Andor. I have
not either.
I have no fucks to give. There's a lot of people that seem to like it. That's if you got one good series.
I don't have any prejudice against Andor. I'm so exhausted, and
I'm just apathetic. I don't care.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to care anymore about Disney Star
Wars.
If so bad.
If you want me to care, then my care is going to be hate. Right, because if you want me to have emotion about that, that's the only thing that I can drum up. Yeah, because Solo was shit.
Solo was a fucking insult.
Yeah, that was the okay. Fuck it, I'm out. Right. I mean, if even the side story type stuff, if they're gonna be clown it, then bye.
Of all the things you could just in a fucking ambient coma stumble across for the Solo origin story, that's what we got.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that was the first thing. I was like, Solo, no. Again, stay away from the main characters.
Yeah.
Right. Hell, I'd be much more interested in Lando.
Well, gentlemen, I think I have to pass out myself. So.
Oh, you gotta see the Dodge Aries. You gotta see the Dodge Aries.
Oh, the Dodge Aries. The Dodge Aries. Yes.
You gotta.
I'm starting to nod off a little bit there.
All right.
I have that effect.
All right. Let's see it. I want to see this Dodge.
Let's do that now, and we'll let Jethro go Betty bye, because he's on Texas time.
Yeah, I'm in the same time zone he is.
Okay. Since I haven't preloaded this, it's going to start abruptly.
All right.
Let's do it. Let's just do it now. Jay says it's worth watching. Off topic. Here we go.
I'm Tim. I drive an Aries. I think your typical Aries driver is changing for the better. I like the cool stuff. It's not only the performance, it's the luxury.
Oh no.
Oh, the big car.
I love that. Over 85% have a fixed address.
Yes, yes.
Worth it. Totally worth it.
There was a K car in my life at one point when I was.
What was Jethro? What was that convertible that you owned?
Oh, the Sunfire.
That we went
Pontiac
to
Sunfire.
Pontiac
yeah.
Sunfire, yeah.
Yeah.
It was nice. It was like in a metallic turquoise or something.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a very 90s color.
It was. It was a 90s to the extreme. Like I had driven a Cavalier and I thought it was like just gonna be just like the Cavalier. But it's
Like
not
a
as good
magic
a car.
carpet.
Yeah, it was not as good a car as the Cavalier, though. Cavalier was not a bad car.
Yeah, the Sunbird was another terrible. Yeah, I love that. The 22 horsepower standard. Yeah, bench seat. Standard.
Floor mats, door locks.
Yeah.
Hey, the map light, that's a pretty sweet sweet gig.
You know, it's not just the performance, it's the luxury. That's what he's all about. Yeah. 85% of Aries owners have a fixed address.
I've been in that 15%. I'm not gonna lie.
I didn't own the Aries, so I was good.
Yeah, I guess the other 15% that is their fixed address.
Yeah, exactly.
Iceman,
don't get crazy. I'm not sure that there were 4-wheel standard.
I live
unless
on
you count
K
the donut.
All right, Jethro, you're excused.
All right, good night, everyone. This was a lot of fun. Hope to see you soon, but like I said, it won't be next Friday.
Yeah, apparently we'll see you in a few weeks.
All right, see you then.
All right. Well, if not next Friday, then the Friday after. Thank you, my friend.
You got it. Bye, guys.
Peace. Well,
the betrayer has left.
It leaves you and me in this rest stop men's room.
Exactly. I'm feeling like Larry and Harry and Barry right now. I don't know. It's,
and Daryl and Daryl.
Daryl, my other brother Daryl.
What are we gonna do about this? Do we drop it or do we want to keep riffing?
That's up to Ask Chat.
There's 2 people in chat, so let's do a poll.
Jam, I had the same car.
77 Impala. I had a 77 LeSabre. That was my first car.
Oh, yeah.
Unlicensed, unregistered.
My first car was a 71 Pontiac Grand Prix with a 455.
Wow.
How the hell I survived that car.
Shit.
I mean, that thing, I used to play a little game called Pass the IROC because all the rich farm kids would be in their IROC Z's. And so I would pass them and then they would get butt hurt and pass me back. And then I would let them get a bit ahead and then stomp on it. And that big quadrojet would go, whoom, and trees start sucking in, and I would pass them doing like 130 mile an hour. Only did it on a straightaway because you were not going to turn. That thing was floating as it went by. And I was like, you can stomp on the gas all you want. I'm already past your top end. And
yeah, my LeSabre did the same thing. And it also had the power to repair itself. If you just left it on the side of the road for a little while, it would Christine.
I had so my parents had a Caprice Classic that I used for a bit, and the starter was acting up. So if you drove somewhere, you better hope that wherever your destination was, that was good, because it had to sit for a couple hours before it would start again, because the starter would get hot and then all it would do is just click the solenoid. And so I went out to a buddy's house out in the country, and he was gone. and I shut the car off, and I was like, shit. And so I'm like looking around their house, trying to find a hose, maybe see if I could spray it down to get it to start faster. And oh my God.
Yeah, I've had my share for sure.
But my kids hate me because the cars I had growing up, I mean, the muscle cars were cheap. I had a 69 Camaro, 66 Mustang, 71 Mustang, the Grand Prix. So the Grand Prix I paid $150 for. The 71 Mustang, I think I paid $300 for. The 66 Mustang, I think it was $600. The first drop real money on car was the 69 Camaro, and I think I paid $2,000 for that. And I look at that now and go, that'd be a good chunk of my retirement fund if I still had a damn car and could sell it now.
I had my first actual car was the 77 LeSabre, and it was given to me by my best friend in college because his parents said, get it out of the driveway. So he gave it to me, and it came with a gigantic manila folder of every receipt, every oil change, every fucking car wash it had ever had. And the original owner had a governor put on it, so it would not go past 60 miles per hour.
Nice.
So the engine was in beautiful shape, and I immediately blew it. I immediately blew that engine up. It had been T-boned by a Chevy Nova, and it totaled out the Nova.
Yeah.
And the alignment on my Buick had never been touched. It was still straight as an arrow. Like it got slammed like Snyder style.
Yeah, there's a reason that those cars were really popular in demolition derbies.
Yes.
The Caprice and the Sabres and Pontiac Parisienne and
Not just because they had like a full foot of empty space on each side of the motor. But
yeah, but also the full frame on that thing and the big X frame on it. Those things were beasts.
That thing was amazing. I can't believe.
I think when my wife and I were first married, so I had a 67 Cougar, but I had to drive like 70 miles one way to work, and that Cougar, because I put dual quads on it, so it was not going to be a very economical car to drive, and so I ended up picking up a 77 Impala. It wasn't even a Caprice; it was the Impala, the low end, and I think I paid $100 for it. And the guy thought that it had a suspension problem because when you would turn left, it would make this god awful clicking sound. Yeah, no, it was clang 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 clang. Right, and so I was like, take it for a test drive, and I come back and I was like, okay, yeah, I'll give you the $100. What it was is the motor mounts were worn on it, and so when you would turn, that motor would shift, and the fan would hit the fan shroud. So I just cut out a chunk of the fan shroud where it was impacting, and then drove it to work and back for months. And that thing, I mean, it was a bit of a beater, but it had that 70s GM air conditioning that you could, it was a meat locker.
Yeah.
Driving 100 degrees in the summer, and you were wearing a coat because the AC was
I remember Freon.
Yes, good old R12.
Before all this climate bullshit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In Canada, they so when they banned R12 here, you couldn't get, you had to convert because they didn't offer any replacements, even though there are replacements for R12 that will still work within the system, right? You could get the replacement in Canada, and what it is, it's a mixture of butane and propane.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you want to run compressed butane and propane in your car, in your air conditioning system, you better hope that you don't have a leak because those are flammable.
Well, okay, so growing up in the 70s as a unseat belted child.
Oh yeah, you got to ride in the package tray and the floorboards. And
the smell of gasoline is not unfamiliar to me from inside the car.
Oh, indeed, yeah.
That was a common thing. It's fine, and your mom is smoking fucking, Pall Malls or whatever. Yeah.
Or the ants that are preparing the meal, and they have an ash that's like the entire length of the cigarette, and they're talking with their hands, and yet somehow that ash never falls.
Yeah, it's at 16 candles.
Yeah, it's just amazing.
Yeah, no, I absolutely grew up that way with the windows all the way rolled up and some fucking Virginia Slims being burnt.
Oh yeah,
yeah, in the back seat. Like, well, we're almost to Akron. Yeah. I will absolutely sit around and shoot the shit with you as long as you want to stay conscious. Do you have any other media you want to throw into the live stream? Because I'm drawing a blank.
Let's
it's
see.
all I can do to push the buttons. But if you have anything you want to show the 3 people watching, I'm totally down. Whether it's on topic or not.
Yeah, I was trying to think of what else I sent you. Yeah, got the Dodge Aries.
The Dodge Aries, the talent agency.
The NASA.
Yeah, I think there was one other one, but I'll take anything at this point. I'm wide awake.
Yeah, I was trying to think. God, what the hell else?
Jamalima in the chat. You were born in Dayton. I was born in Akron, and I lived most of my formative years from 0 to 13 in Ohio. I lived in Akron. I lived in Columbus, and I lived in Medina, or Medina, if you will.
The funky cold Medina.
I moved to New York for my high school years, and then went to college in Savannah, Georgia, and opened my tattoo shop in Columbus from 1991 to 99. So we could exchange corn stories or something. I don't know. But yeah, I know Dayton perfectly well.
And I've got so my son was we went to Air Force and Defense Language Institute, learned Pashtun, and so he was a cryptolinguist. But then that was in Georgia, and then
where in Georgia?
Huh?
Where in Georgia? Sorry.
Damn it! It's too late. I'm thinking, and my thinking is not working out so well. It's an Army base that is actually an intel, so you have multiple forces there because he was Air Force.
I may have protested against your son, actually.
I very much doubt it.
No, Iceman, Dayton is a different place.
No. Daytona, bit
is
south,
in Florida.
Yeah, bit south.
Yeah.
Yeah, Daytona. They used to do the races on the beach.
Racism on the beach.
Yeah, well, they still have that. And then he got married and had a couple kids and got out of military and is living in Columbus, Ohio.
Oh wow, that's my town.
Yep.
That was where I made my minuscule fortune as a tattooler.
I was born in Dallas, and then I was kidnapped by my parents and grew up in Kansas. And then so I went to college and thought I'm not a big fan of this, but happened to meet my wife. And so then I ended up going out to Silicon Valley and was a programmer out there for 4 years during the .com fun. Got bought and sold more than a fruitcake that nobody wants to eat. everything was being acquired because you're either going public or you're getting acquired. And every time
I gotta speak to Jamalama here. You were born in Ohio and you lived in Garden City. I spent my high school years in Port Washington on Long Island, and I know Garden City very well. And then I moved to California twice.
Yeah, once was enough for me.
California is not what it was once promised to be.
And I very much enjoyed California. It's a shame about that infestation of Californians. If they could
It's the Americans on the beach.
Yeah, it could be that.
Binky.
Mhm.
Yeah. Wow, Jamalama, you and I have followed a very similar geographical track in life. Yeah, it is a crazy coincidence. I lived in Ohio until 6th grade. My parents were divorced like the first year that I was born, but my mother moved to New York, South Shore, Baldwin, Long Island, when I was going into 7th grade, and I spent junior high and high school getting kicked out and dropping out of various high schools until 1988, and then I went to art school in Savannah, Georgia. Very crazy. That's neat. And then Jay joined the CIA and has been writing AI code for them ever since.
Yeah, no, I don't think the CIA and I wouldn't get along. For one thing, I don't like big organizations. I'm much more interested in startups because you can actually make a difference, and the stakes are high.
Just kidding.
But I ended up so a lot of the companies that I was with in California, some of the executive team, if they were moving to a different company or something, they'd ping me and be like, you want to come, because we could really use someone that gets shit done and can both do marketing and biz dev and programming and design and then also present to the board if need be. And so I was always kind of a jack of all trades. And then I ended up working with one guy in particular. We've been friends and coworkers and business relationship, but also personal for, I don't know, 25 years now. And so he started a fund for incubation of startups, and they brought me in pretty regularly as consultant, either to evaluate potential investments or companies that they've invested in and they have problems, then they'll bring me in to help them solve them. Nobody ever calls me when shit's going right. I'm the guy that gets the call when everything's on fire.
That sounds very familiar.
Yeah, well, it's because I don't panic. I never understood panic. Throw your arms up in the air and run around screaming hasn't really solved anything for me. So it's just not one of my options. But that's one of the reasons that I ended up doing this video on LLMs and ChatGPT and explaining that this is not the magic beans that are going to lead you to the goose that lays a golden egg.
I feel like
shit.
I feel like people that are expecting this whole AI subterfuge to become some sort of answer, people that believe that Elon Musk was going to restore free speech to Twitter. It just, my God, how fucking dumb can you be? Like,
well, so the funny thing is, when I was in California, I had one of the executives who's like, "Hey, there's this company that's raising money. We can't make it, but can you go and evaluate it and report back to us and see what's up?" I was like, "Sure." So I went, and the guy comes out and he's starting to pitch, and for like first couple of minutes I was like, what the hell accent is that? And then it hit me and it was like, oh, it's South African. So Musk was pitching X.com at the time, which was
which X.com.
Yeah, so the original. So it was supposed to be a bank, an internet only bank, and blah, 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 but also that you could just email money back and forth to each other and all that stuff. And so
a copy of PayPal.
It was PayPal. That's what it became. But it was originally supposed to be a much larger bank thing in general. And so when it opened up to Q&A, I had some thoughts. So I mentioned that it was like, all right, first of all, do you have any idea the kind of regulatory burden that you're going to have to eat trying to be a bank? That's a non-trivial, and just because I'm on the internet doesn't mean that regulation got up and left. Trust me, the government is going to come and cast the eye of Sauron on you real hard. But that emailing money back and forth thing, that's pretty interesting. And so I left and got a hold of the people that sent me and was like, yeah, and this guy's full of shit. He's way underestimating the difficulty of what he's trying to do. There's a nugget of a thing that's interesting that I pointed out and talked about. I was like, but I don't know that I would risk it with him. But what then I got told later, because the executives were like, yeah, that payment thing is we'll kind of dig into a little bit. What I didn't realize is that Peter Thiel was in that meeting and pointing out the payment thing or whatever was what ended up being the origin of PayPal. But yeah, I knew Musk, early on, and it was like, no, I mean,
my overall impression of him is that he's just one hostile takeover after another, that he was a below average coder, and that he would just weasel his way into hostile takeover over another
I mean, he made his so the first his essential Yellow Pages competitor was if you said .com, you can make money and somebody would buy you out, right? So that's how he makes money initially. Then he gets involved with so his X.com and Thiel, they both come together, and that's what ends up being PayPal. That's why Musk couldn't use X.com for forever, because PayPal owned the domain, and it was only in the last few years that they sold it back to him. But
wow.
So Musk he's a good opportunist. He's not technically gifted.
I struggle to figure out anything that he ever actually created and accomplished on his own. I can't find anything.
Well, he hasn't. I mean, Tesla, he essentially screws a couple of guys out.
He fucked Tesla hard.
Then declares that he's founder. And then SpaceX is probably the closest that he comes to having something that, but it's basically, I've got pile of money, and I like cool, want to go to the stars because I watched science fiction when I was a kid too. And then goes for it, and but the reason
I'm all for him going to Mars first.
Yeah, well, the thing is that both Tesla and SpaceX are, the only reason they exist is because of government subsidies and government contracts.
He's the biggest welfare queen of our time.
Right. And that, I'm an innovator. Stop it. What he is he's like a really gifted used car salesman, right? The best salesmen are the ones that they're like sharks. They always have to move, and they give no fucks. Once they close, they don't give a shit about you, right? You have kind of your sharks for salespeople, and then you have your relationship guys. So the sharks go out and they get clients, right? They get the initial signatures because they'll promise the world and all that. But then they're like essentially one night stands, right? That I got mine, I'm going to go give somebody else. You then hand those clients off to your relationship sales team who know what your kids' names are, when their birthdays are, take you out to the golf course, right? They schmooze and keep you happy.
Right.
That's how you retain, right? They're all about the retention of the client, and you don't ever make the mistake of putting a shark in charge of retention. And the problem is that I'm not sure that Musk realizes what he is, what he's good at. He has delusions of competence in areas that he really shouldn't. But he knows well enough, because again, he's a really good shark style salesman. He can tell a good story. He can get people interested, and he has the ability to attract true believers, the Kool-Aid drinkers.
Which baffles me, because he's not particularly good at it, and he's not particularly charismatic. He's no P.T. Barnum, but yet,
he is.
In our
He is
current times,
he is P.T. Barnum in a lot of ways. What he's selling you is the idea of, or the dream of, a thing, even though he is wholly incapable of delivering it. And so Tesla depended largely on, it was basically the Prius for rich people. That I really want a virtue signal, that I care and all that. And by the way, I get all these government subsidies, to
the choice of Uber drivers all over San Francisco.
Yeah,
I've literally taken an Uber to the airport from.
Yeah,
and it's in a Tesla from someone who can't afford it.
Yeah, well, and it's a hilarious thing, because again, it's San Francisco, so you have to drive a Tesla because of the other virtue signaling pinheads that are in the area, right? Versus go to New York and every Uber driver is driving a black Camry.
Correct.
And it's just the difference. Yeah, as Iceman says, Hyperloop concept failed. It was always going to fail. It wasn't new. The pneumatic tube and vacuum subway was shit that we were doing at the turn of the century, the turn of the 20th century. And the problem is making a vacuum is a bitch, especially when you have a thing flying through it that has to have air with people in it.
Well, the people,
and then you have to release them from the vacuum sealed tube that you're in. Right.
Yeah.
And so it was always.
It's not the same as making a bank deposit in the 70s. It's
right. Yeah.
You have living people inside of that vacuum.
Right. Right.
I don't know how we got here. I really don't. Here we are.
Just wandering. There we go.
Yeah,
but I think that the you look at a lot of Steve Jobs was embarrassingly full of shit for most of his life. The one thing that he was good at was a dedication to the first principles of product, right? What is the pain and how are you solving it, and not oh, look at this newest Guga flashy or whatever. Now that was Joni Ive, who you saw run amok once Jobs was no longer there to hold him to the what the fuck is the point, right? And so you end up with anorexic laptops and phones that the battery life is shit.
I'm not all that impressed with Jobs' concept and delivery to begin with.
I think that so the idea that Jobs was a technical innovator is bullshit.
Correct.
What he is he understands simplicity, and he does it elegantly, which is stunningly rare in the tech space.
Well, here's my basic premise is that I object to minimalism equaling good design. I object to that premise.
Right, but that's not the same as simplicity, right? Simplicity is hard,
Yes.
and pulling it off correctly is what is the essential reason that this product exists? What is the pain that the customer has that you are either removing or sanding off? Right. I joke with companies and startups that I consult with that it's the rectal school of business, right? So every product, every service that you have, it's a pain in the ass, right? The customer, you look for the pain point, and they are inserting something up their ass. All right. Now, if it's a cactus, you don't have to remove all the needles. Start with just shaving the tops of them off, right? So that it's not just going straight in like that, right?
Let's
how
go
you
from
get
a cactus to a pineapple. Yeah.
right, or a cactus with a smooth head, so at least the entry isn't so bad, right? And if the pain is large enough, right, that you don't have to solve it, you just have to sand it, right, to
salve it.
Right, and that gets to like your minimum viable product, and then your job is to continue sanding until they're putting a bean up their ass. But trust me, even with your product, it's a pain in the ass. They're shoving it up their ass. You want the option of the whatever they're having to deal with now that they're shoving up their ass. You want to offer something that's less painful, right? If they're already putting in a peanut in their ass, reducing it down to a pea ain't all that, right? You don't have any real opportunity because the pain points are so similar. And oh, by the way, you're still making them have to shove something up their ass, right?
Yeah. What is the net accomplishment there?
Right. So you always look at what's the pain level, and then how can you deal with it? And then when you understand you identify what the customer pain is, right? What is your approach to solving it, right? You don't vary from that, right? What you do is you simply iterate sanding, right? I'm going to sand here, right? Let's get it started. Okay. And what's your next iteration?
We're gonna
I'm going to
round all
sand
these
some more.
corners off for you.
Right. I'm going to make it all round, right? And then I'm going to keep sanding into small, right? But there become a point where maybe it's no longer worth sanding because, again, it's the size of a bean, and they're going to have to shove something up their ass regardless. And the bean
and we're going to charge you double for it because we rounded off those edges.
Right. And going from peanut to bean, and if the cost of it, right, you get the Pareto principle, the 80-20, that the first 80% takes 20% of the effort. It's the last 20% that takes all the work, right? And if you can just solve that first 80%, and if that's solving a lot of problems, then congrats, you win, right? And if you look at the vision
but they're not real problems. They're invented problems. They're solution.
Yeah, for some things. I mean, so I give Jobs credit, even if he stole it wholesale from Xerox PARC. The graphical user interface for the mainstream people that were going to be using computers and thinking about it was going to be secretaries and accountants and stuff like that, right? They don't want to be typing stuff into the command line. He brings that to the masses. Sadly, the first stumble, with the Lisa, which was ludicrously overpriced, but then comes back in the Macintosh, which was still ludicrously overpriced, but it was half the cost of the Lisa. That really kicks everything in the ass to start going for, okay, we need to get away from obscure command lines, even though that's where I live, right? GUI's getting in my way. But the other thing is that Jobs had an idea about computers, and if you look at the Mac up until near when he dies, it was built for creators, right?
Yes.
You do audio, you do video, 2D, 3D, that's what it's built for. And that goes back to a philosophy that he talked about in the 80s. I think it was maybe 83. And he said, there was I don't know, it was Scientific American or Smithsonian Mag or something like that, but they were comparing like the efficiency of different animals. And I think like the most efficient was the condor, right? For just expenditure of energy versus return, on the investment of that energy. Humans are way down the list, right?
Oh yeah.
But if you give humans bicycles, they suddenly shoot way up, right? They're in top 5. And his idea was that the computer should be the bicycle for the mind. Right. And so if you look at what he tended to focus on, it was, I don't need all of the technical gewgaws or whatever, right? There's a thing that needs to be done. How can I make it as simple and elegant as possible, right? Do simple correctly. Well, and that, it's make a thing that does one thing really well versus the Swiss Army knife, which is shit at everything, but it's got everything.
Right.
And that really runs off the rails once he dies, because Joni Ive then is just all about he's the designer, right? And I'm an artist. We'll starve with the rest of the artists. Fuck off, right? You're making a product. You need to actually focus on that. And after he smears feces on things for like 4 years before they finally show him the door. But Apple now, I think if Jobs came back, and Jobs was an asshole, and he was credited for far more intelligence than he actually had.
Not by accident either.
Yeah, well, I mean, the hagiography and all that stuff, but he was good, at creating the reality distortion field and all that, right? But I would say that in comparison to any of the other tech leaders that we have, he certainly stands heads and shoulders above them in the vision of product.
What can you even compare him against? I mean,
right? The reptiloid that is Zuckerberg, no. Gates, no.
It's easy to be the prettiest turd in the punch bowl.
Yeah, but the thing is that when everybody else is the diarrhea of the punch bowl, at least you're a solid turd that people can fish out.
Right.
It's best looking girl in the leper colony. But the distance between that girl and the other competitors was like, at least she has most of her facial features, right? Homegirl, the rest of them are missing limbs, and there's no face. It's just the skull from Phantom of the Opera and all that.
Yeah. No, I see. I absolutely agree.
And I think that we
lose time in the Bay Area and being under the whims of these lunatics.
So the last time I was in the Bay was 2014, and I was like, fuck this shit. I mean, the vibe was just dead. It was really all hucksters of the level of like Musk, right? Because
it's venture capital delusion land.
Yeah, I mean it's zombie dating apps and burble whatever, right? And it's so many of them are just so I saw the .com, where we were actually we're really in a frontier that we're defining, and then towards the end it very much became companies that were their customers, I use sneer quotes for customers, were investors. That the idea was to grow big, grow fast, right? The holy hockey stick of growth, go public, cash out, leave retail investors holding the bag, right? There's no real business here or whatever. And you still see it now with blitz scaling, right? Uber is a dead man walking. It's not a viable business. It can't be a viable business. It's just a matter of how much wealth it destroys and the markets that it destroys, right? So Uber started out essentially violating not essentially, it was violating the law in a lot of the places.
It's an Amazon model,
right? Amazon at least didn't break the law and intentionally do so, right? But Amazon also was built to be a real company in that it could actually generate profits. Uber couldn't. What Uber did was,
after a decade, though, Amazon didn't turn a
right.
profit.
Uber can't.
Right.
Because the blitzscaling requires that you become a monopoly. Well, good luck, right? It
Sure.
can't do it, and the problem is that it resets the expected price points, right? It drives out the classic taxi companies that were built to be real businesses, right? And it sets
earned their right to be so.
Right, because, well, again,
like brick and mortar bookstores,
they are a profitable business. That's a business, right? You make more money than you spend. Congrats, you're winning in the business thing, right? But Uber can't do that. And what it does is it drives them out, and it sets a price point for customers that will be the expectation going forward. So when Uber dies, if another taxi company comes in, they're going to expect the Uber pricing, and they're not going to pay what is actually, functional for a profitable business, and it'll kill that market for a generation. You saw the same thing with news, where every swinging dick could just go ahead and get the AP feed and throw it up for free on the web, right? Because we're just regurgitating the same shit as everybody else. And what happened to the news? The actual news, people that generated news, they went to opinion because it's cheap, right? It doesn't cost you anything to have an opinion, and you get viewers and you sell the ads or whatever, right? But there's nobody really that does hard news and makes money at it, because you can't, because the market was destroyed, and the expected price of the audience is $0 because shit has been free on the internet for the last 20 plus years.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, the fact that the old dinosaur models are dying is not news, but
right. But the reason they're dying is not because they are doomed for extinction. It's because you have a huge flood of venture capital money piled into unsustainable, absolutely impossible businesses. But there was enough money piled in there that it killed real businesses, and what you end up with is wasteland, right? And so,
like Amazon, they laid waste to brick and mortar bookstores, and that was their plan. It's the Walmart plan. It's exist at a loss so that you destroy any independent competition whatsoever, and then raise your prices.
Yeah, well, so the problem with a lot of traditional businesses who have run up against Walmart or run up against Amazon or whatever, right, is if you can't compete with them on price. You simply don't buy in volume enough, right? And
no, it's impossible.
Right. So you have to compete with service.
Yes.
But that's not what these companies did. They tried to I'm going to cut rate too. Well, you're in a death spiral. You can't win that game, right? And too many local businesses thought, well, I'm compete with Walmart. You're not competing with them on price. You've lost your mind. But they misunderstood the options that they had, right? Your only legit option was service, right?
Yes, and not to virtue signal, but I will even living on borderline poverty, I will consistently choose an independent service-oriented retailer like Ace Hardware over Home Depot
right?
Every single time,
right?
Just as a matter of conscience.
No, I did. I mean, because the thing. So when I was a kid, when you went into the auto parts store, the guys behind the counter knew what the hell they were looking at. What they took. You could walk in with just a carburetor. They would know what it came off of. Then they would say, "Oh, you want carb kit, whatever. Oh, and you want this thing too, right? Whatever." They haven't looked. You hadn't said anything. They eyeballed you standing in line with the part, and they knew what the hell was going on,
because those were the grease monkeys and the guys in the neighborhood,
right?
Employed at that place, and they actually cared.
Well, I mean, they knew
And
their
you
shit
can't buy
because
that.
yeah. Well, so what you replace it with is, well, I'm going to compete on price. Okay. And so you have monkeys that go, okay, like I need the brakes for a 94 F-150. What engine does it have? Air conditioning? Bitch, it doesn't make any fucking difference. They put the same fucking brakes on every goddamn F-150. So just give me the damn brakes, right?
What options package does that have?
Yeah, it's got the option of me putting my foot in your ass if you don't give me my damn brakes.
Right.
And so there were, kind of the last bastion of places you could go where you could get, kind of competence were like Napa.
Yes.
But
And
even
barely.
yeah, and now they're just as mouth breathing as everybody else.
Yeah. No. Yeah. And it's all like everything else. It's getting consolidated. Every auto parts store, every Napa, AutoZone, O'Reilly's, whatever, is just becoming another Walmart.
Yeah, I mean they're all just bad photocopies of the same shit business model, and nobody's having the good sense to compete on service. And I think a lot of it. No,
I
go
think
ahead.
it might come back. Maybe not to the degree that we used to have, but
I think it may. I think
one's happy now.
Yeah,
with
the
way
only
things
way it comes back is if you stop putting MBAs in charge of things.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I just do widgets. Yeah, this ain't fucking widgets. Shut up. Right.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to maximize revenue, or okay, but you're gonna get into a death spiral, right?
And that's the issue with Hollywood right now, is that the people in charge, the people that are routing the money here and there, don't understand that it's not just widgets.
Well, I think you have two problems with Hollywood. So one is yeah, you have some that are just, it's a commodity and you just poop it out. And if I can make one good movie, then you can make 10 good movies. No, I mean, just repeat the formula. But the other side of it is you have people that are disconnected from this is a business, right? And it's become instead, their virtue signal or their lifestyle, or I'm an artist and whatever, and they're disconnected because you have these conglomerates, that if Disney loses money on a movie, well, we're making it up at the parks. We're making it up with merchandising. We're trying to make it up in 8 ways, right? So there's not a direct connection between you failed, you lost money, get the fuck out, right? Because the company just, well, we made money overall and it's all good and all that stuff, right? But then, you have idiots like Iger, who's chasing bullshit blitzscaling dreams of streaming, and he'll bankrupt the company doing it if he keeps on the same path. There's a reason that Warner Brothers is like, yeah, not so much. We're going to start, taking our content and leasing it out to Netflix and all this stuff, instead of just, I'm going to hide it on my streaming, because the traditional way and the best way of making money from content is being able to monetize it 5 or 6 times. Right. I made money in the box office. I make money with the pay-per-view, rental video on demand stuff. Right.
And toys and
off the physical, no, just the movie, right? The separate and apart from the merchandising. Right. I make money by then syndicating it. Right. And Netflix is essentially a syndication outlet. Right. And so I may have, there's a Blade Runner lost money at the box office. It made money at the end because it
was a slow burn. Yeah.
And you were able to make money 5 or 6 different ways with the same damn movie.
And it's still making money.
Right. What Disney is doing is, we're going to make shit and it's ludicrously expensive. We're not even going to get box office because we're just going to put it on Disney Plus. Where is your money?
Well, nothing makes sense about what is happening right now with streaming except for money laundering. Nothing.
No, I
There's
mean,
no other explanation.
No, the easiest explanation is that because Netflix is after it had a big turd in the punch bowl in like 2013, 2014 when it dropped really hard, and then started shooting up and just kept shooting up because they turned the corner towards profitability, right? And everybody else is looking to go, well, Netflix is going to, you need to be a streaming service too, right? Because the worst thing about both venture capital and major finance, right? Hedge funds and stuff like that, is they're just Me Too's. They're doing that thing, so you need to do that thing. And Iger wanted to pump the stock before he got out so he could, get his laurels and, I'm wonderful, look how I did. We're going to do streaming. Streaming is the big thing. Oh, that's right. We've been telling you forever that you need to do this, and it's going to be exclusive. And our brand is so big or whatever. You have no fucking idea what the economics of it were and how much it would impact, the revenue that you have, because you could hide it with, we've got the parks, and we're going to lose money, but we'll make it up in volume.
Right.
No, you're still going to lose money. You're just going to lose more of it by trying to make it up in volume, right?
And the transparency ends at streaming because you don't have to report to anyone your actual views, your actual
views are irrelevant. You don't run commercials.
Right.
The best thing that happens to you is that nobody sees your shit, because then you're not having to run the servers and the bandwidth to stream the movies and stuff.
Correct. It's
right?
the same.
The metrics that they're using are the wrong metrics for the business model they have.
It's the same thing with Twitch. Twitch is losing something like $50 an hour per streamer.
Right.
Like it's a disaster spiral.
But we'll make it up in volume. Good luck with that.
Right. Yeah. Eventually, we'll shove enough commercials into this to make it viable. But it's just one of those horrific Bay Area, investment things that it will never pan out.
It's the holy hockey stick. So the idea of the holy hockey stick is your growth curve needs to take off at a curve that looks like a hockey stick, right? It just right shoots up. And whether you make money or not, all they know is, well, it's growing, right? And this was a model that was the late .com idiocy was, we just need to acquire as many users as we can. We'll figure out how to make money later, except that part never showed up. Right. You can't. And oh, by the way, you set their expectations by giving it away for free to acquire the users. And now you decide you're going to charge. Good luck. Because the other thing is, the minute that you show that you're weak, some other VC is going, oh yeah, me too. And they're funding something that'll give it away for free.
Right. And now that you've quit cable, we're going to start showing ads.
Right. We're going to reinvent cable poorly.
Yes.
I mean, at least it'll have latency and dropouts and all that shit.
Advertising on demand.
Well, so that's the other thing is, one of the first company that I went out to the Valley to work on was an ad company. Well, it was a sports site, but we had to build our own ad server and build up our sales force because there wasn't really anybody that was selling ads, that could fill our inventory. Well, once we built that and started getting clients, they had demands they had more that they were willing to buy that we could provide. We didn't have enough ad inventory for them. So we started, we split the company in two, and we created an ad company, and then we still had the sports side. The sports side ended up dying on the vine because they realized, oh, there's much more money in this ad side of things. But the promise of ads on the internet, so it was always, oh, we're going to provide this great target. Well, first we're going to provide great metrics so you can actually see the performance, right? Because if you ran an ad in the newspaper, you had no idea how many people had actually acted because of that ad, right? You just kind of hoped and looked at entrails of chickens and came to a conclusion.
Yeah, tea leaves. Yeah.
Right. Then, so we're like, no, we can actually measure the performance. Now, the promise for that was, oh, by the way, now we're going to be able to start doing targeting, so you actually get more and more successful, right? That has been a lie. But it's been a truthful lie in that what it has revealed is that advertising isn't nearly as effective as all of the advertising people thought it was. And what they'd been doing is huffing their own farts because they're just looking at tea leaves and coming to their own conclusions through this indirect stuff. And when you
Correct.
start measuring it directly, you realize this is not nearly as effective. And it bounced back on a lot of the traditional stuff, because then they started looking and go, well, if this isn't effective on the internet, we're not so sure about your numbers, and started driving the ad numbers down, which is one of the two things that killed newspapers. The other thing was Craigslist.
It's Mad Men. It's no, you need us. You need us to do this.
Right.
Because we
Well,
say so.
right. But the thing is that so it's you're going to need advertising. I mean, you have to make yourself known. So it's not Field of Dreams, build it and they'll
Sure.
come. Right.
Sure.
But the thing is that the value that the outlets were claiming that advertising delivered was not true. Right.
Right. Of course.
The internet advertising just made it clear that the emperor, while not entirely naked, was running around in his skivvies. And so that caused a real readjustment with advertising across the board, which is why a lot of the old style media has been struggling a bit. But the other thing is that you're about to see, so you had the adpocalypse in 2016, which was purely media driven, because it was other media that was jealous about the advertising because they're busy dying, and they're like, oh my God, do you know that you're running ads for Hitler? Oh my gosh. And all the ad companies were like, wait, what? And stopped to figure out what's going on. Right. There's a larger adpocalypse that's coming for YouTube, and I think they're starting to smell it. And it's making them nervous, which is why they're starting to tweak with ads and some other things. The amount of content that's being put on YouTube is so vast that you're nearing infinite supply.
Yeah.
Well, if you have infinite supply, the price is zero.
Correct.
Right.
Which is my problem with any kind of social media, and I include YouTube in social media, which is they generate nothing of value. It is only the people that contribute that creates content. Sorry if you can hear my dog crying.
No, it's fine.
He hates YouTube.
Yeah, that's fine. What they do is they provide attention, and that's what advertisers. That's what they're buying. They buy attention
with horrific stipulations. Like, I hear people say, "Oh, YouTube is fair." I hear people who have succeeded on YouTube.
Yeah,
say,
movie cynic.
Oh, it's a fair playing field. Whatever.
Yeah, movie cynic. Yeah.
Yeah, that really bothered me. It bothered me really bad. Like, yeah, if I was a gorgeous 25-year-old, whatever, it would be fair. But I'm not, and it's not fair. Unless you want to be a personality and you want to do the thumbnails in the flavor of the month and whatever.
Right. I think so. I think there's a certain truthfulness to it's fair, in that here are the rules, however arbitrary and bullshit and annoying.
But they don't give you the rules in plain language.
No, it's because they have to constantly change it, because they are constantly
changing. It's a guessing game. They will never directly tell you exactly what you have to
do. Because then it becomes easy to game it, right?
Right.
And because Google go look at Google. Well, go look at Google and see why they care. Because the search their revenue from search is down huge, because it's become gamed.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, what you'll have on YouTube is YouTube will become as empty as Google, because what you'll have is a bunch of bot-driven Chat GPT stuff that happens to hit all of the keywords and all that, right? The difference is that it's harder to figure out what works and what doesn't when the rules aren't stated.
And
right,
just like everything else, it is not a meritocracy. There is no level playing field.
No, but they don't guarantee you a meritocracy. That's part of the rules.
Absolutely not.
Right, and so again, if you look at the kind of the rules of the game, it's fair within those rules. If you were looking for a truly fair meritocracy kind of thing, you've come to the wrong place. This ain't the game. right?
Squid Game is a meritocracy from a certain point of view.
Right. It absolutely is. Right. You know, battle royale. There you go.
And that's what YouTube is, and that's what all of these social media platforms are.
Yeah, and they're about attention. So I think that it's why I mean, I understand Brown's frustration, because from his standpoint, he's not making enough to.
I'm standing in the same bullpen or space as Mr. Brown, because I can't in good conscience fake my way through being a YouTuber personality, just reacting to reactions of Disney movies.
Yeah,
because I would rather fucking stick my head in an electric oven.
Yeah, I think that and again, you know, RB's right in that authenticity is
the currency of the future.
For varying definitions of the future and how wide, right? So in some ways it may be,
but yeah,
right. It might be, you know, to the level like Bitcoin, right? It's a minor niche that will have a dedicated market, but the overall market will still be, you know, bullshit contrivance and appearance and all that, right? But
sure,
if there's enough of a market for authenticity, then go for it, right? And yeah, I'm too lazy to lie. It takes too much, you know, work to remember what the hell I said.
I
if
can't. Even in the desperate real world situation that I find myself in America, I couldn't get out of bed to fake it. Like, I just can't.
Yeah, so I've always said I've got too many mirrors in the house to, you know, to be a bullshit artist.
And
really the only value that I bring at the end of the day, with all the experience and all that stuff, right, is me honestly telling you what I think.
Authenticity. Yeah.
I mean, that's the only value. And there have been companies that I've worked at where I look around and I was like, I'm not sure that I'm providing enough value to justify my position. And they'll argue with, oh no, but this, that, whatever. Is like, no, but you don't understand. I'm the one that has that metric, right? I measure that. And if I'm looking and going, look, I'm just essentially taking up space. Yeah. You know, occasionally I'm used to, because I'm like a firefighter or something like that. Well, then just put me on contract, right? Call me when shit's on fire. But there's no reason to have me here, because one thing is, I'm not a maintenance guy. I don't sit and let me make sure my TPS reports and this, whatever. I'm built for crisis, right? That's where I'm best at. And I'm best with, you know, if you don't like me telling you the truth, however unpleasant it may be, then either I'm quitting or you're firing me, or you're going to learn to adjust, because I don't have any other way to operate. I'm not playing politics, and I'm not, you know, blowing sunshine up your ass. I'm going to tell you that this is my best. I may be wrong. I wouldn't bet on it. But it's possible.
And that's been my experience too, even in like a lower corporate environment where it's, you know, labor based or service based or whatever. Was you know, you hired me for this, and if you don't want to hear it, then why the fuck did you hire me?
Right.
Don't understand. I have a certain set of skills that you hired me on, and if you don't want me to use those skills and speak up when, you know, I see shit going sideways, then what are we all doing here?
Yeah,
What
I mean,
are
I
you
think
doing here?
I understand it, right? I know the mindset and can predict how they'll behave if I can figure out what their motivations are, and it's usually pretty easy to figure out kind of what the core motivation is.
It's not hard.
Are they internally identified? Or are they externally identified? Right? Do they need the you know, opprobrium of other people? Do they, you know, they movers and shakers? Do they, you know, political, all that stuff? Okay, I can figure you out. You're predictable in a certain kind of cloud of behaviors, right? And so I can work around you if needs be. But if you are a decision maker that you're making important decisions, right? That could affect the outcomes of the company or the jobs of other people or the success or failure of certain things or whatever. If you try the politics on stuff with me, we're going to have a problem, and I will have no problems asserting my viewpoint as strongly as I can. And I will tell you, it's like, look, you have the ability to say shut up and do it, but you'll own it then. When it blows up, you own it. You won't be able to pass the buck or whatever, and I will you will tell me right now that you're going to own it.
But they'll try to push it downhill, but
yeah, no.
Everybody knows.
I make them do it in public.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
yeah.
Say it. You own it. And
right.
It's amazing how few times they actually want to own it.
Well, we all have to manage our expectations, and
I don't have to manage shit.
Yeah, right.
All I have to do is manage to solve this problem.
Right.
And if you're a part of the problem, I'll either solve it or it will stop being my problem.
Right. Yeah. And if you don't like my answer, then you can fucking hire
Stop
somebody
asking
else.
hard questions.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think we have a very similar career experience, even though we work in very different fields.
Yeah, I've never been like motivated by look at all the money I have or whatever. I would much rather. I mean, there's plenty of work that I've done for free just because it was a difficult problem and it interested me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. I'm much more interested in doing something that's intellectually stimulating and a hard thing the way I view it. Yeah, that's
when I could still physically stand upright. Yeah, I loved a challenge, and after 50 years of accepting those challenges and tackling them head on, I've had enough. I've had enough.
Yeah, I'm like, look, the rules that I have are still in place. I become more selective in filtering who I will work with and what I will do, because I know it's like I know this is gonna be a shit show. I'm out. I'm not even
yeah, you could smell it from a mile away.
Yeah, and luckily, some of the people that I've worked for in the past, they'll refer stuff to me, but they pre-filter. They know damn well, they'll call me and they're like, yeah, I got this guy, and there's a problem, this and that, whatever. And it's like, I'd love to be able to, but this guy's full of shit half the time, and I know damn well you're going to hang him by his balls. And there's going to be a conflict. And he goes, I don't even know if you take it. And I'm like, you're right, I won't. If you want to give me the authority to go in there and make decisions whether they like it or not, right, I'll carry that. But you're not giving me the responsibility, which means eat the consequences without the power to actually execute and get shit done the way it needs to be done.
No, I've seen too much combat to have one arm tied behind my back.
Yeah.
And I'm just not having it anymore, especially from people that not just chronologically or younger than me, but like being bossed around by somebody at a company that has half the time in with that company that I do, and it hasn't been in the trenches. It's like, man, stop covering your own ass and trying to shield it with mine.
Yeah, if you're trying to play politics or anything like that, you're not going to like the results that I give you. Because for one thing, I'll call you out in front of God and creation, and it won't bother me at all.
And I have and reap the fucking consequences and the rewards from it.
Yeah,
more consequences than rewards, but
I'm
not having it.
It was like, if you don't want to hear the truth, then
don't ask.
Please fire me.
If you don't want to know my answer to the question, don't ask me the fucking question.
Yeah, I will do you the courtesy of telling you the truth, right, as best I know it, and everything that I understand things to be. Now, if I'm wrong, please feel free to correct me. I'm more than willing to admit that I may lack information or situational awareness about certain things or whatever. But the respect my authority. No, I don't give a damn about your rank. I give the only respect I'm giving is to the individual.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. Wow, that was some good real talk.
Yeah, well, we dealt with the Manster, so we had to have a cleansing.
Yeah, a palate cleanser.
It was more of like an enema, the colon cleansing. I think of this.
Who doesn't like a little scientist in them?
Exactly. Thankfully, I don't have an eye on my shoulder.
Yeah, I gotta take care of my little dog here. Is just freaking out, and
my wife is probably very unimpressed that I'm not in bed.
Your wife is probably very unimpressed a lot of the time, Jay.
She'll be very unimpressed when I am in bed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Mine
babe. This
too.
is still just as disappointing as it always has been.
Well, I gotta say, I do enjoy just going off and having a good human conversation after bashing, some horrible old black and white shit.
Well, I think that humor's there's always a certain honesty to that I think always triggers me to go, okay, but what is it about this thing? What is it about that thing? Right? It just kind of gets my mind rolling where, you're making observations that are humorous, but there has to be a truth in that. And then you just kind of keep going down the truth alley and, oh boy, let's see where it leads you.
Yeah. And not to toot anybody's horns, including our own, but I think it's good to wrap up this sort of thing with a real world discussion about real world things between real people.
Gather around, chillins. Uncle Jay is gonna do some talkings to you.
It was 57 or 58.
57 or 58. Got laid that very night.
We touched on this, and it's like I could fake my way through just bitching about every new Disney Star Wars episode and every episode of Velma and whatever. It's like nobody really cares. Like it's
just the outrage, right? There's an endorphin hit from being the outrage of the moment.
Yeah, I hate that show too.
And the current thing, and there's a certain amount of FOMO.
I can't be fucking bothered, man. It's
like I just don't care enough, right? I would much rather watch cheesy movie that I haven't seen or classic movie that I love than look, the latest manufactured sludge that what the fuck it was going to be when they were making it. Why are you bothering?
Right. You can smell it from a mile away. It's just, and I do enjoy here's the thing that the YouTube recommendation algorithm does not understand. It doesn't understand that I enjoy certain personalities and certain presenters talking about anything. It doesn't matter what they're talking about. They could be talking about taking a bus ride in Japan. They could be talking about fucking Ahsoka, whatever. It's the thing. Like
the
music.
social, the truly social, or parasocial aspect of it. That they're interesting people.
I appreciate the hosts and I appreciate the craftsmanship that they put into it. It's not about the fucking keyword. It's not about
that's so. Tell me again how genius the AI is when Amazon insists on showing me ads for TVs after I bought a fucking TV on Amazon.
Right.
And
YouTube
but
can
no,
only
this is really AGI. No, this is the same
YouTube
bullshit.
Can only recommend to me things I've watched already, which is great,
Mm-hmm.
or Minecraft videos, and that's fun.
Yeah,
I totally care about that.
Shit that I keep telling, don't show me this again. Okay, we won't show you that one, but we'll show you another one in the same shit.
Block.
Yeah.
And it doesn't collate your disinterest because it has an invested interest in shoving the most popular thing of the day in your face.
Well, the problem you always have with advertising or anything else is and this is true for the Google's Google, tell me about this, or it's going to make recommendations, or it's going to I looked at your calendar and I'm going to make these suggestions, right? The problem with all of these is that they deal with everything in the aggregate as a demographic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you give me a room of 100 people, I can tell you that 5 of them at least, are going to be gay. You're going to have to increase the population quite a bit for me to find someone who's actually trans and not just cosplaying. But there's certain things that I can tell you, and if you point out a particular person, I can tell you nothing, right? Because to know something about that crotchety old men who watch these videos also watch that, right? Yeah, I resemble that remark. That's fine, and for advertising, okay, good enough, right? Because you're just casting a net, and you're trying. That's as good as targeting as you get. But you can't make the assumption that you know anything about the individual. And the problem with demographics is that, okay, so 50% of people like this, right? Keep iterating. Eventually, every single person you will fuck up on, because it'll be 50%. It'll be this 50% for this thing, a different 50% for this, another 50% for that, right? And you'll just cycle through, and eventually everybody will get shit that they're like, why in the hell are you giving me this? Yeah, you got that thing right once.
Yeah, the lowest common denominator mentality will never win. True.
Well, even if you're trying to be, highly targeted, you're still going to operate on demographics, and whether that's behavioral or literal, what's your age and all that stuff, right? It's well, people who watch this also watch this. Yeah, but I'm not that guy, and I didn't watch it for the same reasons they did.
Yeah, people did, but I'm not that people.
Right. And again, you could be right 90% of the time. The problem is you keep iterating on the same group, and the 90% is going to be different people every time. And you're going to eventually, everybody you're going to give shit recommendations to, and they'll be like, what the hell is this for? Right. Yeah. Your hope is that you've got a high enough hit rate that when you miss, it's kind of an outlier for most people, but they're not that accurate. They're not that good.
Well, the thing is with applying the lowest common denominator is that you're ultimately only farming people that will watch anything you shove in front of them, and the people that actually care and curate their own input, it will never understand the thing, like music suggestions on whatever music streaming service. It doesn't understand the blood and guts of Billie Holiday. It just knows that, oh, you like black people from the 30s, so here's this.
Yeah, you like 80s. Here's Madonna. No, bitch, that's not the 80s that I like. What the hell are you talking about?
I was actually listening to Killing Joke, but okay. Yeah.
Well, see, and that's the issue is that they are the one of the conceits that tech companies have, and I think it comes from kind of the elitist education and shared education and experience and kind of culture that they're all in, right? Is that they believe that they can infer what people want by behaviors, right? The problem with that is that let's say that you are just observing me walking around for a year, and I help old ladies when they drop things, and and help them across the street, and young girls that are hey, could you walk me to this? Okay, yeah, I'll walk you here and this and whatever. And I just look like the model citizen, right? And to look and go, oh, this behavior. I mean, he's the model citizen. Maybe I'm just a serial killer who's looking for the right opportunity. You don't know because you didn't ask.
Maybe I just like to touch old ladies' hands.
It could be, right? I've got a kink, right? But the thing is that the conceit is I can simply observe and infer because I'm smart. When the smart thing to do is ask, right? Yeah. Just ask. Admit that you don't know what the hell's going on, and ask. Be upfront with your motivations.
Yeah, that is my biggest problem, is that none of these services, quote unquote, actually bother to ask. They just assume that they know better,
right? And they're opinionated, right? And the worst thing you can do for a tool is to be opinionated.
And it's all based on multiple choice categories. It doesn't matter how many
that they've
different
manufactured, but the reason that they've picked those things is that that's the thing they can measure. Be
Right.
careful what you measure, because it becomes important whether it is or not.
Right. And it showed up, and we've talked a little bit about this on the aside, but like the old Netflix suggestions from back in the mail days were just asinine. Well, because you liked Family Guy, you'll want to watch The Incredible Hulk. Like it's just tick boxes, and they don't work in real human behavior. They don't work against or for actual human preferences, because it can't measure the thing. It can't measure the actual undercurrent of what you appreciate about certain things, the same way that somehow, and it's baffling to me, that YouTube can't understand that I like a certain presenter talking about whatever topics, aside from the topic that they talked about in their last video, and suddenly have 1,000 walking tours of Seoul, Korea
Right.
showing up on my fucking recommendations in the middle of all the things I've already watched that they want me to watch again, because I watched a guy walk around Tokyo that I like the guy, not the walking around Tokyo.
Yeah, the hilarious thing is, so Netflix for years had a yearly competition where people could they had access to the targeting data and the recommendation data, right? And it was anonymized, but it was compete with what it was, because I actually pulled it. I looked at competing one year,
Okay,
because it was open. So it was essentially see if you can come up with a better recommendation algorithm than what we have currently, which is essentially people who watch this also watch this, right? And for 5 years, nobody could do better than that. Now, the reason is because of the data that you had.
Yeah. What is your
You're constrained by, here are their viewing things, right? And here's, the information about all these other people. So how do you cross correlate and burble and all that stuff, right? But you don't know that the reason that I decided to watch this movie is because I talked about it to a friend, and I was like, oh yeah, I haven't seen that movie in a while, I'll watch this. Or it has a certain emotional connection that when I'm down, I watch this thing, right? To kind of lift me up or whatever. And they simply don't have the data to be able to make any better recommendations than, I got people who watch this also watch this.
Well, you're talking about like what it aspires to do is access all of conscious thought as a data field, and that's just not possible.
Yeah, and I mean,
and it never will be.
Right. The best that you can do is ask. Right. What are you in the mood for?
But it refuses to ask. That's
Right, because and it's because of the conceit that we're smarter, and we can just infer things. We can just observe behavior, because again, it's easy to measure. If you ask people, who knows what the hell they're going to put in, and that's messy data. It's hard to figure out. Oh, we don't want to actually, because if we ask, then it kind of gets in the way. Trust me, it's less in the way than your shit recommendation, where the recommendations for you. And I was like, this is like an insult comic. It's like Don Rickles is going after me.
I would gladly spend half an hour of my fucking conscious waking life filling out a questionnaire from YouTube that I thought was actually going to be applied to the crap that it shoved in front of me.
Yeah. What are you interested in?
Well, it's not just sports / entertainment / fashion / no, I'm actually I'm actually interested in people with, actual stories to tell, people that have lifted themselves up, people that, it's multiple choice, and
and for me, I mean, it changes, right?
Yes, of course.
I look at something, I'll get interested in something, and I will dive into it such that I I will be at least a gifted amateur by the time I'm done with it. Right.
That's the other thing that YouTube doesn't understand, which or any engine, that you can binge an interest or deep dive something for a couple of days or a week,
and then I'm satisfied,
and then I'm
and I
done
don't
with
need
it,
to go see it anymore.
and it will never stop.
But it will
shoving
haunt
that
your
shit in
ass for
front
the
of you
rest of creation. Yeah.
for years.
Right.
Literally for years. I have not watched music on YouTube for 3 years, but it will not stop recommending me the music I listened to 3 years ago. It
Right.
will not stop, no matter how I block it.
Yep.
And I'm still watching YouTube every waking moment of my life. In
Yeah.
autistic detail, I am obsessing over YouTube, for various reasons. But that is like the most shallow shortcoming I could possibly imagine. You liked this once 3 years ago, so here it is again. Here it
Right.
is.
It's just a conceit, on the part of technology. And I had to explain this to a couple of teams. I think it was maybe 3 or 4 years ago. It was when assistants were a big thing, right? And so they were talking about, and also, we're looking at user behavior, and then we're, inferring things that they want or whatever. And I was like, be real careful with that. That can lead you to some very wrong conclusions. And so I always had 2 examples that I gave. One was, Honda decides that they're going to make an electric city car, right? And when they're like, well, we don't want to make it, too limited in range or whatever. So we're going to give it 75 miles in range, and we're going to try and price it, commensurate with a low end gasoline powered car. And we're going to instrument, the driving habits and all that stuff to get feedback, because this is really a new thing for us. We haven't, been involved in this and whatever. And so they sell it, and there's a big initial uptake. And so they're watching the driving behaviors and all that, figuring out, okay, what do we need to do about, is this range right? Do we need to tweak it? Do we do something, whatever? And they noticed that, so at first, people would drive them 20, 30, 40 miles a day, sometimes one way, and then, come back. But after 6 months, they started noticing that drivers would only go about 9 miles and one direction. And they thought, oh, well, so they must be kind of getting into the vibe of the city car, and the you don't want to get too far from the Chargers, and that they're really embracing the behaviors and all that. So they're starting to think about making the sequel car to this, and they're like, well,
as opposed to them not enjoying driving the car anymore.
Well, so they're like, but these people are driving them, all day, but it's no trip is more than 9 miles. And so they're like, okay, well, we're looking in the battery life. That's a lot of weight to do 75-mile range on this thing. We can reduce this thing down to, like 30, and we'll still have a huge cushion.
Because people are only driving 9 miles.
Right, because this is 9 miles. They become more local in their driving and all that, right? These are all the tick boxes for the modern city planners and environmental concerns, and shop local and all that, right? And so they go to sell the new car, and they're thinking, okay, we already have this huge base of people that bought this original car. They're going to buy this. It's cheaper. We get more luxury and all that, because we didn't have this weight we had to deal with. And so they put it out there. Nobody fucking buys it.
Right.
And they're like, what the hell's going on? Right. All of our data, this, that, whatever. And somebody says, well, why don't we ask some owners,
why don't we?
Yeah, what the problem is, right? And they bring them in, And they said, we noticed, when you first got the car, you're driving all over the place, but then you started getting more hyper local and all that. And then I met, and so we made this new car, still plenty of range that, is a triple what you're normally driving. And we're just wondering why you don't buy this. And the owners say, there's a problem with the prior car. After 6 months, the steering, column gets loose. And if you drive more than 9 miles, the shaking causes it to drop and hit you in the nuts. Right. But the behavior's all matched up.
We've retooled our entire
because we were selling people the Honda Nut Kick 9000 and they're not all that enthused with it, but they most assuredly modified their behavior, but this is not what they were looking for, right? But
and
again, it was but I've instrumented, I know all this stuff, and I have these presumptions about things, right? And the other one I did, that talking about trying to infer things and the fatal conceit that you make with that is, so there's a man and his butler Jeeves, and he comes up to Jeeves and he says, Jeeves, I'm thinking of taking in a baseball game. Why don't you get my tuxedo? And Jeeves says, well, sir, I think that perhaps a polo and khakis would be more appropriate. Capital idea, Jeeves. You get me that. And so he goes, and it was wonderful. Had a lovely time. And so a couple of weeks later, Jeeves, I'm thinking of taking in a baseball game. Would you get my tuxedo and all that? And said, well, sir, perhaps polo and khakis would be more appropriate. Capital idea. I'll take, yes, that's the dude's exactly that. And he goes, and it's fine. And this goes on for years. And one day he's getting ready to take a trip to San Diego, and he says, Jeeves, pack my normal, and I'm thinking, I'm going to a baseball game, so pack my my tuxedo. And Jeeves, because he's having to put all this stuff away, he's like, yes, sir, whatever, right? But he knows damn well that you don't, I've been doing this for years. I suggest the polo and the khakis. That's what he's going to wear. So I put it in. I just put the polo and the khakis in and pack his bags. And the next day, his boss calls and says, Jeeves, where is my tuxedo? I'm going to the baseball game. And he said, well, yes, sir. But, I put in the khaki and the jeans because, every time we've had this conversation, you say you want to wear the tuxedo, and then I suggest the polo and the khakis, and you wear that. And he goes, yes, but Jeeves, I'm singing the national anthem. Right. You were I've had all of these other previous things, and it's always been this way. When you assume instead of ask or suggest, you steal the power that person should have. You are usurping their authority.
You take away their agency, and AI will never understand that.
And you are fired.
Right.
Because Jeeves and you will be on the unemployment line.
Right. For assuming.
Right.
Yeah.
But I have all this data. Don't care.
Well, I care, but no one else that wants to give you money will care.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that there's a larger issue that we're seeing acted out, not just in technology, but there's a newfound elitism that is very much divvied up on class.
I don't find it new, having worked, as a blue collar worker most of my life. I don't.
I mean, I've worked both. I ran a batch plant pouring concrete at a dairy, and the bigwigs who were worth millions of dollars were still like, okay, well, you know what you're doing. You're running the mud. There you go. Right. The conceit of late is you have a much more insular class system, because now everybody goes to the same generic set of colleges, right?
Corporate funded colleges now,
right? Or with their own endowments that are larger than most corporations, Harvard. But the issue is that they grow up in an echo chamber. They matriculate in echo chambers. They go into business and they're surrounded by the same people who are from the same echo chambers, and they vastly overestimate their own intelligence and their lack of experience. The breadth of experience that they have blinds them to how smart other people are, and I mean they're to the point where they're like, well, and people in the past were stupid. Nah, humans been real smart for a long time.
Yeah, or the possibility that someone else could be smart. I mean, it's just the
right.
sheer.
Are you credentialed? No.
Right. Did we credential you? Well,
yeah. Well, you want to whip it out and let's measure? Let's go.
Yeah. Well, we seem to agree on a lot, and right now we're going to agree on ending this stream.
Amen. Pass the plate.
My God. I really do like this after hour stuff. Whether it's just you and me or everybody on board. I like the transition from doing a couple pieces of entertainment, taking the piss out of it, to wandering off into whatever we're doing in a very AM radio fashion.
Oh, let's go for full Art Bell if we get a chance. So.
God bless Art Bell. We're at 6 hours 11 minutes.
Oh, he kept me awake many a night when I was driving. I'd be like, "Oh, I got my Art Bell." Okay,
I've driven cross country more times than I can remember, and the act of carrying the tuner dial right and left to try and catch.
Come on, AM, give me my Art Bell. Oh, there it is. All right.
Oh God, yes, get me Whitney Strieber. And, oh my God,
I always loved the absolute lack of judgment in many of the things, where the guest for the first half hour was talking about the Greys are infiltrating and this, that, whatever. And of course, oh yes, we all know that, this, that, whatever. And then the next half hour, it's not the Greys, it's the Reptiloids. We all know it's the Reptiloids. Oh yes, of course. This is what he just agree, even though they're diametrically opposed, he's in agreement with all of them.
Yeah, the shadow Aztec creatures that are manipulating time, and
yes, no,
I miss that stuff so much. God, that's pretty much what blew my mind open, as ridiculous as it was.
I love the quirky nature of it, and that it was not, oh, you idiot, whatever. No, it was, oh, okay,
well, state your case. Yeah,
okay, all right, yeah, no, I can see that. Of
and
course.
Then what? Yeah. It's just
or just you're talking to crazy. You don't argue with crazy. You either run from it or you're amused by it. These are your only options.
And pre-flatheads, pre-flat Earth people.
Oh yeah.
People that are just selling T-shirts. Yeah. Fucking amazing. We are truly cut from the same cloth. My dog is pretending that he's having a death fit a la Fred Sanford here.
It's the big one, Elizabeth. I'm coming to you.
Yeah, he really is not happy right now. So,
all right.
Amazing show. Thank you as always for contributing the material and contributing the commentary.
I'll see if I can scare up some more.
Some please keep the shorts coming, because it's all I can do to hold my fudge. Really, this stream started off correctly, and I don't understand why. But it's been great, and
I do really want to do the Superman or Flash
yeah,
Gordon
let's do that. I think Vex would be just the right person. I'm a little gun shy about getting too close to James Gunn or any of the contemporary stuff, but I think
if it's total parody and then we can talk about it, then it's hilarious.
Proper context. I think if we can go back and look at,
I think again, I mean, you could take Flash Gordon or the like and just make this okay. This is the next episode of Ahsoka, they got on the space whales and they came out like this, right?
Yeah.
This is what it's like in the other galaxy. Boy, this is novel.
On Phrygia or whatever.
Yeah.
Mongo.
Yeah,
I think there's a definite lane to be filled there, when it's based in the good stuff, the historically.
Yeah, and I think it's hilarious. It's a hilarious trolling of the reaction stuff, right? That you put it up, sneak preview of the new Superman movie or the new whatever the hell, and
right. We might as well, because every dumb fuck, Andrewish. Sorry, that was harsh. But yeah, I mean, like every 20-year-old out there that thinks that they understand what is good and bad about everything that is happening with zero context.
Well, and I think there's a certain amount of take the piss out of it, because this isn't really that serious. And if you see it, you realize the humor in it, then you'd be like, okay, I mean, it's just as legit as anything that Doomcock is spurging on. My sources tell me.
Imagine watching Doomcock. Oh my god, yeah. So fuck you, Gary. With that, we're stealing your audience from an empty Venn diagram. And we're done for the night. Thank you, Jay.
Right.
Thank you, everybody that tuned in and is still here. There's 4 people watching somehow and 2 people online.
My God.
Interesting. My God. Love you all. Good night.
And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. We sincerely appreciate your patronage and hope we've succeeded in bringing you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully and come back again soon. Good night.